Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. What if Harry Potter was raised by Minerva and Dumbledore together? Feat Sauron and Op Voldemort. The air was still on Privet Drive. The wind didn't dare move. Not tonight. The houses, all perfectly square and identical, sat in silence as though holding their breath. Only the faint crackling of a street lamp and the distant hoot of an owl broke the stillness. A tabby cat sat stiffly on a wall, its posture rigid. Golden eyes tracking every shadow, every passing breeze. And then, with a sound like air twisting inside out, a soft pop broke the quiet. Albus Dumbledore stood at the end of the lane, looking wholly out of place. His long cloak brushed the pavement, and the moonlight gleamed off his half-moon spectacles. He didn't look his age, not in the slightest. Tonight, he looked ancient. Timeless. He walked slowly toward the doorstep of number 4, where a small bundle lay. A lightning bolt scar peeked out from under a mess of black curls. The baby didn't cry. He was asleep, or perhaps too exhausted to do anything else. Dumbledore stared down at him. He reached into his robe and pulled out a letter, placing it gently on the child's blanket. A sigh escaped his lips. I hope they treat you well, Harry. That's when a voice cut through the silence like a whip. You're not seriously leaving him here. He turned. Minerva McGonagall stepped forward, transfiguring from her feline form. Her eyes were livid. Not her usual sternness, but raw fury barely masked beneath professional control. You're leaving him with these muggles. I've watched them all day, Albus. They're cruel, cold. Petunia Dursley barely speaks of her sister, and her husband hates everything to do with magic. You know this. Dumbledore didn't speak. I won't let you do this, she continued, softer this time. Not to Lily's son. His silence was answer enough. McGonagall's wand was out before she even realized it. I'm taking him. Minerva, I'm taking him. For a moment, time itself hesitated. And then Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. He looked tired. No, not just tired, resigned. Then I will help raise him. Her eyes widened. What? I have my reasons for placing him here. But if those reasons are outweighed by your instincts, perhaps I've miscalculated. You're admitting you're wrong. I'm admitting I trust you more than I trust my own plan, he said simply. For a long moment, neither said anything. And then she nodded. We raise him together. 4 years later, the house was quaint, nestled somewhere deep in the Scottish countryside, far from the eyes of muggles. A protective charm cocooned it in silence and secrecy. Placed there by Dumbledore himself, Minerva had transfigured the cottage into a warm, comfortable home. It was clean, lined with bookshelves and charmed furniture, and smelled faintly of ink and lemon polish. In the living room, 4-year-old Harry Potter levitated 3 colorful blocks into the air, sticking his tongue out in concentration. Don't clench your fingers so tightly, Dumbledore said from his chair, sipping tea. Magic flows, Harry, like music, like dancing. Dancing is dumb, Harry muttered. The 3rd block wobbled and smacked into the wall. Dumb or not, said Dumbledore. It's a good metaphor. Try again. From the doorway, Minerva leaned in, watching them both. You're being too gentle, she said. Harry, elbows straight. Channel the intent. You mean for the block to float. Say it in your mind. Like I'm yelling it, Harry asked. Like you're commanding it, Minerva corrected. Harry nodded. The blocks slowly began to rise again, more stable this time. Excellent, said Dumbledore with a smile. See, that's the Crimson Mage bloodline waking up. Your aura's starting to manifest. My what? Your aura, Minerva said, walking in and kneeling by him. A magical projection of who you are. Every witch and wizard has one. But your bloodline, your father's line, amplifies it. You're not like other children, Harry, Dumbledore added. Harry's forehead creased. Because of the bad man. Minerva looked at Dumbledore. They'd avoided talking about it too much, but Harry was clever. Yes, she said finally. The bad man tried to hurt you. But he couldn't. Because I'm strong. Because you were protected, Dumbledore said gently. By your mother's love. And now, we're going to help you become strong enough to protect others. Harry nodded. Then, after a pause, can I fly now? Dumbledore chuckled. One day, my boy. But first, finish the levitation. The sky above the training grounds was split in two, half scorched by flame, the other layered in ice. Dumbledore stood at one end, robes fluttering in the wind. Harry stood at the other, wand raised. No holding back, Dumbledore warned. Wouldn't dream of it. Harry twirl. His wand once. Crimson energy surged down the tip. A burst of scarlet lightning ripped across the clearing, splitting the earth. Dumbledore flicked his hand, a shield blooming midair. He wasn't even using a wand. Too slow, he teased. Harry vanished in a blur of wind. He reappeared behind Dumbledore, wand aimed. Glacius Draconis. A serpentine frost dragon exploded from the tip of his wand, its roar echoing across the valley. Dumbledore deflected it with a snap, and the entire dragon shattered into ice shards. Better, he said, landing beside Harry. But the Crimson Mage isn't just raw power. It's about emotion, control, focus. Harry panted, sweat trailing down his brow. I'm trying, I know. Dumbledore smiled and ruffled his hair. And you're doing better than I ever did at your age. Late one evening, Harry sat with McGonagall in the kitchen, the smell of freshly brewed tea filling the air. He was reading a book, something about animagus transformations, when he finally asked. Professor, Mum, do you think I'm normal? She looked up from her tea. You're far from normal, Harry. Great, he muttered. I didn't mean it as a bad thing. He was quiet. She reached over, placing her hand gently over his. You're powerful, yes, and you've faced things most children haven't. But you're also kind, and curious, and stubborn, just like James. Harry smiled faintly. You have so much ahead of you. And when you get to Hogwarts, you'll find your place. Not because of what people expect, but because of who you are. He looked up. What if I get sorted into Slytherin? She smiled. Then you'll be the most brilliant Slytherin the school's ever seen. Hogwarts was a whisper on the wind. Harry had heard of it, dreamt of it. But today the dream was real. The chair came with an owl so large it could have carried a child. McGonagall opened the door before it could knock, gently accepting the letter. She turned to Harry, smiling. Well, Mr. Potter, it's time. Harry took the letter, hands trembling. Minerva straightened his cloak. Dumbledore adjusted his wand holster. They both looked at Harry like they were sending him into battle, proud, but anxious. All right every week, Harry promised. You better, McGonagall said, squeezing his shoulder. And remember, Dumbledore added. Observe, learn, grow. I will. Show no mercy in duels, McGonagall muttered. Harry blinked. Wait, what? She smirked. You heard me. Then the train whistled. Harry turned, stepped aboard, and found an empty seat. As it pulled away, he watched his guardians shrink into the distance. And in his hand, his aura flickered, faint, but burning red. The Crimson Mage was ready. The Hogwarts Express rattled steadily down the tracks, slicing through the wilderness like Ascar rails. Harry Potter sat alone by the window, his forehead resting against the cool glass. His reflection blinked back at him, the scar glowing faintly, unnoticed by most, but not by him. His heart thundered in his chest. It wasn't fear, it was calculation. He had been raised by one of the greatest witches alive and trained by the most dangerous wizard the world had ever seen, and still called both of them family. He was not a child walking into Wonderland. He was a Crimson Mage, walking into his battleground. Mind if I sit here? Came a voice from the door. Harry turned. A red-haired boy with freckles stood awkwardly, clutching a sandwich and a hopeful grin. Go ahead, Harry said. I'm Ron Weasley. Harry. Ron blinked. Wait, Harry Potter. Harry sighed. Yeah, but I'm not really a fan of the fame thing. Ron nodded too quickly. Right, yeah, that's cool. You don't seem like a git, if that helps. Harry smirked. Thanks. Moments later, the door slid open again. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville's lost one, said a girl briskly, eyes scanning the compartment. Oh, you're Harry Potter. Harry tilted his head. And you're Hermione Granger. Nice to meet you. She walked in like she belonged there, sat across from them, and pulled out a book. The compartment was filled with an odd silence, until Ron muttered, brilliant. Already feels like school started. Hermione snapped her book shut. So, which house do you want to be in? Ron shrugged. Gryffindor, obviously. All my brothers were in it. Harry hesitated. I don't know yet. Don't know. Hermione blinked. But you're Harry Potter. You must have thought about it. I've thought about a lot of things, Harry said, eyes distant. But being sorted isn't about what you want. It's about what you are. Hermione blinked at that. Ron leaned in. That sounded mysterious. Better get used to it, Harry muttered with a small smile. The carriages pulled themselves toward the castle. No horses. No ropes. Just magic. Harry stared at the towers of Hogwarts silhouetted against the twilight. It was beautiful, impossibly grand, and yet part of him had seen it already. In McGonagall's memories, in Dumbledore's stories, this was more than school. This was legacy. Inside the castle, the group was corralled by Professor McGonagall, now back in her familiar strict role. But her eyes lingered on Harry a second longer than the others. Her lips pressed into a line. Harry gave the barest nod. She returned it. They understood each other. Potter, Harry. The hall fell silent. Harry approached the stool like a soldier stepping into battle. As he sat, the sorting hat was lowered onto his head, and the world disappeared. Oh ho, now this is interesting. Harry flinched slightly. The voice was ancient, playful, and dangerous. You're not like the others. You burn. A crimson mage. Impossible. That bloodline hasn't awakened in centuries. Sort me. Patience, child. I see greatness. And scars. And a mind sharper than your age. Slytherin would sharpen that blade to perfection. I don't need ambition. I need clarity. Ah, clarity. You want to see through the lies. Understand everything. Ravenclaw then. No. Knowledge is just a tool. Then perhaps Hufflepuff. Loyalty, kindness, fairness. I'm not loyal to everyone. Only to those who earn it. The hat paused. You know who you are. I do. Very well. Then only one place will both contain you and challenge you. The hat dropped its voice. Gryffindor. The hall exploded into cheers. Harry walked slowly to the table, sat down, and immediately felt a hand clap his back. Nice one, mate. Ron grinned. Hermione smiled too, though she looked thoughtful. Deep inside Hogwarts, past moving staircases and whispering portraits, two figures sat in a candlelit chamber lined with tomes and glowing orbs. Dumbledore poured a small glass of oak-matured mead, offering one to Minerva. He handled the sorting well, she said. He handled it, yes, Dumbledore replied. But he's already calculating every move. Is that wrong? No, but he's 11, and already thinking like a general. Minerva sat back. You made him train, pushed him, and you gave him the love he needed to not break. A beat passed. He asked me, she whispered. What if he ends up in Slytherin? Dumbledore looked at her, eyes twinkling. And you said, I told him he'd be the most brilliant Slytherin the school had ever seen. Dumbledore chuckled softly. You've grown, Minerva. She looked away. He's not a weapon, Albus. He's a boy, and he will not lose himself in all this power. I trust you to stop him if he does. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. He sat by the window in the Gryffindor tower, the stars like scattered glass across a sea of black. And then, a soft voice behind him. You're not what I expected. Harry turned. A girl, pale, dreamy-eyed, stood in the shadows of the corridor. Luna, she said, almost as if it were an afterthought. Luna Lovegood, you're not a first year. No, but I get bored, so I wander. Harry looked at her. She was odd, calm, peaceful, in a way that confused him. I'm Harry, he said. I know, she replied. They stood in silence for a while. You're different, she said. So are you, she smiled. I think you're going to burn very brightly, Harry Potter. Just try not to burn alone. And with that, she walked away. Harry stood still, goosebumps running down his arms. He didn't understand what just happened. But it felt important. Deep within the forbidden forest, far beyond where any student dared walk, something stirred. A silver serpent slithered across the roots of ancient trees. It hissed once, its body glowing faintly with runes long since forgotten. And then, an eye opened. It was red, slitted, angry, and watching. The soul had survived, and it had plans. The sun broke through the misty morning of Hogwarts, casting golden light through the tall castle windows. Harry Potter stood at the DGE of the Gryffindor common room fireplace, his black school robes immaculate, crimson trim catching the firelight. Today would be his first full day of classes. And yet, something tugged at his thoughts, not nerves, not excitement, but a cold awareness, a pulse behind his scar, a shadow flickering at the edge of consciousness. Something was watching. The great hall buzzed with chatter, clinking cutlery, and fluttering owls as the first years poured in for breakfast. Ron had already stacked 3 sausages onto his plate and was attempting to butter toast with his wand, poorly. "You're going to stab someone," Hermione said flatly, catching the knife mid-hover. "Just trying to learn, aren't I?" Ron muttered. "You don't practice charms with cutlery." Harry sat across from them, quietly sipping pumpkin juice. "Maybe let the fork learn transfiguration next." Hermione's lips twitched. "Oh, very funny," Ron said through a mouthful of bacon. Harry set his glass down and looked around the hall. "Who's that?" At the Ravenclaw table, Luna sat serenely alone, reading a book upside down. Her hair was wild in the candlelight, and she wore a necklace of corks. Hermione leaned in. "That's Luna Lovegood. A bit strange, but harmless. I think. I talked to her last night." Hermione blinked. "How?" "Girls' dorms." "I wasn't in the dorm." Ron leaned in. "What were you doing?" Harry gave a slow smile. "Thinking." Minerva McGonagall's eyes were sharper than ever as she stood before the first-year Gryffindors and Hufflepuffs. "Transfiguration is one of the most complex branches of magic you will ever study," she said crisply. "Anyone caught using it carelessly will be turned into a pincushion. Possibly by me." A few students gulped. She moved through the basics: structure, control, focus. But when she reached Har ever so slightly, "Mr. Potter," she said, holding out a matchstick. "Care to demonstrate?" Whispers echoed through the room. Harry took the matchstick calmly. He turned it between his fingers, closed his eyes briefly, and muttered, "Faraverto." With a small flash, the matchstick grew, twisted, and solidified into a silver needle, smooth and perfect. McGonagall raised an eyebrow, lips twitching. 10 points to Gryffindor. When the class ended, she called out, "Mr. Potter," a word. He stepped forward as the others filed out. Her eyes were not stern. They were motherly. "You've improved. I've practiced." Quote. She stepped closer. "But you're holding back." Harry looked away. "Don't." Her voice was soft now. "Not here. Not with me." He met her gaze. "I'm not sure who I'm allowed to be." She reached up and smoothed his hair gently. "Be Harry. That's all I've ever wanted you to be." That evening, a phoenix feather floated in a slow spiral between 2 orbs of floating flame. Harry sat in an ornate chair across from Dumbledore in the headmaster's tower, the room glowing like the heart of an ember. Fawkes sang softly from his perch. "You're seeing visions, aren't you?" Dumbledore said without preamble. Harry nodded. "Dark visions, not dreams. I don't know what's real and what's him. The scar links you to Voldemort. A thread of soul." Harry shuddered. "You must build walls inside your mind. Discipline your thoughts. Silence the noise. That is your next challenge. Occlumency. In part. But what you need is deeper than defense. You need to learn control over your crimson aura." Dumbledore conjured an image. A silhouette wreathed in red flames, magic pulsing like a heart outside the body. "This is you." Harry stared. "Your aura is unlike anything I've seen since Gellert. Maybe stronger." "Then why am I still seeing him?" Harry asked. Dumbledore paused, and then his voice lowered. "Because he's seeing you, too." The defense classroom was dark, lined with dusty cabinets and jars filled with strange specimens. Professor Quirrell stood at the front, twitchy, stammering through his lecture on counter curses. Harry narrowed his eyes. Something was wrong. The room felt colder the closer he got to Quirrell. And his scar, it wasn't burning, but it pulsed in warning. Quirrell called on him halfway through the class. "P. Potter, if you were facing a Lethifold, what W would you cast?" "Lumos Maxima," Harry answered. "If that fails, switch to fire. Controlled fiendfire, if necessary." The entire class went silent. Quirrell stammered, visibly shaken. That's advanced. Dangerous. So is dying." Quirrell didn't reply. Hermione leaned toward Harry after class. "That was a bit much. He's not what he seems." "You think he's hiding something?" "I know he is." Later that day, Hermione pulled Harry into a shadowed corner of the library. "You scare people," she said plainly. Harry blinked. "What? You act like you've already seen everything. Like you're not 11. I want to understand. But you're not making it easy. Harry sighed. I wasn't raised to be easy. She crossed her arms. You were raised by McGonagall and Dumbledore. That's more than most get. He looked at her, really looked, and his voice dropped. They didn't raise me to be a boy. They raised me to survive a war. She hesitated, and something shifted in her eyes. I'm sorry. Don't be. I don't want pity. I just don't want you to expect someone I'm not. She nodded. Then let me get to know the one you are. Near the edge of the astronomy tower, Rai once again found Luna staring at the stars. You walk quietly, she said. You always say strange things, Harry replied. She smiled. You're going to meet something in the castle soon. Something lost. Something wounded. Is that a prophecy? No. Just a feeling. She turned, hair glowing silver in the moonlight. But I'm usually right. Harry looked into her eyes, and for the first time, didn't see madness. He saw clarity. You see things others don't. So do you, she said. You just don't want to. Far below the castle, in a root-choked crypt sealed by runes long forgotten, a figure knelt before an obsidian altar. Quirrell gasped in agony, clutching his head as black smoke curled from beneath his turban. My lord, it hurts. A voice like shards of ice slid across the chamber. Your pain is a gift. He is near. His aura pulses through the walls. Harry Potter. The boy is not ready. But he will be. When he burns, we shall rise again. A slitted eye opened in the darkness behind the altar, not Voldemort's. Something older. Something hungrier. Back in the common room, Harry stared into the hearth's embers alone. The fire danced, and in it, he saw flashes. Red eyes. A forest of bones. Luna's pale face. A wand shattering. McGonagall appeared quietly beside him, sitting without a word. I saw something, Harry said softly. I know. She wrapped a blanket around his shoulders. He didn't lean into it. But he didn't move away either. I don't know how to stop it, he whispered. You don't have to. Not alone. She paused, then added, when the world tries to shape you. Remember, you were already born to reshape it. Harry closed his eyes. He would not be broken. The castle creaked and shifted in the dead of night, as if breathing. Somewhere beyond the stone walls, wind howled across the forbidden forest. But in the Gryffindor dormitory, all was still, except for Harry. He lay wide awake, eyes fixed on the ceiling above his four-poster bed. The crimson drapes swayed slightly, caught in a phantom breeze. His hand was flat across his chest, right over his heart, where he felt it again. The pulse. It came and went, like waves brushing the edges of his aura. And this time, it wasn't just Voldemort. It was something colder, older, watching. He sat up, breathing slowly. Third night in a row. He swung his legs over the edge of the bed, careful not to wake the others. And padded across the room barefoot. The window was slightly ajar. From here, the forest looked like a great green ocean under moonlight. But Harry wasn't looking at the forest. His eyes were fixed on the towers in the east wing, where a faint flicker of movement passed behind an upper window. He narrowed his eyes. That's not a student room. The next morning, Ron was already halfway through a stack of toast before Harry said a word. I think there's something hiding in the castle. Ron looked up mid-chew. Like what? I don't know yet, but it's old, and it doesn't want to be seen. Hermione, sitting beside him with her usual morning tea, frowned. That's a strong claim, Harry. Do you have proof? No, just instincts. That's not proof. It is when you've trained under Dumbledore, Harry said. Hermione opened her mouth to respond, then paused. All right, suppose something is hiding here. Where? Harry glanced around to make sure no one was listening. There's a sealed wing in the eastern towers. It's not on the map. What map? I'm working on that. You're ridiculous, Ron said, grinning. But weirdly, I believe you. That's because your brain's small, Hermione muttered. It is not enough, Harry said, but he was smiling faintly. They were different, the three of them, but it worked. In Transfiguration, McGonagall gave him a longer assignment than anyone else. Harry didn't complain. After class, she called him aside. You're distracted, she said quietly. Something's wrong with the castle. She raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. I don't have the facts yet. But something's stirring in the East Tower. Quote. She folded her arms, watching him carefully. You've sensed it, wrecked it, like a second heartbeat under the stone. She studied him for a long time, then finally said, I'll speak with the headmaster. But you will not go poking around alone, understood? I understand. That evening, Harry skipped dinner and climbed the steps to the headmaster's tower. FAWKES greeted him with a low trill as he entered. Dumbledore was waiting, perched beside a table filled with glowing runes and swirling energy maps of the castle. You felt it too, Harry said. I did. What is it? A scar upon Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. Not from war, but time. Something forgotten. Harry stepped forward. Why didn't you tell me? Because you're still a child. Harry's jaw clenched. I'm not just a child. I'm the Crimson Mage. You said I needed to prepare. And I say this is not yet your burden to bear. Harry stared at him for a long moment. Do you trust me? Dumbledore's gaze didn't waver. With my life. Then let me help. The old man looked away, beard brushing his chest. Minerva believes you're strong enough. I worry you'll burn out before you understand your limits. Harry's voice dropped. What if there are no limits? The room fell silent. Then Dumbledore chuckled, slow and deep. Merlin help us if that's true. On his way back to the common room, Harry took a different route. His wand buzzed in his palm, reacting to something nearby. The castle was alive tonight, its walls breathing deeper, its shadows darker. He stopped at the base of a stairwell W. Here an old suit of armor had toppled over. Not fallen, thrown. There were scorch marks on the stone. The runes along the wall glowed faintly, then vanished. He knelt and touched the floor. Cold. Someone had passed here only moments ago. And they were angry. Back in the common room, Hermione was pacing. You went off again, she said the second he entered. I had to talk to Dumbledore. She didn't respond, just stared at him. What? You're different, she said. You talk like you're older than you are. You don't ask for help. You carry everything like the world is on your back. Maybe it is. It's not, she snapped. He blinked. You're not alone, Harry. You don't have to be. Her voice was trembling now. Harry stepped forward slowly, and for once, didn't argue. He just sat beside her on the couch. Thanks, he said after a long silence. She nodded. By the way, she muttered, sniffing slightly, there's no East Tower on the official castle blueprints. I checked 3 different sources. Then why did I see lights? Because it's hidden, she said quietly. Someone doesn't want it found. He smiled. I knew there was a reason I liked you. Meanwhile, across the castle, Profe. Quirrell knelt before a blackened mirror. The voice in his head spoke again. The boy draws closer. He's strong, Quirrell whispered. He is flawed. Use it. I will. Feed the whisper. The fear. Let the walls echo. Quirrell reached beneath his turban, where the parasite soul coiled like a snake inside his skull. A faint red glow leaked through the fabric. Far below, the sealed doors in the East Tower groaned. They were waking. That night, Harry dreamed of a broken sword. Its blade was rusted, its handle scorched. A crimson sigil pulsed at the center, and voices whispered from it, thousands of voices. Chanting in tongues he didn't know. He awoke with a gasp. The next day, he barely touched his food. Luna found him in the corridor near herbology, silent as always. Your flame's flickering, she said. He looked at her. What does that mean? You're doubting yourself. I'm not. You are, she said, her voice distant. But it's okay. Doubt is part of knowing. She reached out, tapped his forehead once, gently. Your aura's growing. It's going to outshine everything soon. Just don't let it blind you. You always talk in riddles. They're not riddles. You just don't listen in the right way. He tilted his head. And how should I listen? She smiled. Like your soul has ears. Harry watched her leave, more confused than ever. That night, the east wing door cracked open for the first time in 100 years. A cold wind rushed through the corridor. And something stepped out. Not a man. Not a ghost. Something older. Something watching. Something waiting. The corridors of Hogwarts were colder than usual. Even the portraits had begun to whisper, low murmurs that trailed off when students passed. Suits of armor shifted without cause. The staircases groaned more frequently, as if resisting change. Most students chalked it up to the castle being, well, Hogwarts. Harry knew better. He watched everything now, eyes scanning the movement of shadows, wand always within reach. He had begun sketching a mental map of the castle's pressure points, places where magic pooled, cracked, or trembled. The east wing was still blocked, but its presence was no longer passive. It was bleeding. He found Hermione that morning with books stacked nearly to her chin. I cross-referenced every mention of closed-off areas in Hogwarts history, she said without preamble. There's a wing that was sealed off after the Goblin riots in 1742. No official record of why. Goblin riots wouldn't be enough, Harry said. There's more. She lowered her voice. The only reference I found to the T-section post-closure was a single line from an Arithmancer named Stoddard Vennick. The East Wing breathes lies, and within it slumbers the Crimson Eye. Harry blinked. Crimson Eye, he echoed. Hermione nodded. Does that mean anything to you? Harry hesitated, then reached for his satchel. He pulled out a leather-bound journal, its cover scorched, the pages filled with runes and crimson seals. Dumbledore had given it to him for private study of the aura. He flipped through it, landing on a page near the back. It's mentioned here, once. Hermione leaned in. He read aloud. In times long before the rise of wands, when blood spoke louder than words, a force born of pure perception took form. Neither demon nor god, the Crimson Eye, its gaze unmade what men feared to name. He looked up. We're not just dealing with Voldemort. Quote, the rest of the day passed in a blur. During potions, Snape nearly gave Harry detention for correcting his instructions accurately. Ron managed to melt his cauldron for the second time that week. But Harry's mind wasn't on class. It was on the door. At midnight, he left the common room. Hermione caught him just as he was pulling on his cloak. I knew it, she whispered. You were planning something. He didn't look at her. Go back to sleep. Not a chance. I'm going alone. You're not. He turned. She didn't flinch. You're smart, he said. But T.S. might not be something we can research our way through. You're powerful, she replied. But that doesn't mean you get to face everything alone. He sighed. Ron would kill me if anything happened to you. Ron snores too loud to notice I'm gone. A small smile broke his stoic mask. They moved silently through the halls, guided by Harry's wand tip glowing faintly red. When they reached the East Wing arch, it was already open. Not just unlocked, open wide. Hermione gripped his arm. This isn't right. I know. They stepped inside. The air changed instantly. It was like walking underwater, thick, heavy. Every breath laced with something ancient. The walls were lined with veined stone, pulsing faintly. As they moved deeper, the architecture shifted. Older stone, carvings of runes neither of them could read. No paintings, no torches, just a soft, unnatural red glow. Then they heard it, breathing, not from behind, not from ahead, from everywhere. Harry raised his wand. Lumos. There, he called. The breathing paused. Then a whisper, so quiet it scraped like metal on stone. Crimson. Harry stepped forward. Hermione caught his sleeve. Don't. I have to. The chamber opened suddenly, and in its center floated a large glass eye, hovering in midair, encased in a web of red lightning. It wasn't connected to anything. It simply existed, spinning slowly, gazing at nothing, and everything. Hermione gasped. That's it. That's the Crimson Eye. The moment she spoke, the eye snapped toward them. Harry screamed as a bolt of red energy shot through his chest, not physical, but into his aura. Hermione caught him as he stumbled. Harry. He clutched his head, sweat pouring down his face. The voice inside him was no longer Voldemort's. It was colder, hungrier. You burn. You bleed. You will be mine. Then a second voice pushed in, stronger, warmer. Dumbledore. Not in the room, but through the bond. Push it back, Harry. Focus. Let the aura sharpen. Breathe. Harry gritted his teeth, focused on his core, and reached deep. Crimson light flared from his eyes, burning away the red tendrils. The eye shrieked, soundless and infinite. He raised his wand. Confracta Lux. The explosion of scarlet light shook the chamber. The eye reeled back. The lightning shattered. The walls cracked. Hermione pulled him out of the collapsing corridor just in time. They emerged from the East Wing coughing, bruised, but alive. Filch saw them seconds later, wheezing curses. By morning, everyone knew something had happened. But no one could say what. Harry sat quietly in the hospital wing as Dumbledore and McGonagall stood beside his bed. "You opened the gate," Dumbledore said softly. "I didn't mean to." "No," McGonagall said, "but you were meant to." He looked up. "That thing, it's not just watching." "No," Dumbledore said, "it's learning." "Then we need to move." Dumbledore nodded. "We begin advanced aura conditioning. You'll train at night. No distractions. Only control." Harry nodded slowly. McGonagall stepped closer, placed a hand on his shoulder. "You scared me." "I scare myself," Harry said quietly. That night, as the castle slept, a new force stirred beneath its bones. And Voldemort smiled. The Crimson Eye had awakened. And Harry Potter had been marked. Not just by a curse, but by fate itself. The pain hadn't faded. Not fully. Harry sat alone at the edge of the Black Lake, arms wrapped around his knees. Chin resting forward. The breeze swept across the water, bringing with it the smell of wet stone and morning frost. Behind him, the castle rose like a sleeping colossus. And, under its stones, something was still awake. The eye hadn't spoken to him again, not with words. But he felt it, every hour of every day, like a flicker behind his own heartbeat. He hadn't told Hermione, or Ron, not since the East Wing. They'd looked at him differently after that night. Not with fear, but with worry, with distance, as if they were afraid they were falling behind, or worse, being left out of something that couldn't be shared. He couldn't blame them. They were right. "Potter." Harry turned. Professor McGonagall stood behind him, cloak whipping slightly in the wind. "You're late. I didn't know we'd started." "We did. When you walked into that chamber." She turned and began walking toward the Forbidden Forest. He followed without asking. They didn't speak again until they reached a clearing inside the tree line. Dumbledore stood there, staff in hand, not his wand. The old wizard looked tired, but his eyes glowed with something more than magic. "You'll be training here," he said without turning. Harry looked around. The ground was scorched in places. Trees had been cut clean through. This wasn't new. "You've trained here before," he said. Dumbledore nodded. "With Grindelwald, with myself, and now, with you." Harry stepped forward. "What are we doing?" "Pushing your limits," McGonagall said. Dumbledore gestured. "Channel your aura." Harry closed his eyes and summoned the warmth deep within. The crimson glow pulsed beneath his skin, moving outward like fire under glass. When he opened his eyes, they glowed faint red. "Good. Now contain it." Harry exhaled. The light folded inward, compressed into his palms, then vanished. "Now project it." Harry flung a hand forward. A bolt of red energy shot into a nearby boulder, splitting it down the center. "Again," Dumbledore said. For hours, they drilled. Control, release, absorption, pattern weaving, aura flares, pulse walking. Magic Harry had never read about, never heard named in any textbook. It was raw, ancient, and it was changing him. By the time the moon was high, he collapsed to one knee, panting, forehead slick with sweat. Dumbledore knelt beside him. "You're holding back." "I'm not." "You are. Your heart is." Harry turned away. McGonagall crouched beside him next. "We've trained you to be strong. But you have to want to be stronger than anything standing against you." "I do. Not just for yourself." "I know." McGonagall touched his shoulder. "Then why do you still look like you're carrying it all alone?" Harry didn't answer. He didn't have one. Back in the Gryffindor tower, Ron was tossing a ball against the wall. It bounced off a portrait frame, which grumbled but didn't wake. "You're out late," he said as Harry entered. "Training." Ron caught the ball midair. "You could tell me, you know. I'm your friend." Harry dropped into a chair. "I didn't think you'd care." Ron rolled his eyes. "I do care, even if I'm not the boy who lived or the heir to a magic fire bloodline or whatever." Harry's expression cracked slightly. "It's not like that. Feels like it. I don't know how to bring people into this." "Try," Ron said. "Start by not disappearing in the middle of the night." "I will." "Good. Because Hermione's been worried sick." Harry blinked. "Really? She checks the map every time you're gone." Harry frowned. "Map?" Ron froze. "Oh, you have the Marauders map." Ron gave a sheepish grin. Fred and George gave it to me. Said I'd need it if I was gonna keep up with you. Harry didn't respond at first. Then he chuckled. I'm glad someone's trying. The next day, Hermione cornered him near the charms corridor. You need to talk to me. I am. You know what I mean. He stopped walking. I feel off, he said quietly. Like something's shifting inside me. Every time I use the aura, it's easier. But it's also harder to pull back. She looked at him. You're scared of your own power. He nodded. I would be too, she said. That surprised him. I've been studying aura behavior. Historically, mages like you lose their empathy as their projection strengthens. Emotion becomes fuel. Eventually, people become tools. Harry's jaw tightened. That won't happen. I believe you, she said, and gently placed her hand on his. But believing isn't enough, she added. We need to build something that reminds you of who you are. Not just what you can do. What would that be? Us, she said. Friendship, loyalty, purpose, all of it. He didn't speak, but he didn't let go of her hand either. That evening, Dumbledore sat with McGonagall in his study. He's changing, Minerva said. Yes. Do you think we did the right thing? Raising him? No. Preparing him for this. Dumbledore looked into the fire. I don't think we had a choice. They sat in silence for a while. Then Minerva asked, do you think he'll survive it? I don't think survival is the question anymore, Dumbledore said. The question is, who will he be when it's over? In the dungeons, Quirrell stood in front of the mirror again. But this time, the voice inside him was laughing. Voldemort hissed. And so am I. The parasite flared. Let the boy train. Let him awaken. Let him believe he can stop it. Quirrell trembled as his skin split and reformed. Because when he burns out. The crimson eye flickered in the depths of the mirror. I'll be waiting. The morning sun cast long shadows through the tall windows of the great hall. Breakfast was in full swing, but Harry barely noticed the clatter of spoons or the chatter of his peers. His mind was elsewhere, spinning with crimson flames and ancient voices. Dumbledore had given him a word. Control. That was the task, the lesson, the warning. But how did one control a storm? Across the table, Ron was telling a story about Peeves D. Wrapping a sack of beetle paste on a fourth year from Slytherin, and Hermione was rolling her eyes between bites of toast. Luna sat beside them today, uninvited, eating pudding at dawn. I heard there's going to be a duel soon, Luna said softly, staring into her bowl. Harry looked up. What kind of duel? She didn't answer right away. Then she turned to him and said, the kind you don't forget. Later that morning, the students were called to the dueling hall, a vast, ancient space usually reserved for exams and special training. Rumors spread quickly. The professors had decided to hold an introductory duel match for the first years. To assess potential, Professor Flitwick had said. Harry stood at the edge of the floor, wand in hand, eyes steady. He could feel the pulse of the room, the tension gathering like storm clouds. Opposite him was Draco Malfoy. Of course, the boy wore confidence like a tailored cloak, sneering as he stepped forward. Try not to burn the floor, Potter, he said. Harry said nothing. Professor Snape stepped into view, robes billowing. Wands at the ready. Harry raised his wand. His heartbeat slowed. His eyes narrowed. Malfoy's aura flickered weakly, green and twitchy, full of pride and insecurity. Easy to read. Begin. Malfoy was fast. His wand snapped forward. Expelliarmus. Harry dodged, barely moving, wand gliding sideways. Ventus Orbis. A sphere of compressed air slammed into Malfoy's side, sending him tumbling. The crowd gasped. Malfoy snarled and stood, fury in his eyes. Stupefy. Harry raised a crimson shield with a flick of his wrist, one-handed, without a word. The spell fizzled as it hit the aura. He stepped forward. Crimson cage, he whispered. Red energy erupted in a circular pulse, trapping Malfoy in a glowing sphere of light. It spun slowly, reacting to Malfoy's every move. Malfoy tried to cast again, but the cage fed on his spell, absorbing it. Harry's voice was low and calm. I can end this. Malfoy's wand trembled. Or you can forfeit. Malfoy looked at Snape. Snape's face was unreadable. I forfeit, Malfoy muttered. The cage vanished. Silence. Then the room burst into noise. Ron whooped. Hermione clapped once, eyes wide. Luna smiled, her spoon still hanging midair. Harry bowed his head slightly and walked off the floor, ignoring the buzz of whispers that followed him. Snape stopped him in the corridor afterward. Impressive, he said tightly. Overwhelming your opponent without inflicting injury. Calculated. Was that a compliment? Don't get used to it. Back in the Gryffindor common room, Harry sat beside the fireplace, his head lowered. Hermione sat down next to him. You scared him, she said. I didn't mean to. No, but you did. He didn't reply. You were calm, she added. Not angry, not cruel, just efficient. I've had good teachers. She turned to face him. Do you ever get tired of it? Of what? Being the one everyone watches. Everyone talks about. Harry leaned back. Yes. Ron plopped down beside them with a grin. You fried Malfoy's pride into soup. Harry managed a small smile. I didn't even hit him. Exactly. Ron laughed. That's worse. Luna appeared then, seemingly out of nowhere, and sat cross-legged on the rug near the fire. You did well, she said softly. Harry nodded. She tilted her head. But your flames were colder today. He looked at her. What does that mean? You weren't fighting him, she said. You were holding back a part of yourself. Hermione looked between them. Harry stared into the fire. I have to. I can't afford to lose control. No, Luna said, but you can't keep hiding your fear either. It eats the light. Hermione reached for his hand. We're here, she said. We're with you. That night, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore lit a small silver flame in midair. Did you feel it during the duel? He asked. Harry nodded. It was like breathing. Dumbledore watched the flame dance. That's when you're most dangerous. I didn't use the deeper aura. You're afraid to. I'm afraid it'll hurt someone. Dumbledore turned. That fear is your humanity. Cherish it. Harry stared at the flame. What happens when it fades? Dumbledore's voice was barely above a whisper. Then you'll become something we can't teach anymore. Across the castle, Quirrell sat in silence. The crimson eye pulsed once, then faded. Voldemort's whisper was cold as snow. He grows. And when he is ready, Quirrell rasped, we break him. Hogwarts felt quieter after the duel. The noise in the corridors was the same. Students still laughed, argued, gossiped. But whenever Harry walked past, the air shifted. Conversations paused. Eyes followed. He wasn't just the boy who lived anymore. He was the boy who could win without casting a single curse. Harry didn't like the attention. He didn't hate it either. But it made him feel like he was standing behind glass, seen, but not known. Touched by no one. The only ones who treated him the same were Ron, Hermione, and Luna. And yet, even with them, the space between was growing. One evening, Harry stood alone on the astronomy tower balcony, cold wind whipping his robes. His aura had started reacting to his emotions, slightly, faintly. He could see the shimmer when he looked into mirrors. Feel it hum when he was angry or afraid. He raised his hand, palm open. A flicker of red danced across his skin. It wasn't fire. Not exactly. It was something deeper, intent given shape. I think it's beautiful. Harry turned. Luna was leaning against the wall behind him, arms crossed. Her hair tangled around her shoulders like moonlight. You always find me, he said. She shrugged. I think you want to be found. He didn't deny it. Do you know why I like the stars? She asked, stepping beside him. Because they don't talk back. Because they remind me how small everything is, she replied. And how magical it is to feel anything at all. Harry looked at her. Do you ever feel like you're not real? He asked. She blinked, surprised. Sometimes. But then I look at people. And I remember I am. Harry was silent for a moment. Then he said, every time I use the aura, I feel like I'm slipping. Like part of me is getting erased. It's not erasing you, she said softly. It's drawing you. You're the one choosing what gets put on the canvas. He looked away. What if I paint the wrong thing? Then you paint over it. He exhaled. You make it sound easy. It's not. But nothing real ever is. The next night, Harry was summoned again by Dumbledore. This time, it wasn't for a lesson. The Head Master led him down into the lower chambers of the castle, past wards and locked doors that pulsed with ancient magic. I want to show you something, Dumbledore said. They stopped before a tall, ornate mirror framed with runes. The Mirror of Erised, Dumbledore said. Do you know what it does? Harry shook his head. It shows the deepest desire of your heart, Dumbledore said. Harry stepped in front of it. At first, he saw only thing changed. He saw Minerva smiling, Dumbledore's hand resting on his shoulder, Hermione reading, Ron laughing, Luna spinning in slow circles under the moonlight. But behind them, shadowed, stood a figure cloaked in red fire, his eyes glowing. Himself. But, older, colder, alone. He stepped back. Dumbledore's eyes met his. You saw it, didn't you? Harry nodded. I used to see my sister. Dumbledore said quietly. Now I see my mistakes. Harry looked at the mirror one more time. I don't want to become him. Then remember who you are, Dumbledore said. Not just what you are. The day after, strange things began happening in the castle. Books vanished from the restricted section. Runes glowed along the floor in places they never had before. Peeves refused to enter the East Corridor. And worst of all, students began to report hearing whispers. Not voices, whispers. One student said they heard their own name being chanted in the dark. Another claimed Ey saw an eye open on the wall, and blink. Hermione brought the reports to Harry, her expression tight. I think the eye is spreading, she said. It shouldn't be possible, Harry muttered. Unless something is feeding it. They sat together in the library, heads bowed close. You think it's Quirrell? Hermione asked. Harry didn't answer right away. Then he said, he's not alone. Something's helping him. Something old. Hermione gripped his sleeve. Be careful. Harry nodded. But he didn't feel careful. He felt fire building inside his chest. And it was starting to burn. Harry's dreams had changed. It wasn't the eye that haunted him now. Not directly. But its influence stretched through the cracks of sleep. Memories that weren't his, visions that shouldn't be seen. A room of glass and blood. A serpent eating its tail. Luna, whispering his name in reverse. He woke in a cold sweat, the crimson aura flickering around his shoulders like wings he couldn't fold back in. Ron stirred in the next bed, mumbling something about sandwiches. Harry got up, dressed silently, and walked down to the common room. Luna was already there. She didn't speak, just looked at him. You felt it too, he said. She nodded. I had a dream about a vault. She nodded again. I don't know where it is, but I think it's beneath the castle. It's older than the castle, she said quietly. Older than Hogwarts. Buried when the founders made their pact. You know where it is. No, she said, but I know how to find it. That day, Harry skipped herbology and found Hermione instead. She met him in a disused class. Room filled with floating candles and cracked desks. You're not even pretending to be a normal student anymore, she said as she sat. I'm past pretending, she sighed. What's going on? He told her everything. About the dreams. The mirror, the vault, and Luna's strange certainty. When he finished, Hermione's expression had shifted from concern to fear. You think it's a prison? Harry nodded. Or worse, a gate. To what? I don't know. But it's connected to the eye. Hermione stood. Then we need to find it. You're still in. I was never out. She grabbed his hand. We're in this together, remember? Later that night, the three of them, Harry, Hermione, and Luna, stood in front of a blank wall on the 4th floor. This should be it, Luna said. The ley line passes through here. How do we open it? Hermione asked. Harry closed his eyes. He reached into the aura, let it stretch out like smoke. Crimson light seeped from his palm and touched the wall. The stone groaned, then melted away like wax under fire. A staircase spiraled down into darkness. I really hate this part, Hermione muttered. They descended. It felt like hours. The air grew colder, denser. Magic here wasn't ambient, it was concentrated, pressed into the walls, the floor, the very air. Breathing it felt like drinking smoke. They entered a chamber shaped like a dome, the ceiling lost in shadows. In its center, a glowing orb floated above a pedestal, runes pulsing in red and black. I think that's the lock, Luna said. Harry stepped forward. A hum filled the room. His aura flared on instinct, and the orb reacted, flashing once. Then splitting into 3 fragments that hovered like blades. Words formed in the air. To open the vault, the mage must withstand the burden. Alone. Harry turned. Stay here. No, Hermione said instantly. Please, he said. If it's a trap, I need to face it myself. Luna looked at him. You're not alone, even if the test says you are. He nodded once and stepped into the circle. The fragments spun faster. Then, impact. A blast of crimson light surrounded him. Inside his mind, everything was fire. He stood in a void. Before him stood himself, but not as he was. This version wore armor made of molten light. His eyes burned gold. His face was blank. Who are you? Harry asked. I am what you will become, the figure said. I won't lose myself. You already are. The figure attacked. No wand, no spells, just raw aura, crashing into Harry like a collapsing star. Harry fought back, shielding, striking, burning through the fire, but the figure kept coming. Every time Harry struck it down, it rose again. Stronger. You cannot kill me, the figure said. I am what you are. Harry fell to one knee, chest heaving. I don't want to be you, he whispered. Then redefine me. Harry closed his eyes. He remembered Hermione's voice, Ron's laugh, McGonagall's hand on his shoulder, Dumbledore's calm eyes, Luna's strange, quiet wisdom. He remembered love. The aura shifted, from red to white. The figure paused. Harry stood, eyes glowing silver crimson. You are not my end, he said. You're my warning. And he struck. Light filled the void. The fragments in the chamber exploded outward, then reformed into a single key. Harry collapsed. Hermione caught him. Got it? She asked. He nodded. Luna was staring at him. I've seen that light before, she said. Harry looked up. Where? In the stories my mother used to tell. About the Soulwalkers. They had eyes like yours. And they always died young. Harry didn't reply. They climbed the stairs in silence. Behind them, the door resealed. And deep below, something moved. Not awakened, but no longer asleep. Rain lashed against the windows of the Gryffindor tower. It hadn't stopped since morning, thunder booming over the hills, lightning flashing across the black lake. The castle seemed to groan beneath the weight of the storm. Most students had retreated early to their dorms, bundled under blankets and chattering about exams and Quidditch. Harry stood at the window, watching the sky fracture. The storm didn't bother him. What did was the silence. The vault's key, now hidden in the lining of his cloak, pulsed softly. He could feel it in his chest. A slow, heartbeat-like echo that had begun to sync with his aura. He didn't know what it unlocked yet, but the presence of it felt heavier by the day. He hadn't told Dumbledore. He hadn't told anyone but Hermione and Luna. And he knew he couldn't keep it from his guardians much longer. Luna sat across the common room, quietly sketching in a worn leather notebook. She glanced at him only once. But that single look carried 1,000 words. You're unraveling. Harry didn't deny it. Later that night, when the common room had cleared out, he approached Hermione. O was curled up in a chair with 3 books and a mess of parchment. I need to tell him, he said quietly. Hermione set her quill down. He already knows something happened, she replied. But not how far it went. I need to show him the key. Hermione hesitated. Do you trust him with it? Harry's silence was answer enough. Dumbledore was not the enemy. But he wasn't entirely an ally either. No, in the way McGonagall was or Hermione or Luna were. He was a guardian of the world, yes. But he was also a strategist. He wouldn't just protect Harry. He'd use him. Hermione seemed to understand. You're going to need all of us soon. Harry nodded. Come with me. They walked through the halls past curfew, cloaked under disillusionment charms and a series of whispered passwords. Fox trilled soft. TLY as they entered the headmaster's study. Dumbledore stood by the fire, robes still, hands clasped behind his back. I thought this might be the night, he said without turning. Harry stepped forward. and placed the key on the table between them. It hovered faintly, crimson veins pulsing across its length like lightning frozen in glass. Dumbledore stared. You found the vault. We unlocked it. What did you see? Harry met his eyes. My future. Dumbledore didn't flinch. And, I don't want it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we must change the course of prophecy. Hermione stiffened. What prophecy? Dumbledore turned toward the far shelves and withdrew an obsidian orb sealed in golden wax. He placed it on the desk. This, he said, is the second prophecy. Harry blinked. There was another. It was hidden. From the ministry. From the world. Even from me for a time. He tapped the wax. It melted without heat. A voice filled the room. Ancient. Deep. Female. When the Mage of Crimson Flame awakens, the eye shall open. When the eye gazes, the gate shall stir. And when the gate breaks, the soul of the fallen shall return. But the vessel will not be the same. The voice faded. Hermione's face had drained of color. The soul of the fallen, she whispered. It's about Voldemort. Harry didn't speak. Dumbledore folded his hands. He will return, but not as the man he once was. Hermione pointed at the orb. The vessel. What does that mean? It means Voldemort is planning something beyond resurrection, Dumbledore said. He is trying to merge with something else. Harry's thoughts raced. The eye, the whispers, the soul's movement after death. The prophecy. It wasn't about defeating Voldemort. It was about what he was becoming. Dumbledore leaned closer. You must not awaken the gate. I didn't even mean to find it. But now you have, which means you're part of it. Harry looked at the key. You said fate wasn't fixed, he murmured. It isn't, Dumbledore replied. But it favors those who act. Back in the tower, Harry sat on the couch staring into the embers. Luna joined him quietly, folding her legs beneath her. What did he say? She asked. Everything and nothing. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a stone. It was round, smooth, and engraved with strange patterns, stars, spirals, and an eye. My mother gave this to me, Luna said. She told me that it belonged to the first blood mage. Harry turned the stone in his fingers. It felt warm. She believed there were different types of magic, Luna continued. The kind that uses spells. And the kind that uses souls. Harry looked up. And this is soul magic. He stared at her. I think it's connected to you, she whispered. I think you were never meant to be just a wizard. Harry's hands tightened. Then what am I? She smiled, strange and soft. A new answer to an old question. In the shadows of the forest, Quirrell watched the trees writhe in the wind. The eye inside him pulsed. The gate is near, his hands curled, and the vessel is forming. The night was alive with whispers again. Harry jolted awake in his four-poster bed, heart hammering against his ribs. His dormitory was shrouded in darkness save for the sliver of moonlight slicing through a gap in the curtains. For a dizzying moment he couldn't tell if he was truly awake or still trapped in the nightmare. His breath came shallow and ragged. As he pressed a trembling hand to his forehead, he felt a slick sheen of sweat. The scar beneath his fingers burned faintly, more a dull throb than a searing pain, but enough to remind him of the presence lingering in his life. That dream, that vision. It clung to his mind like cobwebs, fragments still dancing before his eyes. In it he had been standing before the gate, ancient and ominous. Carved with twisting runes that seemed to writhe and shift in the gloom. A massive archway of black stone, looming out of a void. On the other side of its threshold was nothing but swirling darkness. In the dream Harry had raised a hand toward it, an irresistible pull drawing him in. A voice had whispered his name from beyond the arch, a susurration both alluring and terrifying. He recalled the echo of that voice still, Harry. The voice had been gentle, almost tender, but beneath it slithered a hunger that made his skin crawl. He tried to recall whose voice it had been. It was familiar in a strange way. Not Voldemort's high, cold sneer, not any friend or mentor he knew. It was an otherness, something ancient and powerful. The entity inside the gate. Harry was sure of it. In the dream, the darkness beyond the arch had suddenly surged forward, enveloping him. He saw flashes. Hogwarts towers crumbling, a flood of green light, and then McGonagall's face contorted in grief. Dumbledore's voice crying out a warning he couldn't hear. There had been blood on his hands, warm, sticky, and horrifyingly real. He'd seen himself screaming, a raw and agonized cry, as a figure with red eyes laughed from the shadows. And above all, the whispering voice from the gate, rising to a roar, the price must be paid. Even awake, Harry's heart clenched at the memory of that ominous decree. He swallowed hard, trying to steady himself. It was just a dream, he told himself, not for the first time. But he knew better. His dreams had long since ceased being just dreams. Prophetic flashes, warnings, taunts from Voldemort, whatever their source, they carried pieces of truth or intent. And this one had felt more potent than any before, charged with ancient magic that made his very bones vibrate. Speaking of vibrations, Harry realized the bedpost at his right hand was gently quivering. In fact, the whole bed seemed to tremble. Startled, he sat upright fully now and pulled open his bed curtains. The dormitory was silent except for the soft snores of his Gryffindor roommates and the faint rustle of bedclothes. Yet there was a tension in the air, a static charge raising the hairs on Harry's arms. He knew this feeling all too well lately. His aura. It was happening again. He closed his eyes and focused on calming his racing heart. Through half-lidded eyes he could faintly see it, around his own hands. A subtle glimmer of bluish light pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Like heat haze in the air, his magic was bleeding out uncontrolled, reacting to the storm of emotion inside him. The objects nearest his bed, his trunk, the curtains, shuddered as if caught in a breeze, though the night was still. Harry took a deep, slow breath in, then out, the way Professor S.N.A. Hay had grudgingly taught him during their aborted occlumency lessons months ago. A memory flashed, Snape's lip curling in disdain as he snapped, "Control your emotions, Potter, or they will control you." How right, and how wrong, Snape had been. Easy to say, not so easy when the emotions were entwined with some volatile power in his very soul. Gradually, the quivering of objects around him stilled, and the eerie glow about his hands faded back to invisibility. Harry let out a breath of relief. The last thing he needed was to wake the entire tower with an accidental magical outburst. It had happened once before, after another nightmare. His aura had flared so violently that every candle in Gryffindor Tower had erupted in sudden flame. He still remembered the screams and panic as they'd hurried to extinguish the fires in the common room drapes. McGonagall had been alerted that time, and the look on her face as Childers, searching his eyes, was not one he would ever forget. Fear, not for her own safety, but for his. And for what he might be becoming. He wouldn't put her through that again, if he could help it. For a long minute, Harry simply sat there in the darkness, head bowed. His hands were still trembling slightly, and he clenched them into fists to hide the shake, even though no one could see him. The images from the dream would not leave him. The price must be paid. The phrase echoed, and he felt a cold that had nothing to do with the night air. A quiet creak broke the silence, a floorboard shifting. Harry's head snapped up, adrenaline spiking again, until he saw a family. AR silhouette at the edge of his drawn curtains. "Harry," came Ron's hushed whisper. The curtains parted a sliver more, and Ron's face appeared, pale and concerned, his hair a tousled orange halo in the dimness. "Mate, you all right? Heard you muttering. Thought I saw something." Harry cleared his throat, wincing at how dry it was. "Yeah, just another nightmare. Sorry I woke you." Ron pushed the curtain aside a bit more and crouched slightly to be at eye level. In the dark, Harry could just make out Ron's furrowed brow. "You didn't exactly wake me." "Well, maybe a little." Ron gave a tiny shrug. "I was half awake anyway. But there was this weird light." He broke off, eyes flicking downward as if searching for it. Harry tensed. So Ron had seen the aura, or a flicker of it. It was getting stronger. Even in darkness it might have been visible for a moment. He swallowed and swung his legs over the side of the bed. "It's nothing," he lied reflexively. But under Ron's unconvinced look, he amended softly, "Nothing new. The same trouble as before." Ron's expression fell into an unhappy grimace. Of course he knew what Harry meant. The aura, the uncontrolled magic surges that had been plaguing Harry for weeks now. Was it bad this time? Ron asked quietly, glancing toward the others' beds. Dean's snore rumbled on, and Neville rolled over, smacking his lips in sleep. They hadn't woken yet. Harry raked a hand through his damp hair. "Not as bad as it could have been. I stopped it." He didn't mention how nearly it had gotten out of hand. "Ron, I think it might be getting worse," he confessed in a whisper. It felt good to admit it, even if it made the fear in his gut coil tighter. "The dreams, he gestured vaguely, knowing Ron would understand he meant the aura. "It's like they feed off each other. I get upset. Then the magic, it just reacts." Ron nodded, and to Harry's surprise, his friend gave a half smile. "Well, can't blame it, can you? Your magic's always been a bit mental like you." The gentle teasing in his tone was deliberate, meant to lift Harry's spirits. And for a second, Harry did feel a weak chuckle rise to his throat. Trust Ron to crack a joke even now. Oi, Harry whispered with feigned offense, who are you calling mental? Ron's grin flickered, then faded into seriousness again. He lowered his voice even more. Harry, maybe we should tell Professor McGonagall or Dumbledore that it's worse. Harry stiffened. No, not yet. They have enough. He caught himself. Ron knew as well as he did that their guardians were already extremely worried. And Dumbledore had so many burdens. Voldemort's rising threat, protecting the school, the Order's efforts. Harry didn't want to add to his worries with yet another report of how broken he was. Ron looked uncertain. Hermione will want to know, he said. And Luna. They were asking yesterday if you've had more nightmares. Harry's guilt twisted. His friends were trying so hard to help, and he had been keeping some of it to himself. Thinking he could handle it. Maybe he'd been wrong. He thought of Hermione's face in the library last week when he'd brushed off her concerns with a forced smile. She hadn't believed him for a second. And Luna. Luna had even slipped him a sketch of a strange rune 2 days ago, saying only, it might help with the dreams. He hadn't deciphered it yet. He sighed. We'll talk in the morning. All of us. I promise. His voice was low but firm. There are things I need to tell you all. I had another vision tonight. Ron's eyes widened, worry plain on his face. You mean from him? You know who? Harry hesitated. The automatic assumption was that any disturbing vision came from Voldemort, given their cursed connection. But this dream had felt different. Voldemort had been there, or at least his presence had, but the main voice, the gate, had its own will. Not exactly. At least I don't think so. It's more complicated. He stood, feet touching the cold wooden floor, and pulled his dressing gown off the bedpost. He suddenly felt the need for a gulp of water, and maybe to walk off the lingering terror. Come on, let's go down to the common room. I can't sleep after that anyway. Ron nodded silently and followed, careful not to let the dormitory door creak too loudly as they slipped out. The circular Gryffindor common room was deserted at this late hour. The fireplace just a faint glow of embers. Harry flicked his wand at it as they passed, quietly murmuring, "Incendio," and the hearth flared back to life, casting dancing shadows on the walls and squashy armchairs. They settled near the warmth. Harry hadn't realized how cold he was until the heat began to sink into his skin. For a moment, both boys just watched the flames. Ron was the one to break the silence. So, if it wasn't you-know-who, what was it this time? Harry chewed the inside of his cheek. It was the gate. Saying it aloud made him shiver anew. He glanced around automatically, as if the walls themselves might overhear. I was standing in front of it, in my dream. And there was a voice from inside it, talking to me. It showed me things, Ron. His voice cracked slightly on the words. Ron's freckles stood out as his face paled. The gate. It had become an almost dreaded word among their small circle. They had only learned bits and pieces of its true nature, an ancient construct tied to soul magic and blood magic, something Voldemort apparently coveted and that was now entangling Harry in nightmares even while awake. Ron unconsciously scooted a fraction closer, as if to offer solidarity. What did it show? He asked tentatively. Harry's gaze fixed on the flames. It was easier than looking at Ron's anxious face. Horrible things, I think. Possible futures. Or maybe warnings. I saw Hogwarts falling apart. I heard people screaming. He faltered, drawing a shaky breath. I saw Professor McGonagall crying. And Dumbledore, he was shouting something, but I couldn't hear the words. There was blood and Voldemort was there somewhere, laughing. He rubbed his eyes under his glasses, which were misting with more than just exhaustion. Describing the dream made it vivid all over again. And he felt his magic ripple under his skin, threatening to spark. He forced himself to breathe slowly. The voice from the gate said, "The price must be paid." Like some kind of ultimatum. Ron's lips parted, but for a moment no sound came. When he finally spoke, his voice was small. "The price for what? Opening it, you reckon? Or not opening it?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know. It could be either. Maybe both. It's as if something wants me to open it, but wants me to know it'll cost me dearly." Or maybe it was trying to scare me off. I can't tell, Ron. I just can't tell. He clenched a fist on his knee, frustrated at his own lack of understanding. Despite all the research and all the dangers they'd faced, so much about the gate remained a mystery. Ron put a hand on his shoulder briefly. A clumsy but well-meant gesture. Well, whatever it means, you're not handling it alone. We're in this together, right? Tomorrow, first thing, we'll tell the girls. Hermione idea, and Luna. She always has something. Harry managed a faint smile at that. Luna's outlandish suggestions sometimes turned out more insightful than they seemed. Yeah, tomorrow. He gazed into the fire a bit longer. The crackling logs slowly easing the ice in his veins left by the nightmare. With Ron's reassurance and the knowledge that soon he'd loop in Hermione and Luna, he felt a small measure of comfort. Yet in the back of his mind, the dread lingered. Tomorrow, he would have to confront these issues in the light of day, and he wasn't sure what they'd find or how much worse it might get. Eventually, when their eyelids grew heavy and the fire burned low again, Harry and Ron trudged back up to their dormitory. Ron gave him one last encouraging nod before drawing his bed curtains. Harry lay down once more, not expecting to sleep, but exhaustion and the remaining tendrils of whatever magic had brushed his mind pulled him under almost as soon as his head hit the pillow. This time, mercifully, his sleep was dreamless. The morning sun streaming through the high windows of the great hall did little to lift the weight on Harry's shoulders. He listlessly pushed his scrambled eggs around on his plate, occasionally glancing toward the double doors. Hermione and Luna had gone to fetch something from the library before breakfast and promised to meet them here, but there was still no sign of them. Ron, seated beside Harry at the Gryffindor table, was uncharacteristically quiet, barely picking at a sausage. It was clear Ron's mind was not on food, an unusual state for him that only emphasized how worried he was. At last, the doors creaked open and two familiar figures slipped in. Hermione, bushy-haired and already carrying a stack of books under one arm, and Luna, who seemed to float in after her. Her wand tucked behind her ear and a dreamy yet concerned expression on her face. Luna was not a morning person by nature. Her wide blue eyes still had a drowsy cast, but at seeing Harry and Ron waiting, she quickened her steps. They joined the boys at the Gryffindor table, ignoring the curious glance that Lavender Brown shot their way. It wasn't typical for Ravenclaw like Luna to sit at the Gryffindor table, but by now most of the school was used to Luna Lovegood turning up wherever she pleased, often in the company of Harry and his friends. There were whispers about that. Some found it odd, others romantic in a speculative way, but none of the four cared at this point. They'd been through too much. Sorry for the delay, Hermione said breathlessly as she slid into the seat across from Harry. I wanted to get this. She indicated the books she carried. One looked like an old journal, the other a thick tome with a cracked leather cover. They might be relevant. Luna sat as well, giving Harry a long, searching look. You had another dream, she stated rather than asked. Harry nodded, not even surprised that she had guessed. Luna often seemed to know things that no one told her. Hermione's face fell in concern. Harry, you should have woken me up or gotten us. You look terrible. She reached across and gave his hand a squeeze. Indeed, Harry knew he must have dark circles under his eyes and a pallor to his skin. He certainly felt that way. I'm fine, he lied, then grimaced at Hermione's immediate scowl. All right, I'm not fine. But I will be. That's why we need to talk. He lowered his voice. The great hall was noisy with the clatter of breakfast and chatter of students, but he still felt paranoid that someone might overhear something they shouldn't. Not here though. After breakfast, let's go somewhere else. Room of requirement, Ron suggested quietly over his goblet of pumpkin juice. Harry nodded. That was their safe meeting spot these days for anything confidential. Dumbledore's army wasn't a thing this year. There was no Umbridge to rebel against in this timeline, but Harry's group of friends still needed a private place to discuss the extraordinary secrets entangling them. Hermione followed the direction of Harry's uneasy glances at the hall. Professor McGonagall was at the staff table, eating and chatting lightly with Professor Flitwick. She looked normal this morning, stern but calm. Harry felt a pang, knowing that likely would change once he told her what was going on, if he told her. No, he corrected himself, when. He couldn't hide much from her in the end. Sensing his stare, McGonagall glanced over, and her eyes met Harry's. He quickly tried to muster a reassuring smile and took an obvious bite of toast as if everything was perfectly ordinary. Her thin lips pressed together. She wasn't fooled. She gave the tiniest nod, as if to say we'll talk later, before returning her attention to Flitwick. Harry looked away, focusing on chewing the toast that tasted like cardboard in his dry mouth. She knows something's up, Hermione whispered. Minerva always knows, Harry murmured, the word, Minerva, slipping out naturally in private among his friends. It had been a struggle at first to call her Professor McGonagall during classes in first year, given she'd rocked him to sleep in his infancy and taught him how to write his name. Nowadays he navigated the dual identity fine. She was professor to him in public and head of Gryffindor, but in his heart she was family. And family could read him too well. Luna was buttering a muffin, seemingly with great concentration, but she spoke softly. She and Professor Dumbledore care about you very much. Perhaps it's time to tell them how far this has gone. Harry bit back an immediate protest and instead sighed. Luna was right. Even Ron had suggested it, and Hermione had been saying as much for days now. We will. I will. Just. Let's sort out what we can among ourselves first. I want to have something concrete to tell them or suggest, not just dump another problem in their laps. Harry, they want to help you, not have you shoulder this alone, Hermione said, a tinge of reproach in her voice. Clearly, she thought Harry's stubborn streak was at play again. He couldn't deny it. Before he could answer, someone further down the table shrieked in laughter at a joke, and the moment to reply was lost. They all fell silent and focused on finishing at least a token amount of food. Harry forced himself to eat a bit more. He needed strength, after all, and not Aya. Ting would only alarm his friends further. A few minutes later, the four of them slipped out of the hall together. Any passerby would assume they were just off for some Saturday free period activity or study group. The truth was far stranger. The castle corridors were quiet this early on a weekend. Most students lingered over breakfast or slept in. The tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy was deserted as they arrived. Harry paced back and forth 3 times, concentrating hard on what they needed. We need a safe place to talk, where no one can eavesdrop. A place to plan. By the third pass, a highly polished door appeared on the wall. They quickly filed in. The room of requirement had configured itself into a cozy, familiar setting, something akin to the Gryffindor common room, but more secluded. Plush couches and chairs circled a low table, and a crackling fireplace. The room knew Harry found comfort in the fire after last night's vigil. More importantly, Harry trusted the room's magic to keep their conversation private. Once inside, Hermione immediately cast a Muffliato charm at the door as extra precaution, and then turned to Harry expectantly. Ron and Luna also settled into seats, looking at him. Harry realized they were waiting for him to lead the discussion, as this crisis centered on him. He remained standing for a moment, hands on the back of an armchair, gathering his thoughts. All right, he began quietly. So, the nightmares are getting worse. Last night I had probably the most vivid one yet. He swallowed, eyes drifting into the distance as he recalled it. It wasn't, like the other smort pushing into my mind, or just random fears. It felt like the gate itself was reaching out to me. And Voldemort was there, laughing, like he knew what I was seeing. I don't know if it was really him or just my fear of him. He took a breath. I think it's both. The gate and Voldemort, they're both messing with my head now. Luna tilted her head, her radish earrings swinging slightly. The gate is aware of you, she said in her lilting voice. You've touched its magic, even if you didn't mean to. It's only natural it might dream of you as you dream of it. Ron blinked. Hang on, are we saying the gate's an actual thinking thing? Like alive, Hermione bit her lip. Sentient magical artifact or entity. It's possible, if something or someone is inside it, or if it's imbued with enough magic. She frowned thoughtfully, clutching the old journal she'd brought. Harry, you said it showed you images. Could it be trying to communicate? Or was it trying to intimidate you? Harry finally sank down into the armchair, suddenly feeling weary. I honestly don't know. Maybe both. It told me, the price must be paid. I can't shake those words. It's like an ultimatum. On muttered a curse under his breath and ran a hand through his hair. So either you do open it and pay a price, or you refuse and maybe there's another price. It could be referring to Voldemort's actions too, Hermione suggested. Perhaps that there's no easy way out. If you fight him or use the gate, sacrifices will be needed. Harry looked down. Sacrifices. That word alone made his gut twist. Thinking of who had already been sacrificed in this war. Cedric Diggory's face flashed in his mind. Cedric, who had died just last year, killed by Voldemort's wand in that graveyard while Harry was helplessly bound. Cedric's death had nothing to do with the gate, but it underscored the truth. War with Voldemort exacted a toll, gate or no gate. The others seemed to sense his spiral of guilt. Luna Ku, Ietly reached into the pocket of her robes and pulled out something wrapped in a scrap of faded silk. Harry, she said gently, I think it's time I showed you all something. I meant to sooner, but I had to be sure. She carefully unwrapped the object, and a soft light filled the space around her hands. In her palm lay a small stone, perhaps 2 inches across, attached to a delicate silver chain. The stone was milky white, shot through with veins of violet and deepest black. As they watched, it pulsed with a faint inner luminescence, like a heartbeat made of moonlight. Harry leaned forward, eyes widening a fraction. Even before Luna spoke, he could feel something from it, a subtle aura of its own, calm but potent. His own magic seemed to stir in response, but not chaotically, more like a gentle resonance. As if recognizing a kindred frequency. I've seen you with that before, Hermione said softly. Around your neck, right. But I never saw it glow. Luna nodded, a sad smile on her lips. I usually keep it hidden. It doesn't often glow like this, only in the presence of certain magic. Harry's aura, I suspect. She held the stone a tad closer to Harry, and indeed its light flared slightly and then subsided. As if greeting him. What is it? Ron asked, transfixed by the flickering light. Luna cradled the soulstone in both hands as she explained, her voice taking on a storytelling cadence. Soulwalkers, according to Mum's tales, were witches and wizards who had the ability to separate their soul from their body and send it walking beyond the veil of life and death. They could explore other realms, speak to spirits of the departed, and gain wisdom from beyond. They were guides and shepherds of souls, often very gentle and wise. But it was a dangerous gift. If a soulwalker strayed too far or stayed too long away from their body, they might not return. So they created soulstones, like this one, as anchors. The stone holds a fragment of their soul or a tether of sorts, so they can find their way back. Think of it like tying a rope around your waist before venturing into a dark cave. Harry listened with rapt attention, picturing an ethereal form wandering through a gray twilight land of spirits. Tethered to a glowing stone back on Earth. Ron looked a bit spooked. So, that's not dark magic. Talking to the dead and all. Not inherently, Hermione answered, ping through a few journal pages by wandlight. Soul magic itself isn't all dark. It depends on intention and method. Soulwalkers apparently did it to commune and learn, not to harm. Luna nodded. Exactly. The soulwalkers often tried to maintain balance, and in many stories, they were healers or seers. But then there were the blood mages. Her tone dropped on that word, and Harry felt a chill despite the fire. They were a group who believed in achieving power and immortality by harnessing the life force inherent in blood and souls. They didn't send their own souls out benignly like the soulwalkers. Instead, they sought to capture and bind the souls of others, usually through blood sacrifices. They believed if they gathered enough stolen soul fragments or bound spirits, they could extend their own life indefinitely or even ascend to something beyond mortal. Hermione's face had gone pale. That is definitely dark magic. Yeah, sounds like something you know who would be into, Ron muttered. Blood and souls for immortality. Like making Horcrux. He cut himself off abruptly and looked at Harry, guilt flashing in his eyes. Harry inhaled sharply. Horcruxes. He finished the thought. They had not spoken that word often. Dumbledore had shared the theory quietly with Harry after the events of last year, after Harry witnessed Voldemort's rebirth. The diary of Tom Riddle destroyed in second year. The strange behavior of Voldemort's wraith all pointed to it. And Dumbledore had confided that he suspected Voldemort had made multiple Horcruxes, blood magic of the foulest kind, ripping his soul via murder to anchor pieces in objects. A kind of blood mage in his own modern way. Hermione gently closed the journal. Yes, it does sound like Horcruxes are a form of what an ancient blood mage might do, conceptually. Splitting and binding souls through murder. She looked at Luna. Do your mother's stories say what happened to these blood mages? Did they succeed? Did the Soulwalkers stop them, or? Luna fiddled with the Soulstone's chain. Mum said that eventually, there was a great conflict. The Soulwalkers banded together to stop the blood mages, who had grown extremely powerful. ND were threatening to tear the veil between life and death, trying to force their way into the realm of souls to plunder it. In their arrogance they built something, a gateway. Her eyes met Harry's meaningfully. A gateway to the realm of souls. I believe it's the very same gate we've encountered, or at least connected to it. Harry leaned forward, elbows on his knees. The gate was built by blood mages. Perhaps built around something, Luna clarified, her gaze turning inward as she recalled the lore. They sought to force their way into the beyond. The legends say they performed a massive blood ritual, sacrificing many lives to open a door to death itself, or maybe to summon something from beyond death to do their bidding. The Soulwalkers intervened. Some say they sabotaged the ritual. Others say they empowered it to swallow the blood mages themselves. In any case, the result was catastrophic. The gateway did open, but it became unstable and dangerous. The blood mages were either pulled into it or destroyed by their own dark creation. And the Soulwalkers, legend says many of them gave their lives to close or contain it. The gate was sealed, with something left trapped inside. Silence followed her words. The crackle of the fire seemed suddenly loud as Harry processed this. The gate had been the site of an ancient magical battle. It, likely the being or beings drawn in during that event. Hermione's hand had drifted to her mouth. If that's all true, then the gate is essentially a sealed portal to the realm of souls, possibly containing vengeful spirits or a powerful entity from beyond. No wonder interacting with it is so perilous. Ron gave a low whistle. And now you know who wants to open it, right? That must be why he's interested. If those old blood mages though, it'd give them immortality or power over death, he'd want the same. Harry thought of the gaunt, snake-like face of Voldemort, and how even after regaining a body, he still feared death above all. Yes, Voldemort would be drawn to anything that promised to cheat death. Horcruxes, the Philosopher's Stone, and now perhaps the gate. He's likely been searching for a way to break the seal or use me to break it, he said slowly. Maybe because of the connection between us, or because I touched its magic first. Indeed, it had been Harry and Luna who first stumbled across the gate at the bottom of that accursed catacomb hidden in the Forbidden Forest. The memory came unbidden. That night, the heavy summer air thick with the smell of moss and old magic, Luna's soulstone leading them through winding root-choked tunnels toward an underground chamber. Harry had felt inexplicably drawn, and when he laid eyes on the gate's archway for the first time, his scar had seared painfully and his magic reacted of its own accord. He'd nearly passed out from the wave of energy. They had retreated that time, frightened and unsure. But the connection was forged. Luna's voice was gentle. I suspect the gate called out, especially to you, Harry, perhaps because of what you carry within. His eyes snapped to hers, and he knew at once what she meant, the piece of Voldemort's soul in his scar. She didn't say it out loud. But Luna believed it too, that Harry was unknowingly a Horcrux. It had never been confirmed beyond doubt, but among his closest friends it was an unspoken understanding. It explained so much, the scar link. Harry's ability to sense Voldemort's emotions at times, to even glimpse his mind. And now, possibly, it explained the aura instability. Two souls, however small one might be, one body could wreak havoc when external magic like the gates was at play. Hermione cleared her throat softly. If Harry has a foreign soul fragment, perhaps the gate senses it and is reacting. Maybe it thinks Harry is one of those blood mages, or connected, because of that piece. Harry's stomach turned. Or worse, it could be trying to draw that piece out, or use it somehow, he said. Maybe the thing inside the gate knows Voldemort's soul is here and wants it. Ron shuddered. Okay, that's grim. But would that be bad? If it pulled that out of you? Maybe it could. I dunno, rip it out and keep it. Which might weaken Voldemort. Hermione shot Ron a reprimanding look. We don't know what that would do to Harry in the process, Ron. His soul is entangled with it. You can't just yank it out like a splinter without harm. She turned back to Harry and Luna, worry etched on her face. But it does make a twisted sort of sense that Voldemort's presence in you is acting like a beacon or key to the gate's magic. If Voldemort himself were at the gate, he might be able to open it fully. Maybe that's why he hasn't already. He needs either that anchor or a specific condition. Maybe Harry is the key, Luna said softly. Willing or unwilling. The room felt suddenly colder. Harry's hands tightened on the arms of his chair. All this time, he had wondered why this burden kept falling on him. Yes, he had a connection to Voldemort. Yes, he had a certain power, but why was it always him who had to be at the center of these epical events? It was bitterly unfair. He was only 16, almost 17 now. A small voice reminded. His birthday was not far off, and yet the fate of the wizarding world, maybe even the realms beyond life, was looming over him. Raised by professors or not, prepared better than some or not. He often felt like the scared child under the stairs all over again when these nightmares came. Ron broke the heavy silence, attempting to sound upbeat. So, we have a soulstone which might help us. How exactly, though? Can it fight off the gate's influence or something? Luna held the stone up between her thumb and forefinger, peering at it thoughtfully as it glowed. A soulstone's main purpose was as an anchor for a soulwalker. But it can also act as a lens or conduit for soul magic. My mother told me it can show you glimpses of the soul realm if you know how to use it. And protect your soul from unwanted influence. I haven't dared use it fully yet. I'm not a soulwalker, at least I don't think I am. But maybe, Harry, it could help stabilize our aura or shield your mind from the gate's call. Or even help you control a vision, see clearly what's being conveyed, rather than just being at its mercy. Harry regarded the softly pulsing gem. It was strange. He almost felt calmer just in its presence, as if its cool glow soothed the raw edges of his magic. It reacted to me. Did you see it? How it glowed brighter. Why would it do that? Luna smiled a little. I suspect because part of you has one foot in the soul realm already. You've touched death and returned. When you were a baby with your mother's sacrifice, and perhaps in other ways. And there's that bit of another soul riding with you. The stone senses those things, I think. It's recognizing that you might be a walker between worlds yourself, albeit not by choice. Her tone was sympathetic, not accusing. Hermione looked between them, her brow knitted. If we could use the soulstone to allow Harry to safely experience a vision or dream from the gate, to glean information we need or even communicate back. That could be invaluable. But is it safe? Ron raised an eyebrow incredulously. Safe. Sounds anything but. But when has that stopped us? He added with a half-hearted chuckle. Harry's mind was already turning. If I could get a controlled vision, maybe I could actually talk to the thing inside the gate. Maybe find out what it wants outright, or learn how to stop Voldemort from using it. He hesitated. But last night's uncontrolled one was terrifying. I don't know how much more of that I can handle without losing it. He remembered the feeling of his magic almost overtaking him, the loss of control. The wild fear. What if in a vision he couldn't pull out? What if his aura flared so badly he hurt his friends? As if reading his thoughts, Luna reached out and gently placed the soulstone pendant around Harry's neck. Here, I want you to have this for now. I think you need it more than I do. Harry's first instinct was to refuse such a precious thing, but Luna's earnest gaze stopped him. The stone touched his chest, just above his own heart, cool and reassuring. Immediately he felt a subtle dousing of the simmering anxiety he carried. Luna, thank you, he whispered. She squeezed his shoulder gently in response. Hermione looked worried still, but resolved. We should consider telling Professor Dumbledore about the soulstone and what we suspect about the gate's origins. This is exactly the kind of information he might act on. Harry nodded slowly. We will. But, and he gave her a knowing look, you know he might then forbid any of us from going near it. And frankly, I'm not sure that's an option anymore. Voldemort's already involving me whether we like it or not. Ron snorted. When has forbidding you ever worked? If something's happening, you'll be in the thick of it. Hermione looked like she wanted to protest but couldn't. We have to be careful. If the gate situation gets worse and you get more unstable, they might pull you fr. Own school or keep you under watch constantly. McGonagall nearly suggested as much last time RSELF off, but Harry knew what she meant. Last time, after an aura burst landed him in the hospital wing for a day with magical exhaustion. McGonagall had tearfully told him she was considering withdrawing him from classes for a while, to keep him safe in their quarters. Harry had begged her not to, and Dumbledore had convinced her that isolating him might make him feel worse. She relented, but Harry knew she was at her breaking point of worry. Harry rubbed the soulstone between his fingers gently. "Won't do anything reckless without telling you all," he promised. "Let's all think on how best to use this, and maybe later today or tonight we can try something," he continued. "In a controlled way, only if we all agree it's worth the risk." He looked at each of his friends. Ron gave a decisive nod. Hermione sighed and nodded too, trusting their judgment. Luna simply said, "I'm with you." Wah. Swell of gratitude for his friends filled Harry. Whatever came, he wasn't alone in this. "All right, for now, we should probably get on with the day. Keep things normal," Harry said, standing up. His knees felt a bit shaky still. "But better. Hermione, could I borrow that journal later? I'd like to read those parts about soulwalkers and blood mages." Of course, she handed it to him. "Just be careful with it, it's the only copy. And I underlined some key parts." Harry took the old journal reverently. "Thanks." They filed out of the room of requirement, and the door vanished behind them. The corridors were now busier. Some students moving between common rooms and Great Hall or heading to the library. The four split up with quick plans to meet again after lunch. Hermione wanted to go through more books on ancient magic, and Ron offered to help though research wasn't his forte. He didn't want to leave her alone in it either. Luna said she needed to feed the Thestrals at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, an occasional duty she took on with Hagrid's approval, likely also an excuse to clear her mind outdoors. She floated off, giving Harry an encouraging wave. Harry, needing some air himself, decided to walk with Luna partway and then maybe do a lap around the lake. The morning was crisp and bright, but Harry felt a storm inside him still. Luna's presence was calming though. She hummed an airy tune under her breath as they walked in comfortable silence past the greenhouses and out toward the field beyond. They parted ways near the forest's edge, Luna traipsing off to where a few skeletal winged Thestrals waited. Harry watched her for a moment, marveling at how fearless and serene she was, even feeding beasts that most found frightening. Then he turned and strolled toward the lake, clutching the journal under one arm and occasionally touching the soulstone at his chest. He was halfway around the lake's grassy shore, out of sight of most of the castle, when the sky overhead dimmed unexpectedly. Harry looked up, frowning. A cloud had slithered over the sun, casting a gray pall. The air, which had been fresh, now felt heavy and oppressive. A prickle of unease crawled up the back of Harry's neck. He knew this sensation intimately by now, a feeling of being watched, a coldness that didn't come from a breeze. Harry's hand drifted to his wand holster. He turned slowly, scanning the grounds. In the distance near Hagrid's hut, he saw a few second-year students laughing and tossing a frisbee enchanted to zoom and loop. Nearer, to his left by a copse of trees, nothing seemed amiss. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger. He quickened his pace, intent on heading back towards the castle and people. Maybe isolation wasn't smart right now. The sun fully disappeared behind dark clouds, as if a summer storm was brewing out of nowhere. The whispers began as he neared a cluster of boulders by the path. At first it was indistinct, like wind through reeds. Then words formed in the rustling noise. Harry, he froze. That voice. No, voices, plural. One sounded like a low hiss, another like a faint echo of a woman's laughter, and another a guttural whisper. They are lapped in a dreadful chorus that made his skin crawl. Harry drew his wand and backed up until his shoulders met one of the large stones. Who's there? He called, trying to keep his tone firm. His eyes darted around, but he saw no one. Nothing except swaying grass and the looming forest edge beyond. It's another illusion or trick. He shut his eyes for a second, centering himself. The scar on his forehead prickled, subtly. But it was there. Voldemort. This had to be Voldemort's doing, pushing darkness at him through their connection, even from afar. The whispers intensified, and among them he thought he heard his mother's voice. Harry, my sweet boy. The hairs on his arms stood up. Then another. A cold, high-pitched chuckle, Voldemort's. You cannot fight me. Something skittered at the edge of his vision. His eyes snapped open in time to see a shadow flit behind another boulder. It looked humanoid but distorted, there 1 second and gone the next. Harry's breathing quickened. Stay calm, keep control. He commanded himself. He clenched his wand. Perhaps a boggart, but there was no one else around, and he had no reason to suspect a boggart here. This felt more sinister and targeted. Show yourself, he shouted. In answer, the whispers rose to a cacophony. Harry, come to us, open the door, traitor, killer. Killer, he echoed in confusion, heart pounding. The voices were so layered he couldn't pinpoint them all. One sounded like Hermione's scream, another like Dumbledore in pain. Flashes of memory or imagination flickered at the edges of his mind's eye. Unbidden, he saw Cedric's lifeless eyes. Then an image of Ginny lying in the chamber years ago, then his mother's last scream. Each flicker made his chest constrict more. No, he gasped, shaking his head. No, stop it. The air felt thick as syrup. He struggled to move as one of the shadows coalesced in front of him. From the dark mist, a form emerged, tall, cloaked, face hidden in shadow. Not a Dementor, no, but something similarly chilling. It extended a hand toward Harry, a hand that was skeletal and dripping with what looked like blood. Harry's stomach lurched at the sight. This isn't real, it's not real, but it felt dreadfully real as the stench of decay hit his nostrils. The figure whispered, but now its voice was clear and low, and he recognized it with a surge of revulsion. Voldemort's voice. Harry, you will become death itself if you continue down this path. Is that not what you want? To have the power over life and death? To undo all your pains? The bloody hand beckoned, and behind the first figure, more shadowy shapes flickered. Harry saw one that might have been a small child hunched over, another looked like a woman contorted in grief. They were like ghosts, but wrong, grotesque, each one seeping malice. His scar burned hotter. Voldemort was definitely fueling this nightmare. Probably not physically present, but through their bond he could project illusions or at least manipulate Harry's fears. Harry lifted his wand, trying to focus through the adrenaline surge. Finite incantatem, he cast at the scene, hoping to dispel it. A jet of blue light shot forward and passed through the foremost figure, dispersing it into smoky tendrils for a moment. But like mist, the shadows began to reform. A high, cruel laugh rang out, seeming to echo from the very rocks around him. You cannot simply wish away your darkness, Harry Potter, a disembodied voice hissed. Something in Harry snapped at hearing that mocking tone use his full name. Anger flared, born of fear and the feeling of being toyed with. He was done with being Voldemort's victim, puppet on a string. Fine. If raw magic was what it wanted, raw magic it would get. His aura responded to his anger like a match to tinder. He felt the surge, not unchecked this time but welcomed. The soulstone on his if in warning or in empowerment, he wasn't sure. Blue light crackled along his forearms and into his wand. He aimed at the nearest boulder, behind which one shadow lingered, and shouted, Confringo. The blasting curse left his wand with a thunderous boom. The boulder shattered, stone shrapnel exploding outward. The shadowy figure that had been behind it wavered and evaporated as the force passed through its space. Earth and dust rained down. Harry didn't stop. He spun toward the next shape he glimpsed in. With a sweeping slash of his wand sent a slicing gust of wind, Defendo, tearing through the apparition. A distant tree trunk behind it split and toppled with a crack. The ghostly child figure and disintegrated into tatters of black. The remaining wisps of darkness recoiled, swirling just out of range at the periphery of where Harry stood panting. The clouds overhead churned, and thunder rumbled. It was as if the sky mirrored the turmoil on the ground. But the voices had quieted, reduced to faint hisses. Harry's head swam. He realized he had been pouring out a lot of magic in those curses, far more than usual. His aura had fed them, making them unnaturally strong. He hadn't meant to go that far. Confringo was usually a small explosion, not that. He coughed, inhaling dust. His anger gave way to alarm at his own actions. A charred crater remained where grass and rock had been. If someone had been nearby, he dared not think about it. The power he unleashed Was it truly his? Oh, had Voldemort provoked him into using something darker? As he caught his breath, he heard a familiar voice calling his name frantically from somewhere to his right. Harry, Harry. He turned and saw Hermione and Ron running down the slope towards him, wands out, faces full of panic. Behind them, further up near the castle, he could see more figures, students or staff, looking towards the commotion. It dawned on him that his blasting of boulders would have been heard and possibly even seen from the castle. So much for keeping things quiet. Hermione reached him first, eyes wide as galleons as she took in the scene. Dust, broken rock. Harry standing there looking wild-eyed. Oh my goodness, Harry. What happened? Are you hurt? Harry started to say he was fine, but the word stuck. He felt anything but fine. I saw. It was Voldemort. Or something. Illusions. He lowered his wand, his hand shaking now that the adrenaline was ebbing. They were here, whispering to me. I tried to dispel them but they wouldn't go. Ron was scanning the area warily. Illusions. We saw some kind of dark shapes from way up by the greenhouses. And then we saw you blowing things up. He gave a nervous half-laugh. Mate, are you trying to remodel the grounds? Harry grimaced. I might have overreacted. He noticed some cuts on his left arm where sharp stone fragments had grazed him. They stung, but it was minor. Is anyone else? A new voice, stern and taut with alarm, cut through. Potter, Granger, Weasley, what in Merlin's name is going on here? Professor McGonagall was hurrying towards them, bees billowing behind her and wand in hand. A few other figures trailed her at a distance. Harry thought he saw Madame Hooch and a couple of older students lingering, but McGonagall reached them first and they wisely kept back. Professor, Hermione began, we were in the library when we felt a magical shockwave and saw smoke, so we came to see. McGonagall held up a hand, eyes not leaving Harry's. Mr. Potter, are you injured? She was looking him up and down for signs of harm even as she spoke in a measured tone that did little to hide her underlying fear. I'm okay, Professor, Harry managed. Saying, Professor, in the moment felt strange, but they had an audience. I was attacked, or rather, something tried to attack me, or scare me. He trailed off. How to even explain? McGonagall's face was pale. She stepped closer and gently touched his shoulders as if assuring herself he was in one piece. Softly, she muttered, thank heavens. Then she drew herself up, more composed, and looked around at the destruction. We'll discuss this further in the headmaster's office. All of you. Her tone left no room for argument. Hermione and Ron nodded obediently. Harry just murmured, yes, Professor. McGonagall's nostrils flared as she took a deep breath. She addressed a concerned Madame Hooch and the few students who had dared inch closer. Everything is under control, she said firmly. Please return to the castle. Miss Brown, kindly escort first and second years back to the hall. Her authority snapped everyone into action, and they dispersed, though not without many backward glances. She waited until they were relatively alone, only Hermione, Ron, and a hovering Madame Hooch nearby, before softly saying to Harry, Albus is already aware something occurred. Let's go. Harry's shoulders slumped. There was no avoiding it now. Dumbledore would know of this outburst and they'd have to come fully clean. Perhaps it was for the best. As they walked toward the castle, McGonagall fell into step beside Harry. And in a gesture hidden by the flow of her sleeve, she took his hand and squeezed it briefly. Anyone watching would think she was just ushering him forward, but to Harry that squeeze said everything. I'm here. I'm terrified for you. We'll face this together. He squeezed back faintly, grateful. In minutes, they stood before the stone gargoyle guarding Dumbledore's office. McGonagall gave the password, sherbet lemon, spoken briskly, and the spiral staircase carried them up. Inside the circular office, Dumbledore stood behind his desk, looking grave. Fawkes, the phoenix, let out a sad trill as they entered. Regarding Harry with what looked like sympathy. Harry swallowed. It was never a good sign when Fawkes made that kind of sound. Harry, my boy, Dumbledore said in a quiet, concerned voice. Minerva has told me only that there was an incident. Are you all right? Harry nodded mutely. The headmaster's eyes, usually twinkling, were piercing and sorrowful as they appraised him. McGonagall ushered Ron and Hermione to sit in the chairs, and she stood protectively close to Harry's side, one hand on his back now. Taking a breath, Harry recounted what happened by the lake, how the atmosphere changed. The whispers and illusions, and how he ultimately blasted them away. Dumbledore listened intently, only interrupting to clarify small details. Hermione and Ron occasionally chimed in confirming what they saw from afar. When Harry described the voices and that Voldemort's voice addressed him, Dumbledore's expression tightened. At the mention of power over life and death, and being led to darkness. Dumbledore exchanged a glance with McGonagall. Her hand on Harry's back tensed, gripping a bit of his sweater. Finally, Harry described losing his temper and the magical surge of his aura. Unleashing spells stronger than intended. At this, Dumbledore moved around the desk swiftly and came to Harry, placing warm hands on his shoulders similar to how McGonagall had. He gazed at Harry with open concern. "And how do you feel now, Harry?" Harry grimaced. "Tired. A bit shaken. My scar prickles a little. And I feel guilty. I let anger get the best of me, Professor. I could have hurt someone." His voice was low, pained. "But you did not," Dumbledore said gently. "And you drove off the phantoms, which I suspect is what Voldemort intended, not necessarily to kill you in that moment, but to scare and provoke you." McGonagall's voice was taut. "He's getting more brazen, Albus. Projecting such visions here, in daylight on the grounds, what if next time others can see them too? He could cause a panic, or worse." Dumbledore nodded gravely. "His reach is indeed alarming. Likely he exploited the link between your mind and his, Harry, using some dark projection techniques. It's not unlike the Nig at the Ministry." He broke off, and Harry noted a flicker of regret in Dumbledore's eyes. He was referring to how Harry had been lured to the Department of Mystery months ago by a false vision of Sirius in danger. That had nearly ended in disaster, and Sirius would have died were it not for certain interventions, but that was another story. "Yes, it felt similar. But this time it was more about me than baiting me about someone else," Harry said. "It was like he was trying to weaken me mentally, maybe even get me to lose control side. I don't know, hurt someone or be vulnerable to something." Quote, Ron piped up, uneasy, like if Harry went fully berserk, "Maybe you know who could jump into his body or something. Possess him. He tried that at the Ministry too." Hermione shook her head. "Harry fought him off then. And with the Soulstone now." She stopped, realizing she hadn't meant to mention that yet. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "Soulstone." Harry exhaled. "Time to lay out all the secrets." He reached into his shirt and pulled out the silver chain around his neck, drawing the stone into view. Its soft glow illuminated the worried faces around him. McGonagall gasped quietly. "What is that?" "Luna's Soulstone," Harry explained. And with help from Hermione and Ron, he told Dumbledore and McGonagall everything they'd learned and discussed that morning, the Soulstone's nature. Luna's mother's tales of soulwalkers and blood mages, and their theory that the gate was part of that history. He handed Hermione's great-grandmother's journal to Dumbledore, pointing out the relevant pages she had marked describing the legend. Dumbledore skimmed it, his eyes widening slightly at the mention of the gateway and sacrifice. McGonagall looked from the stone in Harry's hand to his face. An expression of deep worry mingled with awe. "And you've been walking around with this. Why didn't Miss Lovegood or you bring this to us sooner?" Harry bit his lip. "Luna wasn't entirely sure about it, Professor. She only told us the full story today. And as soon as we knew, we've come to you." A slight bending of the truth. It was the incident that forced their hand. But still, Dumbledore moved back around and sank into his chair, the journal open before him and his long fingers steepled. "Remarkable," he murmured. "I had my suspicions that the gate was something ancient and dreadful, but this. If this account is accurate, the gate's existence and what's inside it predates Hogwarts itself." He looked up, eyes heavy. "It also suggests Voldemort may be attempting to succeed where those blood mages failed, tapping into a source of immortality or power beyond the veil of death." "That aligns with everything we know of him," McGonagall said tersely. "But why involve Harry? Just because of the connection, or is there something more?" Dumbledore gazed at Harry with infinite sadness. "Harry is tied to Voldemort by fate and by the unfortunate scar he bears. If indeed a piece of Voldemort resides in Harry, then Harry is a living Horcrux of sorts. That could mean he is essential to any ritual involving Voldemort's soul or the souls beyond. He sighed. We once hoped to shield Harry from this knowledge and perhaps from this fate, but events are moving apace. Harry felt a lump in his throat. McGonagall's hand on his back had gone rigid. She spoke in a hushed voice. Albus, you mean to say? Dumbledore nodded regretfully. Yes, Minerva, I have withheld it for some time, but I believe now more than ever that Harry carries a fragment of Tom's soul. All the evidence, from the Parseltongue ability to these very visions, points to it. I did not wish to burden him or you with this terrible fact unless absolutely necessary, but I fear it has become really relevant to every waking moment of Harry's life now. McGonagall shut her eyes, a pained sound escaping her lips. Harry looked at her and saw tears forming. It hurt him to see her like that. She'd been present for these theories before. But hearing it spoken so plainly, with him right here, made it raw. He managed a steady voice, despite the dread the confirmation made him feel. Professor Min, he corrected gently, I've suspected it too. Luna and I discussed it even before today. I think I've known deep down for a while. It was strangely relieving to have it in the open, no matter how horrible. He was a Horcrux. A part of the man he hated above all others lived in him. McGonagall opened her eyes and unexpectedly pulled Harry into a brief fierce hug. Propriety be damned. You brave, foolish, wonderful boy, she murmured. Voice thick. She stepped back and wiped at her eyes quickly with her sleeve. Composed again, she said firmly, so, now we know what we are dealing with. What can be done? How do we rid him of that foul piece? And how do we handle this gate threat on top of it? Dumbledore looked older than ever as he leaned back. Destroying a Horcrux typically requires the container to be destroyed beyond magical repair. In the case of a living being, that usually means death, he said quietly. McGonagall inhaled sharply and Hermione let out a little sobbing gasp. Ron clenched the arms of his chair. But, Dumbledore continued quickly, there may be another way. The lore of Soulwalkers and this Soulstone present a possible alternative. If we could extract the fragment without killing Harry, perhaps the gate or the entity inside might even take it under the right conditions, sparing Harry's life. Harry shivered. The idea of that thing in the gate devouring a soul piece from him was horrifying. But perhaps less horrifying than the idea of him having to die to kill Voldemort. Was that what the vision meant by a price? His death. Hermione latched onto the idea. Yes, perhaps there is a ritual. Maybe the Soulwalkers did something similar before, guiding souls without killing the host. If the Soulstone anchors Harry's soul, maybe it could allow just the foreign CE to be pulled free through the gate and then seal it off. McGonagall looked wary. Rituals of that nature would be incredibly dangerous. What would happen to the fragment then? It would rejoin Voldemort or be destroyed. Ideally destroyed or trapped where it can harm no one, Dumbledore said. Maybe the gate's entity would consume it or hold it. But this is speculation. We'd need more concrete knowledge or to attempt a controlled contact with the gate's entity, as Harry was considering. Harry looked up in surprise. You know I was considering that. Dumbledore gave a slight smile. Harry, I've known you long enough to realize that getting a direct answer from the source would appeal to you. And you now have a means, the Soulstone, to possibly do so safely. I'm not thrilled by the prospect, but I see its merit. McGonagall bristled, her maternal side clearly opposed. Albus, you can't be thinking of letting him actually intentionally engage with that thing inside the gate. Not after all this. Harry found himself arguing before Dumbledore could. Professor, it might be the only way to know what we're up against. Right now, we're guessing and reacting. If I could just talk to it, maybe I could negotiate or at least get information. And with the Soulstone, maybe I can do it without losing myself. She rounded on him, eyes flashing behind her square spectacles in that way T. Hat usually made misbehaving first-years cower. But Harry met her gaze imploringly. He knew she was terrified for him. He was terrified too, but doing nothing felt worse. Dumbledore interjected gently, Minerva, I would not allow Harry to do this without safeguards. We would be present, monitoring. Perhaps even use a pensieve to have others see what he sees in real time, or tether him magically. Luna Lovegood, as the stone's original attuner, might be involved to guide. McGonagall pressed her lips so thin they nearly disappeared. She drew a shaky breath. If anything you'll lose him, Albus. Or he could be possessed, or his soul damaged. How can you even consider it? Her voice wavered on the edge of breaking at the end, and Harry felt guilt lance through him. He stepped toward her. Minerva, he said softly. Forgetting titles entirely, I don't want to put you through any of this. But Voldemort isn't giving us much choice. If we don't act, he'll keep pushing, and more people could get hurt. When I lose control or if he triggers the gate himself. He hesitated, then added in a gentler tone, you and Dumbledore raised me to face hard truths, to be strong in the face of the dark. I have to do this. Not alone. Never alone, but I have to. Because if I don't, who will? A tear slipped down her cheek despite her attempt to keep her composure. She raised a hand and cupped the side of his face tenderly. You sound so much like an adult, sometimes I forget how young you are, she whispered. So determined, like your parents were. James would dive headlong into danger with that same look in his eyes, and Lily. Lily would stand her ground with that exact resolve when someone she loved was threatened. She blinked, regaining a bit of her firmness. I can't lose you, Harry. Not after everything. Harry felt moisture in his own eyes now. I don't want to lose me either, he said, a feeble attempt at lightness. I plan on surviving this, truly. Ron sniffed audibly from his chair, and Hermione was wiping her eyes. Dumbledore cleared his throat softly. Minerva, we will be careful. We will plan meticulously, and if at any point it seems too dangerous, we stop. Harry's well-being is the priority. McGonagall withdrew her hand from Harry and straightened her spine. Her eyes were red but fierce. She gave a curt nod. Fine, but I will be there every step. And if I say stop, we stop, agreed. Harry and Dumbledore both nodded. Actually, Hermione piped up gently, maybe we should let Harry rest a bit first. He's been through a lot this morning. He barely slept, had that nightmare, now this incident. Dumbledore smiled kindly. Quite right, Miss Granger. Harry, you look exhausted. This can wait until tonight. I think it best we make the attempt at night anyway. The castle is quieter and you can perhaps slip more easily into the trance needed, when your mind is naturally more receptive. Harry did not argue. Now that the adrenaline of the confrontation had waned, he did feel drained. Tonight then, should I use the dormitory or perhaps come to my office at 11 o'clock, Dumbledore decided. We can prepare the room of requirement or another secure area for the attempt. Until then, try to relax. Your friends can stay with you. Minerva and I will go over some precautions and alert only those necessary, like Poppy, just in case. McGonagall frowned, likely at the idea of needing the school nurse on standby for this, but did not object aloud. Dumbledore added, oh, and Harry, keep that soulstone on you at all times. It seems to afford you some protection. I suspect it mitigated the worst of the illusions earlier. Harry nodded and tucked the softly glowing stone back under his shirt, where it rested against his sternum comfortingly. They left Dumbledore's office shortly thereafter. McGonagall insisted on walking Harry, Ron, and Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower. As they reached the portrait of the fat lady who was gossiping with her Reened Violet and nearly spilled her sherry at seeing McGonagall approach with such a determined stride. McGonagall paused. She addressed Ron and Hermione. Could you two give me a moment with Harry? I'll just be a minute. Of course, Professor, Hermione said. Ron nodded, and they both offered Harry supportive smiles before clambering through the portrait hole into the common room. Once alone in the corridor, McGonagall turned to Harry. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Then she pulled him into her arms. Not the brief, practical hug from earlier, but a true embrace, one hand cradling the back of his head like she did when he was a small child and had woken from a nightmare. Harry closed his eyes and allowed himself to just be a kid in his guardian's arms for a few seconds, the scent of parchment and mild perfume from her robes reassuring and familiar. I'm so proud of you, she whispered into his hair. And so scared for you. Please be careful, my Harry. She only ever called him my Harry when her emotions were running high. It brought a lump to his throat. I will, he whispered back. I promise. She released him, patting his cheek softly. I'll see you tonight. Try to get some rest. Or at least pretend to for my sake, all right. She attempted a smile, and he returned it. I'll try. With that, she allowed him to climb through the portrait into Gryffindor Tower. The common room was mostly empty at this hour. Hermione and Ron were waiting near the hearth. They both looked relieved but also emotionally wrung out, much like Harry felt. "Everything okay?" Ron asked gently. Harry managed a tired smile. "As okay as it can be. She just needed to fuss over me a bit more." Hermione reached out and took Harry's hand, guiding him to sit with them on the couch. "We'll all get through this, Harry. Together. Together." He looked at his friends, Ron giving him a steadfast nod, Hermione's eyes shining with loyalty, and thought of Luna who would join them later, and of Dumbledore and McGonagall who, in their own ways, loved him as family. A surge of gratitude and determination welled in him. "Yeah," he said quietly. Together. Outside the window, the clouds were beginning to break apart, shafts of afternoon sun piercing through to dapple the grounds below. In a few hours, night would fall, and with it, the promise of a confrontation with the unknown voice of the gate. Harry knew the risks were enormous. But surrounded by those who cared for him, he felt ready to face the darkness again. He only hoped that when the time came to pay whatever price fate demanded, he would not have to pay it alone. The air was unnaturally still around them. In the deserted antechamber deep within Hogwarts, 6 figures gathered in a circle of chalk and candlelight. Harry Potter knelt. At the center of an intricate pattern drawn on the stone floor, concentric rings of runes and symbols glowed faintly blue around him. In his hands, he cradled the soul stone. The stone was cold against his palm. A polished black gem no larger than an egg, but it felt heavy with the promise of what lay beyond. Dumbledore's voice was soft but clear in the hush. "Remember, Harry, we are here with you," he said. Standing just outside the outermost circle, his half-moon spectacles reflected the gentle glimmer of candle flames. Beside him, Professor McGonagall gave a terse nod of agreement, her wand already in hand. She had drawn protective sigils in the air that hovered like golden wisps, ready to anchor Harry's spirit should anything go awry. On Harry's right, Hermione knelt just at the chalk line, lips pressed into a thin line of concern. Ron stood stiffly at Harry's left, trying to appear brave though his freckled face was pale. Luna Lovegood lingered just behind Hermione, her wide silver eyes oddly distant as if she could already see beyond the physical realm they were about to breach. Despite the tension, Luna hummed under her breath, a strange, lilting tune that twined through the silence and eased some of the static fear crackling in the air. Harry took a slow, trembling breath. His heart thudded in his ears. This was it, the ritual they had prepared for meticulously, every precaution they could think of in place. And yet uncertainty gnawed at him. They were venturing into unknown magic, contacting the gate. The very phrase sent a shiver through him. He didn't truly understand what the gate was, only that it was ancient, dangerous, and possibly their last hope for the knowledge they needed. Minerva McGonagall stepped a hand on Harry's shoulder. Even through his thin robe, her touch was warm and grounding. "We will monitor everything, my dear," she said quietly. The usual sternness of her voice was tempered by unmistakable concern. "If at any sign of distress you want to stop, squeeze the stone twice. That is our signal to pull you out immediately." Harry nodded, recalling their agreed-upon plan. 2 squeezes. Understood. His voice sounded small in the high-ceilinged chamber. The candlelight threw tall, flickering shadows of the others across the curved walls. For a moment, Harry's resolve wavered as he saw the dark outlines of his friends and mentors looming like giants around him. But then he felt Hermione's hand briefly cover his own where it rested on the stone. He looked up to see her brown eyes full of determination and fear for him. "You'll come back to us," Hermione whispered. It was both a plea and a command. "Remember, you'll come back." Ron cleared his throat, trying to smile. "We'll be right here the whole time, mate," Luna added dreamily, anchored by love. "You are. That's a very strong tether." She gave a little nod as if confirming this to herself. A ghost of a smile touched Harry's lips. He was grateful for them all, for Hermione's tenacious loyalty, Ron's steadfast presence despite his fears, Luna's calming surreal wisdom, and above all Dumbledore and McGonagall, who had raised him to be who he was. The thought steeled him. Dumbledore raised his wand then, drawing everyone's attention. "If everyone is ready," he said. His tone was calm, but Harry could hear the undercurrent of tension. They had gone over the steps numerous times. Hermione, Ron, And Luna would form an inner circle around Harry, lending emotional support and an extra layer of protection. Dumbledore and McGonagall would perform the anchor-ing enchantments and monitor Harry's vital signs and magical aura. McGonagall moved to stand directly behind Harry, placing both of her hands gently on the crown of his head for a brief moment. She whispered something, perhaps a prayer or a Gaelic charm, that Harry couldn't quite catch. He only felt a mild warmth spread from where her fingertips touched his hair, then she stepped back into position beside Dumbledore at the edge of the circles. With a wave of Dumbledore's wand, the heavy wooden door of the chamber closed of its own accord, sealing them in. The only light now was from the 7 tall candles placed evenly around the circle, and the faint bluish glow of the runes. The stone floor was cold beneath Harry's knees, but sweat dampened his forehead. "Stay calm," he told himself as he exhaled slowly. He tightened his fingers around the soulstone, feeling the smooth, almost slippery surface. For a second, he imagined he felt something like a heartbeat within it, a pulse answering his own. "Begin," Dumbledore said softly. Hermione, Ron, and Luna each raised their wands. Together with McGonagall and Dumbledore, they started to chant in low voices, each reciting different incantations that harmonized eerily. Harry didn't recognize all the words. Some sounded Latin, others older, maybe Celtic or in a language of magic he'd never heard. The hairs on his arms rose as power began to gather in the room. The chalk lines around him glimmered brighter, and the air itself took on a vibrating quality, as if some great invisible tuning fork had been struck. Harry closed his eyes, and concentrated on the instructions given to him. To enter the trance, he needed to pour a bit of his own magic into the soulstone. It would act as a beacon and vessel for his journey. He inhaled deeply, and on the exhale, he let his magic flow. It was an odd, wrenching sensation, as if part of his soul itself was being pushed out through his hands. The soulstone drank it in eagerly. Harry felt the stone grow warm in his palms, and when he opened his eyes briefly, he saw it had begun to glow with a faint inner light, a cold blue radiance shining through the black. The chanting around him grew louder, echoing off the stone walls. The patterns on the floor shifted. The runes rearranged themselves fluidly under his knees, reconfiguring into new symbols as the ritual progressed. Dumbledore's voice threaded through the others. "A steady anchor. Animus ad portum, apparians januum ad veritatem, anima anchorum ane." Harry felt a tug deep in his gut, a loosening, as if gravity had suddenly lessened its hold on him. The world swayed. He focused on that phrase Dumbledore chanted, "Anima anchorum ane," let the soul remain anchored. He clung to those words like a lifeline as a rising sea. A rent of magic surged through the circle. A ringing started in Harry's ears. His eyelids fluttered. The dim chamber around him blurred at the edges of his vision. He dimly perceived Hermione and Ron. Each place a hand on his shoulders to steady him as his body swayed. Luna was murmuring something soothing. It sounded like a line from a lullaby, though he could barely hear it over the roar of blow. Od in his ears and the crescendo of enchantments. The soulstone burned brighter now, its cold light reflecting on Harry's face. He stared into its depths, letting it fill his vision. The glow expanded, became everything. His last conscious sight of the physical world was McGonagall's face beyond the blue glow, drawn and worried, and Dumbledore's silver beard as he lifted his wand high, ready to guide Harry through the final step. Then Harry closed his eyes and let go. He was falling. For one dizzying moment, Harry felt as if he had stepped off the edge of a great height. A rushing sensation tore through him, and he lost all sense of up or down. Instinctively, he gasped, but there was no air, no sound, nothing to fill his lungs. Panic flashed through him. He tried to open his eyes, to reach out. And then he realized his eyes were open. He simply had nothing to see. All around was darkness absolute. Not the darkness of a moonless night, but an emptiness beyond black, as if he floated in a void between worlds. Harry's heart, or the echo of his heart, hammered. Am I dead? The thought came ice cold. He tried to move, flailing his arms and legs, but it felt like moving through thick syrup. There was resistance, a viscous weight to this emptiness. His stomach lurched. He couldn't tell if he was right side up or upside down in this non-space. Stay calm, he recited in his mind, clinging to Dumbledore's voice in memory. We are here with you, he remembered. The anchor. He had an anchor. Harry focused inward, searching for any sense of connection to his body or the world he left. At first, he felt nothing but mounting fear. Then, there, a faint tug, like a thread tied to his center, pulling gently from somewhere above or below. Direction meant little here, but the tether was there. A silvery, pulsating line extended from his chest off into the darkness, leading back to where he knew his body must be. The sight of it, if sight was even the word, for it was more sense than seen, calmed him a fraction. He was not entirely lost. Dumbledore and McGonagall's magic was holding on to him. His breathing slowed, though he wasn't sure if he was truly breathing at all in this form. His initial jolt of panic subsided enough for him to take stock. He was floating, or perhaps standing, on nothing. When he moved his arms now, he could move them normally, though the space felt thick and heavy. Tiny sparks flickered at the edges of his vision, like distant stars or fireflies, winking in and out. Hello. He tried to speak, but no sound came from his mouth. The thought of words alone seemed to ripple out into the dark. And a faint echo of his own voice returned to him from far away, distorted and hollow. Hello, hello. The echo faded, and with it the last remnants of the void's stillness. Suddenly, Harry realized he was not alone here. There were sounds now, very faint, almost imperceptible at first. A distant murmur, like wind through trees, except there was no wind that he could feel. It grew steadily, rising to a chorus of soft WM. None of it was any language he knew, or perhaps it was many languages layered atop each other, forming a susurrus that tickled the edges of comprehension without ever resolving into meaning. Harry turned in slow circles, trying to find the source of the whispering. The silvery tether that anchored him twisted around his form as he moved, but remained firm. In every direction, darkness stretched, yet, it no longer felt entirely empty. Something was in the dark with him, many somethings. The whispers multiplied, some urgent, some pleading, some laughing faintly. Others weeping. It was as if a crowd of invisible specters surrounded him just out of sight, each trying to be heard. A chill crept through Harry's being. The whispers were pressing closer. He could almost make out words in that roiling sea of voices. Quote. Harry, one voice sighed distinctly from somewhere to his left. He whipped around. There was no one, just emptiness, yet it no longer felt like emptiness. The void had taken on a hazy, gray quality. Wisps of fog or smoke coiled around him now. Out of the corner of his eye, something flickered, movement. He snapped his gaze toward the movement. At first, he saw only the shifting mist. But then, as he squinted, shapes began to emerge in the fog, as if solidifying from the shadows themselves. A figure was standing in the distance. No, there were several. Pale silhouettes, ashen and indistinct, forming ahead of him on what might be a horizon if this space had one. Harry's non-existent breath caught. He recognized those shapes. The tall, proud stance of one, the slightly shorter, stern posture of another beside it. They stepped closer, and the mists peeled back. Moonlight, an impossible thing in this void, illumined them with a sickly bluish-white glow. Harry felt his chest constrict. It was Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. Or rather, phantoms of them. Harry, spoke the Dumbledore phantom in a hushed, urging tone. His voice was identical to the real Dumbledore's, yet lacking warmth, echoing strangely as though spoken in a marble hall. His half-moon glasses glinted, but his eyes behind them were hollow, black pits. He extended a hand toward Harry. Why did you leave us? Leave them. Harry's mind reeled. I didn't, he tried to say, but again his voice didn't properly emerge. The thought projected anyway, and his denial seemed to cause the Dumbledore phantom's face to distort briefly, a flicker of something like disappointment twisting it. The McGonagall shape stepped forward too. Her lips were pressed thin in disapproval, and tears carved shining streaks down her cheeks. McGonagall crying. Harry had rarely seen such a thing in life, and the sight of it here cut him deeply. How could you do this? Her voice demanded, trembling but harsh. You foolish boy, you abandoned us. Harry shook his head violently. No, this isn't real, he told himself. These were not truly Dumbledore or McGonagall. They were back in the chamber, keeping him anchored. He hadn't abandoned anyone. This must be the ritual's doing, or the gate's first test. fragmented reflections drawn from his mind, twisted by fear. Just as they had warned might happen. The two figures advanced, gliding unnaturally across the dark ground. Was there ground here? Harry still felt no solid surface, yet the figures moved as if on solid floor. Behind them, more shapes gathered in the fog. Harry saw Hermione's bushy hair, Ron's lanky form, Luna's lithe silhouette. They hung back, blurry and indistinct, but their eyes, RGE and glowing white, stared at him with palpable fear. McGonagall's phantom raised her wand. You left us defenseless. The real McGonagall would never point her wand at him with such accusation. Harry knew this. Yet the sight of this simulacrum of his beloved professor aiming as though to strike him made him instinctively raise his own hands in surrender or defense. He realized he didn't have his wand here. He had nothing but the soul stone, and when he looked down, it was still in his hand, luminescing faintly. We needed you, and you left, the Dumbledore phantom said, stepping closer. Sommet, like blood was seeping from his right temple, rolling down past the hollow eye like a mockery of a tear. All the sacrifices, and you flee now. Harry's thoughts churned, fled. The voices were twisting reality. They are not real, not real. Still, guilt gnawed at him. Was entering this ritual an act of abandoning them? He had agreed to go where they could not follow, into danger. What if he failed to return? Would that indeed leave them without hope? Behind the two leading phantoms, the outlines of Hermione, Ron, and Luna flickered and changed. Hermione's form shuddered and then, there she was, flat on the ground. Bound by unseen chains, her face contorted in silent terror. Ron was on his knees, wand broken at his feet, reaching out toward Harry imploringly as if begging for help. Luna stood behind them, but her usual dreamy smile was gone. Blood trickled from her mouth as she tilted her head at an unnatural angle, as though her neck had been snapped. Harry felt a jolt of horror. No, he mouthed, stepping forward without thinking. The moment he moved, though, the environment reacted. The ground, or whatever he stood on, rippled underfoot like water, and from those ripples more figures began to rise. A dense fog swirled in violently. New shapes emerged with it, climbing out of the darkness around his feet. These were shorter, smaller, a man and a woman. The woman's long hair floated as if underwater, obscuring her face except for a pair of glowing green eyes that shone with tears. The man beside her had messy hair sticking up at odd angles, and behind round spectacles, his eyes were empty and dead. Harry's heart twisted painfully. His parents, James and Lily, at least, a cruel parody of them. He had seen their images in photographs, in the Mirror of Erised, and even shades of them from Voldemort's wand once. He knew their faces, their eyes. The green eyes of his mother bore into him now with unspeakable sorrow. Harry, Lily's phantom whispered, and though it was quiet it cut through all the other voices like a dagger of ice. Why won't you come to us? Her pale hand reached out, beckoning. James's phantom beside her nodded slowly, silent tears of blood dripping from beneath his glasses. The sight was ghastly. James was crying blood just as Dumbledore's phantom had, but he looked at Harry not with accusation, but with a deep, forlorn longing. He too stretched a hand toward Harry, as if begging him to take it. Harry was shaking. His very soul quivered under the onslaught of these images. He yearned to go to them, even knowing it wasn't truly them. How many nights had he dreamed of simply being held by his parents? How many times had he wondered what it might be like if they could speak to him, guide him? And here they stood, twisted, yes, but beckoning, needing. Come with us, Lily whispered. It's so cold where we are, so dark. Please, our son. The words warped, echoing weirdly, and Harry realized with a spike of dread that behind the pleading tone there was another emotion, fear. Lily's phantom was afraid of being alone, of him leaving. Don't leave us alone again. Again. He had never been with them to leave them, except, perhaps, by living when they had died. Survivor's guilt flared inside him. Was this a manifestation of his own deepest guilt? That he lived while they did not? He felt hot tears welling up in his eyes, his real eyes or the eyes of his soul. He couldn't tell. In that moment of intense sorrow and temptation, he took another step forward toward his parents' shades. His hand, almost of its own accord, began to rise, reaching out to touch them. The tether at his chest yanked slightly as if warning him not to stray too far. He hesitated. Suddenly, all the phantom voices around him fell silent. The whispering rust that had filled the air like static ceased in an instant, cut off as if by a blade. The silence was deafening. The phantoms of his friends and mentors froze. Hermione's silent scream, Ron's desperate reach, McGonagall's accusing stance, all went still. Lily and James halted too, their beckoning hands stopping inches from Harry's outstretched fingers. A new presence had arrived. Harry felt it before he saw it, an overwhelming sense of otherness that crawled along his spine. The darkness around them grew deeper, the fog recoiling as something colossal and unseen took shape beyond the phantoms. Harry's hand dropped to his side. Dread coiled in his gut. This must be it, the gate, or the entity lurking beyond it. The phantoms parted slowly, drifting to either side as if shoved by an invisible force, clearing a path before Harry. In the distance, where there had been only void and mist, there now stood a structure. As the last of the specters moved aside, Harry saw it clearly and felt his soul shudder. It was a doorway, a massive stone archway rooted in the nothingness. Two ancient pillars of carved obsidian rose from the unseen ground, meeting in a Gothic point above, like the entrance to some forsaken mausoleum. The arch was inlaid with symbols that hurt to look at. Harry's eyes slid off them as soon as he tried to focus, his mind unable to grasp their shape. The space within the arch was not filled by any door or gate, but by a shimmering veil of darkness, like black water rippling with faint reflections. It was as if a piece of the night sky had been lifted and set within a frame. This was the gate. Harry knew it without a doubt. The very air, if one could call it that, around it was charged with power and malice. The stone pillars seemed to throb like a heartbeat. With each pulse, that black veil shimmered and Harry thought he saw shapes moving within it, faces, or something far worse. And from that threshold, a whisper slithered forth, distinct and inhuman. "Welcome." The word was drawn out. A sibilant greeting that carried echoes of death rattles and the sighs of despair. It came not from a single voice, but a chorus of overlapping tones, male, female, child, adult, all speaking in unison so that it was impossible to tell if one entity spoke or many. Harry felt his courage falter. He had known it would be terrifying, but nothing could have prepared him for the sheer wrongness that emanated from the gate. It was like standing at the precipice of madness, staring in. Cold tendrils of dread wrapped around his insubstantial form, urging him to back away, to run. Yet he held his ground, albeit shakily. This was the purpose of the ritual, to face this horror and seek what they needed. He tried to speak, to form a thought directed at the presence. I've come, he managed in his mind. But even thinking the words felt like pushing through sludge. A low, grinding sound emanated from the arch, as if stones were shifting. The veil of darkness within it rippled faster. "We know why you have come." The chorus of voices answered. Some voices sounded amused, others angry, others hungry. "Little seeker, you stand at the threshold of knowledge and doom." At those words, images flashed in the darkness of the gate's veil. Harry glimpsed moments, like fleeting scenes illuminated by lightning. A flash, Hogwarts in flames under a stormy sky, shadows circling above the towers. Another flash, a younger Harry crying alone in a cupboard. No, that didn't happen to him in this life, but perhaps the gate was showing him a life that could have been, a fragment from another reality. The image was gone before he could ponder it. A third flash, Voldemort's serpentine face, triumphant and terrible, laughter echoing. Harry winced, staggering back a step. Each image felt like a physical blow of dread, so brief he couldn't brace himself. "You seek to change fate," hissed the voices, this time with an edge of disdain. "To break what is set in stone." Such insolence. Harry gathered himself, clenching his fists. "I seek to save my loved ones. To stop Voldemort." He projected the thought forcefully. The mention of Voldemort echoed strangely. The EDG's of the void trembled as if even here that name carried weight. At this, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the gate's voices, high-pitched giggles, a deep bass chuckle, a child's cruel snicker. "Save them from death," the voices rasped. "All who live must walk through a gate like this one day." Harry's temper flared amid his fear. Not now, not by his hand. He thought back fiercely. I will do anything to protect them. Silence fell again, abrupt and heavy. The gate's veil quivered. Harry had the sense of something leaning forward, scrutinizing him from that archway, although he saw nothing solid move. Anything. The voices repeated, almost delicately. The chorus hushed to nearly a single voice now, a cold, silky whisper that somehow made Harry think of long, sharp claws teasing over prey. You would pay any price. Little hero. Harry faltered. He realized the trap of his own words. I will do what is right, he amended in his thoughts, cautious now. A sound slithered out that might have been a sigh or a hiss. Right, wrong, fragile, human distinctions. The two pillars of the gate trembled, and from their carved surfaces, trickles of black liquid began oozing, as though the stone wept ink. You come to us seeking knowledge, knowledge to defeat the Dark One who scarred your soul. At the mention of the scar on his soul, Harry felt a sudden heat in the lightning bolt scar on his forehead. The one Voldemort had given him as a baby. Even in this form, the scar's connection burned. He hissed, pressing a hand to his forehead reflexively, though there was nothing physical there to touch. A flash of red flared across his vision, and for a split second, he heard a high, cold laugh intermingled with the gate's voices. Voldemort. The scar's link had awoken, reacting to the contact with this realm. Outside the trance, in the dimly lit antechamber, Harry's physical body jerked violently. His back arched off the floor as if struck by an invisible force, and a strangled gasp tore from his throat. The soulstone in his hands flared with an erratic light, pulsing between that cold blue and a sickly greenish hue. Hermione was the first to notice the change. Professor, she cried, her chanting breaking off mid-word. She reached for Harry as his limbs twitched. The protective harmony of the circle faltered at her alarm. Dumbledore, attuned keenly to Harry's condition, had already stepped forward. His eyes flashed with concern behind his glasses as he moved his wand in a complex gesture. Maintain the circle, he ordered, voice calm but urgent. McGonagall immediatal. White picked up the Latin chant where Dumbledore left off, trying to sustain the enchantment's rhythm alongside Ron and Luna. Ron slid to his knees and caught Harry's shoulders just as another convulsion racked his friend. Harry, steady on, Ron exclaimed, fear sharpening his voice. He held Harry down as gently as possible to keep him from thrashing out of the circle's boundary. Sweat beaded on Harry's brow, and his closed eyes darted beneath the lids as if in a nightmare. Luna's chant had shifted into something else, a soft song that was not part of the ritual, a melody of her own making. It was ethereal and calm. She knelt by Harry's head, helping Ron support him, and with her free hand she reached out to touch Harry's temple lightly. It's trying to pull him away. Something dark, she murmured, her voice oddly steady. As if she were simply observing curious weather. Dumbledore placed the tip of his wand directly on Harry's lightning bolt scar, which now glowed an angry red. He closed his eyes in concentration. A thin wisp of smoke rose from the point of contact, and Harry's face contorted in pain. Albus, his heart rate, McGonagall warned. She had moved to place a hand over Harry's chest. Through her palm she could feel the rapid, erratic flutter of Harry's heart, far too fast. Her other hand gripped her wand tightly, continuing to chant though her voice quivered with worry. Dumbledore's face was grim. He spoke through clenched teeth, ealizing magic into Harry's scar, attempting to reinforce the mental shields around Harry's mind. Tom is trying to interfere, he said, confirming their worst fear. The name of the Dark Wizard sent a cold spike through Hermione and Ron. They had guessed the Horcrux in Harry's scar might react unpredictably, but seeing it now was terrifying. Hermione swallowed hard and forced herself to resume chanting the Latin incantation they had prepared, even as tears pricked her eyes. She reached out and took one of Harry's hands in hers, squeezing hard. Hoping her touch could anchor him somehow. We won't let him go, she whispered, more to herself than anyone, and rejoined the chant with renewed determination. As Dumbledore poured his will into repelling Voldemort's influence, he motioned subtly with his free hand. Fawkes, who had been perched unseen in the rafters above, ever loyal to his master, gave a low, melodic trill in response. The phoenix's song descended like a golden ribbon of sound, interweaving with Luna's soft lullaby and the chanting. The music was heartbreaking in its beauty, a lament and a hope entwined. The Cha-Ti-Si vibrations in the air calmed at Fawkes's cry, and for a moment, Harry's convulsions eased. McGonagall took that moment of calm to draw a quick rune in the air above Harry with her wand. Contigo animum, she intoned sharply. A warm golden glow sank into Harry's chest, an additional shield to guard his soul. She then met Dumbledore's gaze. We need to hurry, Albus. His magical core is fluctuating dangerously. Indeed, within the glowing lines of the ritual circle, Harry's aura flickered, a wavering outline of light around his body that all of them could see now as the magic peaked. Where it had been steady at the start of the ritual, it now pulsed erratically, tinged with an oily darkness seeping from that scar. Dumbledore only nodded, sweat now visible on his brow as well. This was a battle on two fronts, keeping Harry anchored and fighting off Voldemort's intrusion. Harry, hold on, he murmured, uncertain if Harry could hear him from where he was. You are not alone. Feel us with you. He pressed his left hand over Harry's heart, right hand still wielding the wand at the scar, and closed his eyes, entering deep concentration. McGonagall continued chanting and reinforcing the circles, her voice louder to compensate for Dumbledore's pause. Hermione, Ron, and Luna kept their supportive stations, all radiating concern and determination. In the silence of his mind, Dumbledore reached outward with his own formidable legilimency skills, following the tether of Harry's soul like a lifeline. He could sense the struggle, Harry's essence flaring against two great dark forces, He-Gate's oppressive presence and the serpent-like coils of Voldemort's soul fragment. Dumbledore grimaced. The Horcrux was latching onto the opening between Harry's soul and the void, trying to slith its way out or draw power from the gate's realm. Not this time, Tom, Dumbledore whispered under his breath. With a deep breath, he summoned one of his strongest defenses, a surge of pure love and memory. He thought of Harry as a baby. The first time he'd held the boy in his arms when McGonagall brought him to Hogwarts instead of Privet Drive. He recalled the innocent infant grasping his beard and giggling. Then years later, a 5-year-old Harry atop Dumbledore's shoulders, tugging at his hat as they toured the Hogwarts gardens, an 11-year-old Harry blowing out candles on a birthday cake in McGonagall's quarters. Face lit with joy, these cherished memories fueled Dumbledore's magic now, an incandescent wave of love channeled through his wand into Harry. Harry's scar burst into bright, white light for a brief second. Harry's body jolted again, but this time his expression relaxed as if some torment had abated. The dark aura around him receded slightly, pushed back by the onslaught of positive energy. Hermione let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding as she felt Harry's hand unclench a little in hers. For now, the worst seemed held at bay, but they all knew. Harry was still in the thick of whatever horror the gate would throw at him. They had to be ready. McGonagall didn't dare stop her enchantments or vigilance. Luna kept up her strange melody interlaced with Phoenix song. And Ron stayed braced, hands firmly on Harry's shoulders. All their eyes were on Harry's face, willing him silently to persevere and return. In the surreal domain of the gate, Harry staggered as his scar seared with pain. A voice that was not the chorus of the gate slithered into his mind, a high, cruel voice he knew all too well. Weak, it whispered, dripping with contempt. You cannot trust this power. Give yourself to me instead. The image of Voldemort's face flickered across the dark veil of the gate, pale skin, red eyes gleaming. It was gone in a blink, but the voice remained, coiling around Harry's thoughts. For a moment, Harry felt the world spinning, two nightmares overlapping. The gate's oppressive presence and Voldemort's malice twisted together, threatening to crush his will between them. He dropped to one knee, clutching his head. Was this real or in his mind? But here, in this place, his mind was reality. The gate entity's chorus muttered and hissed, displeased. Invader. One of the voices rasped, and others echoed in agreement. The realm quaked as if in anger, the obsidian pillars vibrating. The interloper has no claim here, the voices declared. Harry sensed a ripple of force radiate out from the gate, a wave directed not at him but at the foreign presence entwining his mind. Voldemort's voice snarled in pain or rage as that wave struck. Harry felt the pressure in his scar suddenly lessen, a moment of relief. The gate had lashed out at Voldemort's influence, swatting it aside like a fly. But Harry knew it wasn't to help him, the Entity simply would not brook competition for his soul. In the wake of that psychic clash, Harry became aware of another sensation, a warmth blossoming in his chest, gentle and golden. It cut through the icy dread like sunrise through a storm. Faintly, just at the edge of hearing, he caught a familiar strain of music, a phoenix's song. Fox. And entwined with it, a chorus of beloved voices calling his name, telling him he was not alone. Dumbledore, Hermione, Ron, McGonagall, even in this abyss, their love reached for him. Harry clutched at that warmth, drawing it into himself. His vision cleared a little. The phantoms that had crowded him flickered, some of their terrible visages softening as if held at bay by that light. He pushed himself back to his feet, resolute, breathing hard. The gate loomed ahead, patient and still, watching him with unseen eyes. Your bonds are strong, the gate's voices said, less amused now, more assessing. Stronger than the whispering parasite. The black liquid tears along the pillars had stopped flowing, and in their place, faint symbols glowed crimson on the stone. Harry realized, with a chill, that they resembled snake-like forms. Was the gate analyzing the Horcrux? Absorbing something of its nature? No matter. The voices continued, the myriad tones coalescing once again into that single cold whisper directly inside Harry's head. We alone offer what you seek. The power to reshape destiny. The knowledge hidden from the living. As if to entice him, the darkness within the arch swirled and formed images again, slower this time, deliberate. Harry saw himself, older, standing over a fallen body, Voldemort's lifeless corpse. In the vision, Harry's face was stained with tears and blood, but there was a grim relief as he watched the Dark Lord perish. Around him, indistinct shapes of people, the survivors of a war, perhaps cheered and reached out to him in gratitude. It was what he wanted. An end to the threat, peace for his loved ones. The image shifted. Now he saw a cozy room bathed in warm light. The burrow, Ron's home. The Weasley family gathered around a table, laughing, alive, untouched BS safe and smiling. Hogwarts standing proud and whole, no funerals to attend. No fresh graves. He saw himself standing with Hermione, Ron, and Luna on a sunlit Hogwarts lawn, all alive and happy, older, victorious. Harry's heart ached at the beautiful scene. It was everything he yearned for, fought for. The whisper came, insidious and gentle. All this, and more, can be. We can show you the path. Harry tore his gaze from the scene, because say he knew there was more, there had to be a catch. The darkness in the arch shimmered, and now it showed a different future, one of ruin. A flash of that first image, the castle aflame, bodies lying still on the ground. He saw himself too, lying among them with sightless eyes, a sacrifice made too late. Hermione and Ron lifeless at Voldemort's feet. Luna's laughter silenced, her eyes dull. McGonagall and Dumbledore overpowered, cast aside like rag dolls. A world where he failed and lost everything. He bit back a cry, fists clenching. No, I won't let that happen, he projected, though despair tugged at him seeing those horrors. Fate is not kind, the entity whispered. Without knowledge, without power, that future of ash is as likely as any. A slender tendril of darkness extended from the veil, like a finger pointing at him. But a bargain can be struck. Here it was. Harry braced himself. What bargain? He thought, though part of him dreaded the answer. The tendril swayed, and Harry had the sense of a smile. Though no face was there. A simple exchange. We grant you the knowledge you seek, the secret to unmake your enemy, to protect those you cherish. In return, we take. The voices paused, a hiss of anticipation, a piece of you. At those words, Harry felt an involuntary tremor. A piece of me, he echoed internally. My soul. He immediately thought of Voldemort, who had infamously mutilated his soul to cheat death. The revulsion and fear at that thought must have shown on his face, because the entity released a soft, oily chuckle. Nothing so crude as your entire soul. The whispering chorus corrected. Just a small fragment, a sliver of your essence, freely given. The part of you that harbors your deepest fear, or your greatest love. Such morsels sustain us. Harry's blood ran cold. His greatest love or fear, taken. That could mean stripping away his love for his friends, or taking the fear that drove him, his fear of failure, perhaps. What would that do to him? To lose a piece like that? He remembered how Voldemort, with no love or fear left in him, had become a monster. The gate was offering knowledge at the cost of losing a part of what made Harry human. He squared his shoulders, trembling but resolute. What if I refuse? he asked in thought, voice hard. The reaction was immediate. The pillars of the gate groaned, and for the first time the visage of the entity changed from enticing to threatening. The darkness within the arch boiled and surged forward, tendrils multiplying and lashing out around Harry like the limbs of a great squid. They did not touch him yet, but encircled him, writhing eagerly. The phantom figures that had been standing motionless now dissolved into the fog, their forms breaking apart as if consumed by the encroaching darkness. Harry was left alone before the gate, utterly small compared to its towering arch. "You came here for nothing, then," thundered the voices, resonating so powerfully that Harry felt it in his teeth. The multitude was back, angry, mocking voices overlapping. "You waste our time." A low growl underpinned the words, as if some great beast spoke among the chorus. Harry's resolve wavered under the weight of that fury. This was a being, or beings beyond his comprehension, older and far more powerful than any wizard. It had the right to be angry. He had come to its domain seeking something, and now dared to refuse its price. One of the shadowy tendrils brushed against his arm and Harry cried out. It was agony, cold and burning at once, like frostbite and fire under his skin. He jerked back, but another tendril lashed around his left wrist, stopping him from retreating. The contact sent a jolt of despair through him so intense it nearly overwhelmed all thought. The feeling of emptiness and sorrow emanating from that touch was worse than a Dementor's kiss on his soul. "Perhaps you think to leave unscathed," the voices rasped, more quietly now but dripping with malice. The tendril coiled tighter around Harry's wrist. "No one crosses the threshold without bearing our mark." Harry struggled, pulling against the shadowy coil. His spectral form had strength, fueled by desperation, and he managed to rip his arm free, the tendril snapping back like a broken leash. But where it had gripped him, his wrist glowed faintly with a strange symbol, an imprint of dark fire that sank into his form and vanished, leaving only a lingering cold ache. Panicking, Harry turned to run. He didn't even know if running was possible here, but he had to get away from that arch. As he spun around, another coil of darkness whipped out, catching his ankle. He hit the invisible ground hard. The silvery tether connecting him to the living world pulsed urgently, tugging, as if Dumbledore and the others were trying to reel him back. "You cannot escape without our leave," hissed the entity. The tendrils tightened around Harry's ankle and others surged forward, starting to wrap around his torso like constricting snakes. Each contact sapped his warmth, his hope, filling him with numbing terror. Harry gasped, a soundless sob in the void, as creeping despair flooded his mind. Maybe he should have bargained. Maybe it was hopeless to fight this. The vision of his friends dead flickered in his mind. Would refusing doom them all? Somewhere, beyond the haze of pain and fear, Harry still felt the golden tether of love. It pulsed again, more strongly, a jolt of warmth from far away. In his fading consciousness, he heard voices, clear and urgent, Dumbledore's voice speaking his name as a command. "Harry," and another voice, McGonagall's, urgent, "Come back to us." Others joined. Hermione calling, "We're here," Ron shouting, "We're with you," Harry, Luna's calm, "Follow the light back." Their voices resonated in his very core. They sounded so distant, yet so very real. The dark tendrils screeched at these intruding voices, the noise like metal tearing. The gate's grip on him loosened just enough as the entity recoiled at the surge of love and determination from Harry's world. Harry seized that chance. Summoning every remaining ounce of will, he focused on his anchor, that silvery cord linking him home. He imagined it ablaze with light, a rope he could pull himself along. "I choose them," he shouted in his mind, defiantly, though his voice was raw with terror. "I reject you. I won't give you anything." It was both a refusal and a desperate plea to his friends to pull him out. The response was a cacophony of rage. The entire archway erupted in a howl, the voices of the gate screeching in unison. The black veil flared open, and for a split second Harry glimpsed what lay beyond it, a pair of immense, lidless eyes, ancient and filled with endless night, locking onto him with fury. A clawed, spectral hand burst forth from the gate, swiping at Harry as he was yanked backward by the now blazing tether. The claws grazed his chest and forehead, a flash of searing pain lancing through him. He felt those talons not just on his spirit, but somehow on his physical flesh. Then he was tumbling, falling backward through a void that churned from black to blinding white. The last thing he heard as the gate's realm shattered around him was a hiss that echoed in the hollow of his mind. Marked, you are marked. With a collective gasp, Harry's eyes flew open and he lunged upright. Choking on a breath of cool, real air, he was back on the stone floor of Hogwarts, back in the antechamber lit by flickering candlelight. Strong arms caught him before he could call. Apps, Ron on one side and Dumbledore on the other, easing him back gently. Every muscle in his body felt leaden and cold. Harry, oh, thank God, Hermione sobbed with relief, rushing forward. She nearly fell to her knees beside him, her hands hovering as if unsure where it was safe to touch. Finally she grabbed his hand, squeezing it tight and warm. He squeezed back weakly, assuring her with that small gesture that he was truly there. McGonagall was crouched at Harry's other side in an instant, her usual composure shattered by worry. Easy, lad, she said, her voice thick with emotion she didn't try to hide. She brushed the sweat-soaked hair from Harry's forehead tenderly. Her hand froze for a split second as she noticed something there, but before Harry could wonder what, a new wave of agony rippled through his torso. Harry groaned, instinctively pressing a hand to his chest. It felt like his heart was on fire, the skin above it burning. He struggled to find his voice. My chest, he rasped. Dumbledore exchanged a grave, knowing look with McGonagall and quickly drew Harry's hand away to unbutton the top of his singed robe. There, above Harry's heart, 4 livid welts stood out against his skin, scratch marks. Thin and angry red, like the talons of a beast had raked him. The sight of them drew a collective intake of breath. Hermione clapped a hand over her mouth. Ron's eyes went wide in horror. Luna leaned in, her gaze fixed, and whispered, I saw it grab you there, from beyond. McGonagall's face had gone ashen. She reached trembling fingers toward one of the marks, but stopped short of touching it. What in Merlin's name? Harry looked down at the marks on his chest, his stomach twisting. Physical evidence of what happened in that nightmare realm. He wasn't sure whether to be relieved that he hadn't imagined it or terrified that it had followed him back. Dumbledore's jaw was set in a hard line. Gently, he tugged Harry's robes closed again, as if to shield him from that sight. Harry, my dear boy, are you hurt anywhere else? He asked softly. Harry realized his forehead throbbed with the familiar sting of his lightning scar, and maybe something more, a new cut. He gingerly touched it. His fingers came away with a smear of blood. My scar, and maybe a scratch, he mumbled. He felt oddly detached, shock muddling his senses. Dumbledore conjured a clean handkerchief and pressed it to Harry's forehead. McGonagall wrapped a supportive arm around Harry's back to steady him as he sat, noticing how he shivered. The room was not cold, if anything. The lingering magic made the air warm and dense, but Harry shuddered as if iced water ran in his veins. Hermione shrugged off her own outer robe and draped it around Harry's shoulders. You're freezing, she said, voice quavering. Here, Harry managed a ghost of a smile in thanks. The robe carried Hermione's warmth and the faint scent of parchment in her lavender soap. It grounded him a little more in reality. Ron still had a hand on Harry's shoulder, as if afraid Harry might slip away again if he let go. That was bloody awful, Ron said, attempting a weak smile of reassurance but failing. His eyes were red-rimmed. You gave us a right scare, mate. Luna was gazing at Harry with a distant, searching expression. You saw them, didn't you? She asked quietly. The things beyond the veil. It wasn't really a question. Harry nodded minutely, and Luna's lips pressed together in sympathy. They often leave a mark when you refuse their gifts, she added in an oddly matter-of-fact tone, as if recalling a line from an old story. McGonagall looked sharply at Luna, then back to Dumbledore. Albus, she said in a low, urgent voice, those scratches, could it have? Dumbledore's eyes were sorrowful behind his glasses. Yes, Minerva, he replied. He placed a gentle hand on Harry's back. It appears the gate did not let him go without consequence. Harry blinked, more fully awake now, each passing second making him more aware of how much everything hurt. I'm sorry, he croaked. His throat was raw, as though he'd been screaming. Perhaps he had. I couldn't get anything we needed, it was too strong. It wanted to take. His voice faltered. He remembered the bargain offered, the sickly temptation. His stomach churned with shame and relief that he hadn't agreed. It wanted a piece of me. Hermione shook her head fervently and took his hand again. Don't apologize, Harry. You came back to us. That's what matters. She's right, Ron agreed, patting Harry's shoulder. We can figure out another way to get what we need. You did the right thing by not giving in. McGonagall's arm tightened around Harry protectively. Nothing is worth losing part of yourself, she said firmly. Her eyes glistened behind her square spectacles. I'm so proud of you, Harry. The praise, coming from her in such a gentle, broken whisper, made Harry's chest ache anew, this time with emotion rather than pain. Harry managed to sit up a bit more on his own, though he didn't shrug off McGonagall's steadying arm. Voldemort was there, he said hoarsely, looking to Dumbledore. He tried to interfere. I heard him, saw him. The gate drove him off, I think, but he swallowed, recalling those red eyes and that cruel voice invading his mind. He knows, Professor. He felt what I was doing. He might have seen some of what I saw. Dumbledore's expression grew even more serious, though he did not seem surprised. I feared as much. The connection through your scar is a double-edged sword. He sighed heavily. It is likely Voldemort became aware, at least briefly, of the ritual. He may not have understood it fully, but any attempt by him to latch onto you would have given him a taste of it. Hermione looked between Dumbledore and Harry anxiously. Does that mean, is Harry in even more danger now? Before Dumbledore could answer, Luna interjected softly, he was already in great danger. But now it's different. She tilted her head, her dirty blonde hair falling over one shoulder as she studied Harry intently. There's something around you, Harry. Like an aura that wasn't there before. She pointed toward his chest, exactly where the scratches were hidden under his robes. A bit of night clinging to your light. Harry felt a chill, remembering the hiss in his head, marked. He met Luna's misty eyes. I feel it too, he admitted in a whisper. Like a cold weight here. He placed a hand over his heart. The scratches tingled under his palm, not painfully, but a reminder of their presence. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly, as if gathering strength, then spoke with a gentle but firm resolve. Harry, what you did took enormous courage. You resisted a temptat, ion that many grown wizards would have succumbed to. You have done nothing wrong. He paused, his gaze flicking to the spot on Harry's chest, then to the faint smear of blood on the handkerchief he still held to Harry's forehead. But I fear Luna and Minerva are correct. The entity has marked you, in some fashion. McGonagall inhaled sharply, the reality hitting her hard. How do we remove it? She demanded. Albus, surely there must be a way to cleanse this. Dumbledore gently shook his head. This is not a simple curse that can be lifted with a counterspell. His tone was regretful. This mark is ethereal, tied to Harry's very being. It might fade with time, or it might not. We will do everything in our power to shield him from its influence. He placed a fatherly hand under Harry's chin and lifted it so Harry looked into his eyes. You may experience lingering effects. Nightmares, perhaps, are moments when you feel its pull. But remember, you are stronger than it. And you are not alone. Harry nodded uncertainly, absorbing Dumbledore's words. He couldn't help but feel a crack of fear. Something foreign now lurked in him, like a dark bruise on his soul. But Dumbledore's steady gaze and the reassuring presence of everyone around gave him strength. Hermione wiped at her tears with her sleeve and offered a determined smile. We'll face it together, like always. Ron nodded. Thuaken. Why yeah, you're stuck with us, mate. Ghostly gate monsters and all. Luna added serenely, we'll chase away the shadows if they try to follow you. McGonagall carefully helped Harry to his feet, her arm still around him. He was unsteady, legs weak as a newborn foal, but with Ron and Hermione lending support on either side, he stood. Dumbledore kept a hand on Harry's shoulder for added balance. The ritual circles on the floor were now dark, many of the chalk lines scuffed or smeared in the chaos. The candles had burnt low, some extinguished during the tumult. The soulstone lay a few feet away, cracked clean in two. A thin wisp of smoke rising from it. Its purpose had been served, and the strain had destroyed it. As Harry looked around at the disarray, an immense fatigue settled over him, heavy as a lead cloak. But beneath it, a spark of resolve glimmered. He had survived. He had refused the lure of darkness. Whatever came next, he had chosen to keep his soul intact. Dumbledore gently guided Harry towards the door, nodding for Ron and Hermione to stay close in case Harry stumbled. Luna trailed just behind, humming that lilting tune once more, as if to ward off any residual gloom that dared cling to them. McGonagall walked on Harry's other side, her wand out to magically unlock and open the heavy door with a mere flick. Before crossing the threshold, Harry paused. He glanced back over his shoulder into the chamber they were leaving. In the fading glow of scattered candles, the room looked almost normal again, just a classroom with chalk markings and clutter. Yet Harry could still see, in his mind's eye, the towering obsidian arch and the darkness that had nearly claimed him. A shiver ran through him. McGonagall squeezed his shoulder gently. "Come along, Harry," she urged softly. "Let's get you somewhere warm. Poppy will want to look you over." Harry allowed himself to be ushered out, and the door shut firmly behind them all, the click echoing in the corridor. With that sound, he felt something final about the night. The gate was closed, at least for now. As they slowly made their way toward the hospital wing, Dumbledore spoke quietly to McGonagall, his voice carrying only to those nearest. "We must be vigilant. This kind of mark, it can linger in unpredictable ways." McGonagall's lips pressed thin. "He'll be watched around the clock if need be," she whispered back fiercely. "I won't let that thing take him." Harry listened, saying nothing, but he appreciated their dedication. Every step he took felt a little steadier, bolstered by their support. Yet, as they turned down a torch-lit hallway, Harry halted again, a distant chill skittering down his spine. In the quiet hush, he thought he heard a faint whisper just behind him. He glanced back over his shoulder, eyes wide. Nothing was there, only shadows dancing as the torches flickered. "Harry," Hermione asked gently. Everyone had stopped when he did. Harry swallowed. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw twin glints, like distant stars, at the far end of the corridor behind them. Watching. But he blinked and they were gone. Probably just a trick of his exhausted mind. "Nothing," he said, forcing a small smile. "Just thought I heard something." Dumbledore's hand came to rest over the place on Harry's chest where the scratches lay hidden, offering warmth. "The night plays tricks after what you've been through," he said. Though his tone suggested he too remained uneasy. Together they resumed their slow walk, and Harry tried to shake off the feeling of unseen eyes upon him. He used on his friends. Ron muttering that he'd kill for a hot chocolate right now, Hermione assuring Harry she had some in her stash, Luna suggesting adding a pinch of Gertie root might help ward off nightmares, to Ron's bafflement. The normalcy of their chatter eased him. But deep inside, Harry knew the truth. Something in that ritual chamber had indeed followed him out, in spirit if not in form. He could still feel the slight burn of the scratches beneath his shirt, a reminder that the gate had marked him and would not soon forget. As they turned the last corner toward the hospital wing, Harry tightened his arm around Hermione's shoulders and gripped Ron's hand for support. Luna's tune hummed softly behind them. McGonagall and Dumbledore led the way, already discussing protective spells and next steps in hushed tones. Harry stepped forward into the light of the ward, surrounded by those who cared for him. Yet, in the back of his mind, the final whisper of the gate lingered like a sliver of ice. Marked. He would carry that mark into whatever came next, a chilling reminder that some doors, once opened, never truly close. The sun had not yet risen over Hogwarts when Harry awoke, drenched in cold sweat and tangled in the sheets of the infirmary bed. He sat up sharply, heart pounding. His throat was dry, and the room was cloaked in dim shadows. Only the faint flickering of lanterns cast a pale golden light across the whitewashed walls. The dream, no, the memory, still clung to him like wet ash. The gate, its voices, the searing pain, the mark. His hand went instinctively to his chest. Beneath the soft cotton of his infirmary gown, his skin still throbbed. The scratches, 4 precise lines that burned like fire, were real. Madame Pomfrey had fussed over them when he was brought in, but no healing charm had been able to close them fully. He swung his legs over the side of the bed and sat there, elbows on knees, head in his hands. The chill of the stone floor beneath his bare feet helped ground him. The silence of the room was almost unnerving after the chaos of the ritual chamber. Yet Harry couldn't help but feel that he was not truly alone. The air itself seemed to breathe with something else. "You're awake," came a gentle voice from the shadows. It was Luna, seated cross-legged on a chair near the foot of his bed, her wand in one hand and a half-knitted scarf in the other. She wore her usual expression of dreamy calm, but her eyes were sharper than usual. "Didn't mean to wake you," Harry mumbled. "You didn't. I've been watching over you," she replied simply. "They said the mark might act up during the first night. Dumbledore wanted someone here." Harry gave her a faint, grateful smile. "Thanks." Luna tilted her head, studying him. "You screamed twice in your sleep." He grimaced. "Sorry." Quote, "Don't be. You went somewhere people aren't meant to go. Of course the shadows would follow." He exhaled shakily. "It felt like it still had part of me. Even now. Like it's waiting." Luna nodded solemnly and reached into her pocket. She withdrew a crystal charm wrapped in silver thread and handed it to him. "It's for protection. Made from thestral hair and dreamglass. Supposed to keep things from slipping through." Harry accepted it. The charm was cold and oddly comforting. "Thanks." Again. Before Luna could respond, the infirmary doors creaked open. Hermione peeked inside, followed by Ron. Both of them looked haggard, clearly having just woken or never gone to bed. "He's awake." Hermione rushed over, worry dissolving into palpable relief. Ron trailed behind, rubbing at his eyes. "Bloody hell, mate, you look like you've been through a war." Harry smiled faintly. "Feels like I have." Madame Pomfrey appeared a moment later, muttering about students who wouldn't stay in bed. But she checked him over without much fuss, noting that his vitals were stable despite the mark showing no change. Later, McGonagall and Dumbledore arrived. The headmaster looked worn, older somehow. His power subdued but ever present. McGonagall held a thick file of notes in her arms, and her eyes softened at the sight of Harry sitting up. "How do you feel, Harry?" Dumbledore asked gently. "Tired, cold, different," Harry admitted. Dumbledore nodded solemnly. "That is to be expected." What exactly happened?" "I remember the gate marked me. But what does that mean?" McGonagall stepped forward and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "We don't know yet. The magic is ancient, perhaps itself. But it's not corrupting your mind or body, yet. But it might." Dumbledore hesitated. "It left a scar on your magical core. One we believe may grow more responsive in time." "To what?" "We're still unsure." Harry felt the weight of their words. "I made the right choice, didn't I? Not making the bargain." Quote. Dumbledore met his eyes. "Yes, my boy, you chose humanity over power. That is always the harder choice." There was a long silence. Then Harry asked, "Do you think it's watching me still?" Nobody answered. The days following the Soulstone ritual passed like a thick fog. Harry remained under close observation in the hospital wing for 3 more nights, and while his wounds didn't worsen, they also didn't fade. The 4 claw-like gashes across his chest had become red, slightly glowing welts that pulsed faintly whenever he used magic. Madame Pomfrey cast more healing charms and soothing balms than Harry could count, but all she could do was dull the pain. "It's like the wound is stitched into your magical core itself," she muttered under her breath more than once. Dumbledore agreed and placed additional protections on the ward. No one except those closest to Harry were allowed to visit. McGonagall sat with him often. In those quiet hours, Harry saw a different side of her. She would tell him stories from her childhood in the Highlands, of the first spells she ever cast and the day she met Dumbledore as a student. She confessed her doubts about raising him in a world as dangerous as theirs, how frightened she had been when he showed his first burst of crimson magic at age 3. And Harry, in turn, shared dreams he couldn't explain, visions he now suspected came from the gate. She didn't dismiss them. She listened. It was during one of these conversations that Harry finally asked, "Do you think I'm still me?" McGonagall took his hand gently. "More than ever. You just carry more weight than most boys your age. But that hasn't changed your heart." Those words stayed with him. By the 4th morning, Dumbledore declared Harry well enough to return to classes. Reluctantly, Pomfrey allowed it, with strict instructions that he was to avoid dueling, intense magic, or late-night astronomy until further notice. The school whispered like wind through leaves. Rumors spread, of course, that Harry had faced a Dementor Lord, that he had died and come back, that he had a cursed tattoo that let him see ghosts, even that he was now part vampire. No one quite knew the truth. But everyone could feel it. Harry Potter had changed. And Voldemort felt it too. News from the outside world turned darker by the day. Horrors were disappearing. Magical storms raged in pockets across Europe. Strange omens were recorded by centaur tribes. Whispers spoke of a second prophecy, older than the first. Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix were meeting or frequently, and always with grim faces. Meanwhile, Harry struggled to balance being a student and a marked soul. The mark didn't speak, not in words. But at night, it pulsed. In lessons, it hummed. And when he felt deep emotion, fear, rage, love, it burned, as though responding. He began practicing containment techniques with Dumbledore in the evenings. The headmaster taught him to mask his aura, to fold magic inward like armor. It was during these sessions that Harry saw the full breadth of Dumbledore's power. With a flick of his hand, the ancient wizard could conjure barriers of light, unravel illusions from across the grounds, or silence a forest of voices. He was not the frail old man the world imagined. He was a fortress. One night, after Harry nearly collapsed during training, Dumbledore helped him sit and offered a sugar quill. "You're pushing me hard," Harry panted. "Because I must. There is no luxury of time, not anymore." Dumbledore's eyes glimmered. "The gate left its imprint on you. That mark is a beacon. Others will feel it, some will seek it, some may obey it." Harry's brows furrowed. "Obey?" Dumbledore hesitated. "We don't yet know what it commands." Another weight on his shoulders. But Harry bore it. In all this, Luna became a constant. She walked with him after classes, gave him strange teas that soothed the mark's throbbing, and spoke to him about things others found uncomfortable: death, dreams, time. She never judged his silences. One evening, she found him alone by the Black Lake, skipping stones. He glanced at her and said, "I saw my parents again. In the gate." But wrong. Twisted. It felt like a cruelty. Luna sat beside him, silent for a while. Then she said, "You saw them because you still seek them. The gate gives shape to longing. That's its cruelty." He nodded. "But it didn't take me." I said no. She smiled. "That's why it marked you. It's curious now." Harry looked at her. "Do you think I'm dangerous?" "Yes," Luna said honestly. "But so is fire. So is hope. So is love." Harry didn't speak again for a long time. But when she reached for his hand, he didn't pull away. The first snow of winter fell on Hogwarts the day Harry's mark flared like wildfire. It began during potions. Professor Snape was mid-lecture on magical neurotoxins when Harry felt it. A sudden pulse of heat under his ribs, followed by a burning throb that dropped him to his knees. His vision went white for a moment, then red. He heard shouting. Hermione's voice, maybe Ron's, and the scrape of chairs. Snape's footsteps. But it was all distant. Then came the whisper. Not from the gate, not from Voldemort, but from something else, beneath them. "You were the door." By the time Harry was hauled to the infirmary, his skin was ice cold, but his veins burned with magic. His mark shimmered red through his shirt, pulsing in time with something that wasn't his heart. It took Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Flitwick combining containment wards to stop the magical feedback. The next day, the snow had covered the grounds like a burial shroud. Whispers spread like wildfire. That Harry Potter had cracked the stones of the dungeons with a scream, that dark magic had flared from his body. That he had passed out calling a name no one understood. "Who's Ithelmar?" Hermione asked quietly in the common room that night. Harry shook his head, still pale. "I don't know, but I heard it in the whisper. Like a memory I never had." Luna, who had slipped in unannounced, murmured, "That name comes from Old Elvish. Ithel, moonlight. Ithelmar means starlight metal, or the eye that sees beyond." Everyone went quiet. As Christmas break neared, the darkness outside Hogwarts thickened. Attacks increased. Villages went silent. Diagon Alley shuttered early. Horrors vanished. And Harry's dreams grew more vivid. Visions of black towers, of a great eye turning, of Voldemort staring into a mirror and seeing not himself but another. Then, one night, Harry vanished from his bed. They found him standing barefoot in the Forbidden Forest, arms raised, eyes glowing faintly. Runes had burned themselves into the snow in a wide circle around him. When Dumbledore and Hagrid approached, Harry collapsed. In his hand, he held a single feather, black and gold. Fawkes would not come near him for 3 days. Whatever the mark had awakened, it was no longer asleep. The great hall was silent. Snow drifted lazily outside the enchanted ceiling, casting the room in a silvery gloom. The remaining students sat tensely at their house tables, murmuring behind hands. The usual holiday cheer had dimmed into an uneasy hush. Hogwarts was holding its breath. Harry entered through the side door flanked by McGonagall and Dumbledore. His skin looked pale beneath the flickering torches, but his stride was steady. Students turned to watch him. Some wide-eyed with awe, others with fear. It had been 3 days since the forest. No one spoke as he crossed the floor. Even the teachers watched with narrowed eyes. He could feel their scrutiny, not out of malice, but caution. Whatever was happening to him was beyond their understanding. Beyond theirs. He was a question without an answer. Luna sat at the Ravenclaw table, her eyes following him calmly. Hermione and Ron had saved him a spot beside them at Gryffindor. When he sat, Ron gave a quiet nod. Hermione reached beneath the table and gripped his hand. "You okay?" she whispered. "I don't know," Harry answered honestly. "But I'm here." Across the hall, a student stood. A Slytherin. Tall, gaunt, older. 6th year. Theodore Nott. "I challenge Potter to a formal duel," he said calmly. "For the honor of Slytherin House." The room exploded into noise. McGonagall rose immediately. "Absolutely not." But Dumbledore raised a hand. "Let him speak." Nott's eyes never left Harry. "You are marked. Everyone sees it. You bring danger into this school. If you can't control what's inside you, someone must test whether you can be trusted." A murmur of agreement rippled through the Slytherins. Even some Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs looked uncertain. Harry stood slowly. "If I refuse," Nott shrugged, "then you admit you're a threat." Dumbledore's eyes flicked between the two boys, calculating. "Tomorrow at sunrise," the headmaster said at last. "On the dueling platform. Formal conditions. I will preside." Hermione gripped Harry's sleeve. "You can't." "I have to," Harry said. "If I run now, they'll fear me more." That night, Dumbledore found him in the room of requirement. "You should not have accepted," he said quietly. Harry was kneeling, meditating in a chalk-drawn circle. "I know." Dumbledore sat beside him. "You are not a weapon. I have to prove I can be more than one." The next morning, the duel began as the sun rose over the frost-covered hills. Half the school turned out to watch. Nott was fast, clever, skilled, but Harry was something else entirely. The duel did not last long. When it ended, Nott lay flat on his back, unharmed but stunned. The dueling platform cracked beneath Harry's feet. His eyes had glowed, just for a second. Dumbledore raised a trembling hand, and Harry's wand lowered. The crowd was silent, and then, slowly, applause. Ron whistled. Hermione wiped her eyes. Luna smiled like she had always known. For the first time since the gate, Hogwarts no longer feared Harry Potter. They followed him. The snow had turned to ice. Christmas came and went with little fanfare. Students who remained at Hogwarts found more comfort in silence than celebration. There were no carols, no Quidditch scrimmages, no great feast. Just the crackle of firelight, and the uneasy quiet of a school caught between legends. Harry, too, had grown quieter. Stronger, more distant. Something in him had sharpened since the duel. But so had the world. The Ministry sent word just 2 days after the duel. An entire Auror squad vanished near Knockturn Alley. Magical readings indicated not dark curses, but soul disruption. Echoes of the gate. Dumbledore summoned Harry to his office. The room was thick with tension. McGonagall stood by the window, arms folded, her lips pressed tight. Fawkes watched Harry silently from his perch, closer now, but still wary. "They're looking for you," Dumbledore said. "Voldemort." "No." The gate's echo. "The soul mark. You are a beacon now, Harry. Some things are drawn to you not because of who you are, but what you've touched." Harry's fingers brushed his chest. The mark hadn't flared in days, but it throbbed now with quiet menace. "Ithelmar," he murmured. Dumbledore's expression changed subtly. "Where did you hear that name again?" "In the vision. Before the duel. It wasn't a word. It was a memory. Not mine. Someone else's. Something ancient. Then we may be further behind than I feared." McGonagall broke her silence. "Albus, if this is what we suspect." "It is," Dumbledore said heavily. The eye has begun to open. They didn't explain. But that night, Harry found himself back in the library with Hermione, poring over obscure tomes of magical theory and forgotten magical gods. Luna joined them quietly and placed a silver disc on the table, etched in the same runes Harry saw in the snow the night he vanished. "This was under my pillow," she said. "I didn't put it there." The disc pulsed once, faintly, like a heartbeat. Later that night, Harry stood alone on the astronomy tower. The sky was cloudless, stars burning cold above, and somewhere in the dark, far from Hogwarts, a presence stirred. Not Voldemort, not the gate, something older, watching, waiting. January fell over Hogwarts like a heavy curtain. The cold deepened, the shadows lengthened, professors grew terse, classes were shortened or cancelled without explanation. Students whispered in corners, watched the corridors, avoided the dungeons. Even Peeves grew quiet. Harry moved through it all like a ghost. Since the silver disc had appeared under Luna's pillow, 5 more had been found across the castle. One in Neville's herbology bag, another slipped into Ginny's astronomy notes, each etched in the same glowing runes, each pulsing faintly when Harry entered the room. The professors were baffled, Dumbledore, worried, but Harry could feel it, a pattern forming, a circle drawing tighter. The mark on his chest grew warm whenever one of the discs was near. Not burning, not painful, just aware. And every night, his dreams grew stranger. He no longer saw the gate. Instead, he saw veils. Thin layers of reality peeled back like pages. Behind them were glimpses of other places, forests lit by twin moons, cities built atop bones, towers where the stars bled into oceans. Sometimes he saw himself in them, or versions of himself, older, younger, darker, all marked. Multiplanar bleed, Hermione whispered one evening, eyes wide as she read an ancient theory aloud. A magical soul caught between dimensions begins to experience overlap, visions, hauntings, alternate selves. "And it's happening to me," Harry said flatly. Ron sat nearby, silent. He didn't know how to help anymore. Luna, however, seemed more calm than ever. "Maybe you were always meant to walk between veils. Maybe the mark didn't change you. Maybe it revealed you." That night, they gathered in the room of requirement. All 7 discs were placed in a circle. As soon as they did, the temperature dropped. The walls shimmered. The room changed. It became a mirror of itself, upside down. Candles burned in reverse. Books spilled upward. Harry stood at the center, and his mark flared with a sharp, bright light. A voice whispered, 7 lights for the 7 veils. The eye sees through all. Hermione stumbled back. Ron gripped his wand, but Harry didn't move. He closed his eyes, and in that moment, he saw it, a vision of a door carved from bone and ash, standing alone in a ruined place where the sun had been swallowed. And behind that door, something moved. Not Voldemort, not the gate, but the eye, and it was waking up. The door appeared the next day. No one saw it arrive. One moment, the hallway behind the north wing tapestry was just stone. The next, there it stood, tall, narrow, and made of blackened bone, carved with the same runes that marked the discs. Professors cordoned off the area immediately, but nothing they did could remove it. Charms failed, wards fizzled, even Dumbledore's touch made the runes glow brighter. And only Harry could hear it whispering. The eye was awake. Harry stood before it that night, breath steaming in the winter air. The corridor was silent, torches guttering. Hermione, Ron, Luna, and McGonagall stood behind him, tense and pale. "It's waiting," Harry said. "For what?" Ron asked. Harry's voice was hollow. "Me." McGonagall placed a firm hand on his shoulder. "You are not going through that door alone." Harry nodded. "I know, but I have to be the one to open it." The others exchanged glances. No one argued. The discs had led to this. The mark had always pointed here. Harry pressed his palm to the center of the door. It shuddered beneath his D. The corridor warped. With a groan like a dying titan, the door swung inward. What lay beyond was not a hallway. It was a stairwell, descending into nothingness. Walls of ash and flame pulsed around them. The group stepped in together, wands lit, robes billowing. They walked for what felt like hours. Time twisted. At one point, Ron swore he saw Hogwarts in ruins far below. Hermione wept as she passed a shadow of her parents calling to her. Luna hummed to drown out a shrieking sound no one else heard. And Harry, he heard the eye. It wasn't speaking words anymore. It was emotion, fear, rage, hunger. It saw him, all of him, past and future, every choice, every failure, every fragment of power he'd ever touched. And it wanted him. At the bottom of the stair, they found a chamber. Floating above a black altar was an orb, eye-shaped, burning red, wrapped in chains of light. Harry stepped forward. "It's Voldemort," he whispered. "What's left of him?" Hermione gasped. McGonagall's wand sparked. Luna only said, "Or what he serves." The eye pulsed. "Harry," Hermione began, but it was too late. The mark on Harry's chest burned white. The eye turned, and looked through him. Harry fell to his knees, screaming. It was a night unlike any other. The air above the Hogwarts grounds was heavy with the promise of violence, as if the very world were holding its breath. Jagged streaks of unnatural lightning forked across a sky stained red and black. The clouds churned in a vortex overhead, centered on the ruined courtyard where Harry Potter now stood. Harry's chest heaved as he drew breath, every muscle in his body tensed. Dirt and blood streaked his face, and the wand in his hand trembled, whether from exhaustion or the raw power coursing through him, he couldn't tell. Around him lay shattered stone walls and broken statues, the aftermath of the earlier clashes that had led them here. In his nostrils was the scent of smoke, ozone, and a tinge of sulfur from dark magic unleashed. Ahead, at the far end of the courtyard, a tall figure was wreathed in swirling darkness. Once, that figure had been Tom Riddle, a man twisted into the dark Lord Voldemort. Now, however, he had become something else entirely. Voldemort's form flickered and shifted in the gloom, his robes billowed as if caught in a storm only he could feel. An aura of unimaginable power crackled around him, distorting the very air. In Voldemort's hand, embedded into the pale flesh of his palm, gleamed a terrible artifact, the eye. It was a stone or jewel. No, an eye, lethal. And alive with malevolence, set into a spidery wrought iron frame. Even at a distance, its baleful gaze made Harry's scar prickle. Minerva McGonagall's breath caught in her throat upon seeing it. A look of alarm flashed across Dumbledore's face. Whatever this artifact was, it radiated a primordial evil unlike any magic Harry had ever felt. The eye pulsed with a sickly crimson light that matched the sky. With each pulse, Harry felt a nauseating wave of magic wash over him, ancient and wrong. The eye was feeding Voldemort power, foul, forbidden power from a source beyond their world. "Harry," a voice called softly at his side. Professor Minerva McGonagall's voice, taut with concern but still steady. Harry glanced sideways. Professor McGonagall stood a few paces behind him on his left, her wand raised. Her usually neat hair was disheveled and streaked with dust. A cut ran along her cheek, and her eyes, usually so stern, were wide with worry for him. Yet her jaw was set in determination. She gave Harry a tiny nod, as if to say, "We're with you." On Harry's other side, Ron Weasley was struggling back to his feet, using his wand for support. His red hair was matted with sweat and grime, his freckled face was smeared with soot. But he flashed Harry a grin that was equal parts fear and fierce loyalty. Hermione Granger was right beside Ron, one hand gripping his arm to steady him, there clutching her wand so tightly her knuckles were white. Despite the terror in her brown eyes, her expression was resolved. They had faced too much with Harry to back down now. A few steps behind them, Luna Lovegood stood strangely serene amid the chaos, her wand tucked behind her ear as she cradled something in her hands, a small crystal or charm, while murmuring to herself under her breath. Her silvery eyes were unfocused, as if she were listening to voices only she could hear. Even in the gloom, her radish-shaped earrings swayed, a bizarre normalcy in the heart of horror. And behind them all, leaning heavily on a broken column as he caught his breath, was Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster's robes were torn, one sleeve burnt away to reveal a withered arm marked with dark scorch marks from an earlier curse. Yet Dumbledore's presence was unyielding, even injured. The old wizard's blue eyes blazed with defiance behind his half-moon glasses. He met Harry's gaze and gave a slow, solemn nod of encouragement. This was it, the final stand. In that breathless moment, Harry's thoughts flashed through the journey that had led them here. That wide-eyed child whom Minerva McGonagall had taken in as her own. The eager student who spent nights by the fire mastering spells under Dumbledore's gentle guidance, the loyal friend who ventured into danger with Ron and Hermione time after time, all Ho's past versions of himself had been tempered into the young man now facing ultimate evil. A fragment of Trelawney's prophecy, heard in secret, echoed in his mind, neither can live while the other survives. This was the destiny he could not escape. But he did not face it alone, and that made all the difference. Harry swallowed, tasting ash on his tongue. In the silence, Voldemort's high, cold voice echoed, layered with a deeper timbre that sent a shiver down Harry's spine. So, here we are at last, Voldemort said. He spread his arms, and the darkness around him writhed in response. The eye in his palm flared, and for an instant Harry thought he saw the silhouette of a great horned figure looming behind Voldemort, an illusion of shadow and fire. It vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the snake-like man and the blazing artifact fused to him. You have fought valiantly, Harry Potter, Voldemort continued, his lipless mouth curving into something like a smile. His red eyes, slit-pupilled and gleaming, locked onto Harry's. And you, Dumbledore, McGonagall, all of you have shown remarkable persistence. How touching. He gave a mock bow, one hand over his heart. His voice, augmented by whatever lived in the eye, resonated unnaturally through the courtyard. Love, friendship, the famed light. In the end, it all crumbles before true power. Lightning flashed again overhead, accompanied by a boom of thunder that shook loose dust from the shattered castle walls. Harry felt Hermione flinch at the sound, and he steadied himself, planting his feet. He would not let Voldemort intimidate them. Not now. You're wrong, Tom, Harry called out, his voice stronger than he felt. Only Dumbledore and McGonagall had ever encouraged him to use the Dark Lord's despised given name. And he saw the flicker of rage in Voldemort's expression as the name hit home. Good. Keep him talking. Maybe buy a little more time for everyone to gather themselves. Power isn't everything, Harry said, raising his chin. His words carried across the courtyard. You're blinded by that thing leeching into you, he added, pointing his wand at the eye pulsing in Voldemort's hand. And you're a foe. Oh well, if you think we'll just roll over and die because you've got some shiny new toy. Voldemort's eyes narrowed to slits. The surrounding darkness coiled tighter, and a low hiss emanated from the shadows as if responding to his anger. Mind your tongue, boy, Voldemort snarled. The deeper voice beneath his own seemed to snarl with him, a multi-layered sound that made Harry's lightning bolt scar, long dormant, burn suddenly on his forehead. Harm. At Harry's reaction, Voldemort's thin smile returned. Ah, do you feel it? A taste of what I now wield. He flexed the fingers of the hand that bore the eye. The artifact glinted, and for a moment the pupil within it contracted, focusing on Harry. Harry's scar prickled again, a cold burn spreading through the old curse mark. He resisted the urge to touch it. This scar, a relic of Voldemort's failed curse 16 years ago, had always been a link between them. If it was reacting now, it meant Voldemort's soul, the piece that had once connected the was roused by whatever dark magic he had invoked. Or perhaps it was something else in that eye reaching out. I have transcended what you can comprehend, Voldemort declared. His voice rose, growing more fervent. He sounded almost exultant. You see this world tearing at the seams, Harry. This is but a fraction of my new power. The old magic, the petty charms and tricks we learned as children, meaningless. He swept his free hand in a wide arc. As he did, a wave of force rippled outwards from him. Harry barely had time to shout, Protega, and throw up a shield. He felt rather than saw his friends doing the same. Multiple voices cried, Protega. In a dissonant chorus, the shimmering dome of Harry's protective charm materialized just in time. Voldemort's invisible wave crashed against the shields with the weight of an ocean. Harry slid back half a step, boots skidding on loose rubble as he strained to hold the barrier. Cracks splintered through the ground around him from the pressure. Ron was knocked off his feet with a yelp. His shield failing, Hermione's barrier faltered, but she reinforced it with a desperate slash of her wand. McGonagall's Protega held firm near Harry's, her face a mask of fierce concentration. Dumbledore, though exhausted, managed to raise a shield of his own that shimmered bright gold against the darkness. Luna, standing a bit apart, was caught off guard. The wave struck her shield and it shattered like glass with a musical tinkle. Luna was flung backwards, tumbling across the stone until she hit a fallen chunk of wall with a cry of pain. "Luna!" Harry shouted, heart clenching as he glanced back. Luna coughed and pushed herself onto her elbows, dazed but conscious. Hermione immediately darted to Luna's side, helping the other girl up gently. "A cold!" Laugh drew Harry's attention back to Voldemort. The Dark Lord hadn't moved from his position. He still stood with arm outstretched from casting the wave, and now slowly curled his fingers into a fist. "Is that it? Is that all the famed defenders of Hogwarts can muster?" Harry's hand tightened around his wand. Adrenaline surged through him, beating back his concern for his friends. They were alive. They were still with him. Now it was their turn. He caught Ron's eye. Ron had scrambled up again, shaking dust off, and then Hermione's. Hermione gave him a curt nod, face set as she placed herself in front of Luna protectively. McGonagall stepped up beside Harry, and on the other side Dumbledore moved forward, coming to Harry's right. Together the five of them formed a ragged line facing Voldemort. "We're not done," Harry said fiercely. The wind whipped at his hair as he leveled his wand at their enemy. Beside him, Dumbledore raised his own wand with deadly intent, and McGonagall muttered an incantation under her breath as her wand tip glowed, ready to unleash whatever spell she had prepared. Ron took position slightly ahead of Harry, shoulder brushing his, acting as a shield, ever brave, ever loyal, his wand steady despite the fear in his eyes. Hermione remained a step back, still near Luna, but her wand was now lit with a fierce blue-white at the tip. She was silently charging something big. Voldemort regarded them with open contempt. "Bravery," he mused, his voice carrying easily over the howling wind. "No, stupidity. Very well. Die together, if you wish." He flung out both arms this time. The eye in his left palm burned blood red, blindingly bright. The very air vibrated with wrongness as ancient magic concentrated. Harry's instincts screamed. Whatever Voldemort was about to do, meeting it head-on would be suicide. "Scatter!" Harry yelled, just as Voldemort unleashed the storm. A colossal bolt of red lightning burst from the eye, jagged and crackling, aimed straight at Harry and the clustered defenders. At the same moment, from Voldemort's right hand, a torrent of black flame erupted, roaring toward them like the breath of an enraged dragon. Harry threw himself to the side, tucking into a roll behind a chunk of fallen marble statue. The red lightning struck where he'd stood an instant before, gouging a smoking crater in the stones. The black flames fanned out, setting ablaze everything in their path. McGonagall shouted a spell. Water exploded in a wave, perhaps Augmenti Maxima, dousing flames around her. Dumbledore vanished with a crack and reappeared 10 yards to the left, already casting. A streak of silver light shot from his wand towards Voldemort, perhaps a transfiguration attack. Ron tackled Hermione and Luna out of the lightning's path. The 3-0. Them sprawled behind an overturned section of wall, narrowly escaping the fire, coughing in the thick smoke now filling the courtyard. Harry's heart pounded wildly. This onslaught. He had never seen magic on this scale. Focus, he told himself. They had to fight smarter. Voldemort was flinging raw power with abandon. Perhaps they could exploit finesse and teamwork. Peering through the haze of smoke, he saw Dumbledore's silver spell converging on Voldemort from the left. At the same time, McGonagall, just in front of Harry's cover, thrust her wand forward with a cry of, "Incarcerus!" Ropes of G. Lowing conjured steel shot from McGonagall's wand. Not mere ropes but chains, enchanted to withstand magical force. They whipped toward Voldemort, aiming to bind his arms and the hand that bore the eye. Hermione, still crouched with Luna behind cover, raised her wand high and shouted, "Accio I!" It was desperate, perhaps futile, but she attempted to summon the artifact straight from Voldemort's grasp. Harry felt a tug in the air as Hermione's charm latched onto the eye. Voldemort's arm jerked slightly toward her involuntarily. The Dark Lord's eyes flared in surprise. Seizing the moment, Ron PPED up from behind the rubble and jabbed his wand forward. "Confringo!" he bellowed. A bolt of orange light hurtled towards Voldemort's feet and exploded on impact. The stone ground erupted, shards flying. At the same instant, Harry took aim directly at Voldemort's chest and cried, "Expelliarmus!" A red jet burst from his wand. Supercharged by Harry's determination, it hummed through the air with a whip crack. Dumbledore's silver spell arrived first. Voldemort twitched his right hand and a black shield coalesced just in time. The spell splashed off it in a shower of sparks. But then came McGonagall's chains, slithering out and coiling around Voldemort's legs and arm. They tightened with a metallic shriek. Hermione's summoning charm yanked again at the eye. Voldemort snarled as his left hand was pulled outward by the invisible force, the eye straining against his flesh. Ron's blasting curse blew apart the ground at Voldemort's feet, causing him to stagger. And Harry's disarming spell, speeding in at the perfect angle, struck Voldemort's wand hand. There was a flash of red. Voldemort's wand flew from his fingers, spinning through the air to land somewhere in the rubble behind him. For the first time, Harry saw true alarm on Voldemort's face. Bound in chains, artifact-bearing hand yanked away from his body, and now wandless, Voldemort let out a howl of fury. The sound was inhuman, echoing with that second voice, a deeper, ancient roar of anger. "We've got him," Ron shouted, exhilaration in his voice. Indeed, for a heartbeat, Harry dared hope. He quickly scrambled up from behind his cover, heart in his throat urging too, ready to press the advantage. Dumbledore was already twirling his wand for another spell. Thin golden fire blossomed at its tip, a potent incantation forthcoming. McGonagall stepped forward resolutely, directing the chains to tighten further. Hermione, teeth gritted, maintained her summoning charm with every ounce of strength, sweat beading on her brow as she tried to rip the eye free. Harry gathered his will. "This is the moment. Stupefy," he yelled, sending a stunner at Voldemort's heart, bright red and sure. If it hit while Voldemort was bound, perhaps. But Voldemort was not so easily subdued. The eye in his palm pulsed violently, matching the throb of his rage. The sickly crimson glow became a blinding glare. Without a word, Voldemort unleashed a pulse of energy from the eye itself, an omnidirectional shockwave. It was like a bomb went off at the center of the courtyard. The conjured chains binding him shattered into shrapnel. Harry's stunning spell was blown off course, dissipating into the night. Hermione's invisible pull on the eye was instantly severed. She gasped as the magical feedback knocked her onto her back. Ron, who had been dashing forward, was flung aside mid-step and crashed painfully into a pile of debris. Dumbledore's golden fire faltered as the headmaster conjured a hasty shield around himself and McGonagall both. Even so, the concussive force sent McGonagall reeling. She fell, Dumbledore's arm the only thing stopping her from being tossed like a rag doll. The columns around the courtyard cracked, loose stones flying outward. Harry himself was blasted backward. He hit the ground hard on his shoulder and tumbled, his wand slipping from his grasp. Ears ringing, Harry struggled to push himself up. For a moment his vision swam. The taste of blood filled his mouth. He'd bitten his tongue. Distantly, he saw that the shockwave had cleared the lingering smoke. In the harsh red glow that now lit the courtyard like hellish daylight, he could see Voldemort clearly once more. The Dark Lord levitated off the ground slightly, freed from the earth, his feet a few inches above the rubble-strewn floor. The eye in High's hand flared and a corona of crackling red energy outlined his form. With his wand gone, he wasn't even bothering with incantations. Power poured from him like a broken dam. His snake-like face was contorted with wrath. "You dare," Voldemort whispered. The night amplified the words until they slammed into Harry's mind. The eye's pupil swiveled in its socket toward Hermione first, as she tried to rise. Harry's stomach dropped. "Hermione, look out," he croaked, reaching for his wand amid the debris. It lay just a few feet away. He stretched his hand desperately toward it. Too late. Voldemort extended a finger at Hermione. A lance of green light speared forth, silent, instantaneous. It wasn't the typical flash of Avada Kedavra. This was something different, possibly worse. It hit Hermione in the chest as she was half standing. Hermione was hurled back as if struck by a speeding train. She slammed into Luna, and both of them were flung through the arch of a broken doorway into the castle, disappearing amid the shadows of the ruins. "Hermione!" Harry screamed, horror and fury twisting his insides. Ron's anguished cry echoed his. "Hermione!" Had that been a killing curse? It had been green, but almost spear-like rather than a bolt. Harry's mind raced, refusing to accept what it could mean. Hermione. She couldn't be. Ron scrambled up from where he had been thrown, limping badly, and dashed into the ruins after the girls. Harry's heart pounded painfully as he forced himself not to rush after them. If he turned his back on Voldemort now, none of them would survive. Please, please let Hermione be alive. He prayed silently. As if sensing Harry's distraction, Voldemort's eyes flicked to him. "Ah, Harry," Voldemort hissed, voice dripping venom. He lifted his arm, and Harry saw a seething orb of darkness form in front of Voldemort's open palm, crackling with red lightning, a condensed sphere of pure destructive magic. "Let's see you dodge this, child." With a thrust of Voldemort's arm, the orb hurtled toward Harry, expanding as it traveled, howling with a sound like 1,000 tortured souls. Harry's reaction was pure instinct. Wandless, bleeding, he did the only thing he could. He thrust out his own hand and bellowed, "Expecto Patronum." It was an odd choice. Patronuses were for Dementors, part of Harry's mind thought even as his body acted, but it was the one spell ROTED in pure positive force that came to him in that instant of terror. Harry summoned it with every shred of hope and love he had. The desperate need to protect his friends, to save what he loved. A blazing white light burst from his outstretched hand, his wand, lying a yard away, glowed in tandem, as if answering his call. The light coalesced at once into the form of a magnificent stag. Prongs, Harry thought distantly. The silver stag charged forward, antlers lowered, straight into the path of the onrushing dark orb. There was a colossal detonation as light met dark. The stag crashed into the orb, holding it back by sheer force of will. The orb crackled and shrieked, pressing forward slowly. Harry poured more of his essence into the Patronus, stepping forward as his stag pushed against the malevolent magic. Around him, the courtyard was illuminated in ghostly silver, washing out the red for a brief moment. The oppressive weight of despair emanating from the eye lifted slightly as the Patronus radiated hope. Voldemort snarled, pouring more power into his attack. The orb swelled larger, engulfing the stag in shadow. Harry grimaced, feeling the resistance. His Patronus flickered, He stag's form wavering under the assault. But then another voice rang out. McGonagall's, clear and determined, "Expecto Patronum." A second light joined Harry's. From McGonagall's wand burst a silvery shape Harry had seen only once before. A great silver cat, a Scottish wildcat, yowling as it leapt forward. The cat sprang to the stag's side, bolstering it, clawing and biting at the darkness. And then, amazingly, a third voice, "Expecto Patronum." Albus Dumbledore's incantation rang like a hymn. A colossal phoenix erupted from Dumbledore's wand, its luminous wings spreading wide. The phoenix soared and swept around Harry's stag, lending it strength. Together the three Patronuses drove into the dark orb. Light exploded outward. Harry shielded his eyes as a shockwave blew his hair back. The ground beneath him cracked further, stone shattering. For a heartbeat, everything was pure white. When Harry opened his eyes, the dark orb was gone, dissipated. His Patronus stag stood proudly before him still, antlers charred at the tips but intact. McGonagall's cat hissed, spectral fur bristling, before fading gently away. Dumbledore's phoenix wheeled above once, then vanished in a shower of sparks. Voldemort hovered in the air, looking truly furious now. "Enough of these tricks," he spat. If the Patronus assault had caused him pain or fear, he hid it, though the eye's glow had dimmed a moment. It now flared again in full force. With a vicious gesture, Voldemort sent a crackling whip of black energy slashing toward Dumbledore and McGonagall. Dumbledore pushed McGonagall aside, taking the bee. "Runt!" he screamed as the energy coil wrapped around him, lifting him off the ground. It was like a tentacle of pure night, writhing and constricting. Harry watched in horror as Dumbledore was slammed down into the ground. The whip released him at the last second so that the old wizard's body rolled limply across the stones. Dumbledore came to rest against a broken statue and did not move. "Professor!" Harry shouted. Rage and panic flared in him. He couldn't tell if Dumbledore was alive. McGonagall, coughing, crawled toward Dumbledore, ignoring her own safety as she reached for the headmaster's neck to check for a pulse. Relief and tears mingled on H. Still lived, barely. But Voldemort did not pause. He dropped back to the ground, stalking forward. His face was deathly pale but twisted in dark delight at Dumbledore's fall. "The great Albus Dumbledore," he crooned, reduced to a broken doll. "I have surpassed you at last." Voldemort's gaze fell on McGonagall, who knelt beside Dumbledore, and his smile widened. "And now, the loyal deputy. How fitting that you will die at his side." McGonagall looked up, locking eyes with Voldemort. Though grief and fear were etched on her face, she still raised her wand defiantly, positioning herself squarely between Voldemort and Dumbledore's prone form. "You will not touch him, Tom," she said fiercely. Voldemort tilted his head, regarding her almost curiously, as one might an insect before the squash. Then he thrust out his left hand, the one bearing the eye. Tendrils of shadow erupted from the ground around McGonagall. She slashed her wand to intercept them, transmuting one into smoke with a hex, but another coiled around her ankle, yanking her off her knees. She cried out as she was dragged across the rough stone toward Voldemort. Harry was already running. He would not let her be hurt. "Get away from her," he roared, slashing his wand through the air without even thinking of an incantation. A crescent of blazing energy flew from the wand tip, a cutting curse amplified 100-fold by Harry's fury. Voldemort crossed his arms, summoning a barrier. Harry's curse struck, cleaving through the hastily formed shield and catching Voldemort on the shoulder. Voldemort hissed as blackened blood seeped from a smoking gash on his upper arm. The curse had actually wounded him. Harry hardly believed it. Snarling, Voldemort thrust out his palm. A pulse of red magic slammed into Harry's chest like a battering ram. The breath was blasted from his lungs and he was hurled backward, skidding and rolling across the ground. Pain exploded along his ribs. Harry wheezed, trying to draw air back into his body as he stared up at the swirling sky. Before he could recover, Voldemort was looming over him. The Dark Lord had moved with supernatural speed, and now he lifted Harry off the ground with a telekinetic grip. Harry's body rose, dangling helplessly a foot above the shattered courtyard. Voldemort's eyes bored into Harry's, and Harry felt pressure on his mind as well as his throat, as though invisible fingers were crushing both. Harry kicked uselessly, gagging. His wand hung in midair beside him, caught in the same spell, just out of reach. Voldemort's face drew close to Harry's, those red eyes burned with triumph. "Did you truly think, child, that you could challenge me?" he whispered, voice soft and deadly, somehow audible directly inside Harry's skull. Harry struggled, trying to muster the will to cast wandlessly or something, but his mind was under siege from Voldemort's legilimency. Chaotic images flickered before Harry's eyes as Voldemort forced his way in. "Show me, Harry," Voldemort cooed, a cruel grin on his lips. "Show me that power you've been hiding. I can taste it in you, like spice in blood. Why hold back? Are you afraid? Perhaps you know you can never master it." His words slithered inside Harry's head, needling his insecurities. Harry felt his consciousness being yanked into a whirlpool of darkness. The courtyard, Voldemort's face, Ron's distant shouts, all began to fade. His world narrowed to the twin points of scarlet light in Voldemort's eyes. They grew and grew until they consumed his vision entirely. Suddenly, Harry was elsewhere. He found himself standing on a flat expanse of stone. The air was stifling and stank of sulfur. A red haze hung all around. The sky, or what served as the sky, was black and starless. This was not Hogwarts anymore. This wasn't even Earth, perhaps. Harry realized he was inside his own mind, or Voldemort's, or some space between, dragged here by the legilimency tether of the eye's power. It felt real and unreal at once. He could still vaguely sense his physical pain, but it was distant now, as though his body were someone else's. The landscape became clearer. He stood atop a ruined chessboard floor that stretched infinitely in all directions, floating in a void. On the horizon, fires burned, and scattered across the stone plain around Harry were bodies: Dumbledore, McGonagall, Hermione, Ron, Luna, all lying lifeless. No, no, no. Harry stumbled to the nearest figure, Hermione. Her eyes stared sightlessly at the sky, her limbs twisted at unnatural angles. A sob tore from Harry's throat. He spun to Ron's body, which lay not far from hers, then Luna's crumpled form. And there, McGonagall, slumped over Dumbledore as if she had died trying to shield him. Blood was everywhere on the stones. "This is your future," came Voldemort's voice, echoing from the fiery horizon. Harry whirled around but saw no one, only the corpses of his loved ones. Then, with jerking, puppet-like motions, the bodies began to rise. Harry's breath caught in his chest, horror mounting. His friends stood, their eyes now black voids, their faces pale and slack. The corpse of Hermione took a step toward him, and in a flat, cold tone she spoke. "You let us die, Harry." Ron's corpse lurched forward next, his voice a hollow sing-song. "Why weren't you strong enough?" Luna's head lolled as she whispered dreamily. "It's all your fault. If only you had listened." McGonagall's dead eyes fixed him with profound disappointment. "I loved you like my own, and you failed us all," she hissed. Dumbledore's corpse said nothing, but raised a skeletal hand to point an accusing finger at Harry. Harry staggered back, trembling. "No, this isn't real," he cried, voice cracking. He squeezed his eyes shut. "It's an illusion. It has to be." But when he opened them, they were still advancing, surrounding him. He could smell the rot of death on them. "You could have saved us," hissed Hermione, her pretty face now mottled with decay. "All that power, wasted." They closed in, skeletal hands grasping at his arms, his throat. Harry struggled, dread threatening to choke him. And then, stepping through the ring of his dead friends came two more figures that made Harry's heart plummet in utter despair, the shades of Lily and James Potter. His mother's green eyes, so like his own, were dull and full of sorrow. His father pushed his broken glasses up the bridge of his nose, looking at Harry with profound disappointment. "Mum, Dad," Harry rasped, tears spilling down his cheeks. He wished they wouldn't look at him like that. Lily opened her mouth, and black blood spilled out as she spoke in a voice of ice. "Why did you survive when we did not, Harry?" James's spectre shook its head, adding in a hollow echo, "You were supposed to save us, save everyone, and you failed." At that, all the voices, his friends, his parents, melded into one horrible chorus inside his mind. "Failure, failure, Crimson Mag. Failure." They began to chant the words over and over, a cacophony of derision. The corpses closed in, reaching out with withered hands to grab him. Cold fingers clamped onto Harry's shoulders, his arms, pinning him down. The faces of his friends, twisted into ghoulish parodies, loomed over him. Harry screamed, collapsing to the stone ground. He thrashed, trying to throw off the phantom hands, but he couldn't break free. The chorus of "failure, failure," drilled into his ears. Hermione's corpse pressed down on his left arm, Ron's pressed on his right. Lily and James stood at his feet, gazing sorrowfully down as his friends pinned him. McGonagall's dead hand closed around his throat, chilling him to the bone. From above, a shadowy figure appeared, towering and crowned with horns of fire, Voldemort. Or perhaps something even greater using Voldemort's shape. Its eyes were the burning eye itself, staring without pity. The figure reached out a massive hand and closed it, slowly crushing, darkness filling Harry's vision entirely. "This is the end," a despairing thought welled in Harry. I can't. And then, through the cacophony of torment, he heard a new voice. Faint at first, it seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Harry." It was gentle, a woman's voice, tinged with a Scottish accent and overflowing with love. McGonagall's voice, but not the harsh, accusatory tone of the spectre strangling him. This voice was warm, comforting, familiar. "Harry, dear." The darkness around him shuddered. The corpse visage of McGonagall above him flickered, confusion crossing its rotten features. The disembodied voice came again, clearer now. "Harry James Potter, you stop that fretting this instant." The tone was firm, laced with affection and mild scolding, words McGonagall had said to him years ago. Memories rushed in, spilling light into the dark. Harry at 5 or 6 years old, bundled in a blanket before a crackling fireplace at McGonagall's cottage. Little Harry sobbed, ed from a nightmare of green light and wicked laughter, until warm arms gathered him up. "There now," a younger Minerva said, sitting in a rocking chair with Harry in her lap. He buried his face in her tartan shawl, trembling. "It's all right, love. It was just a bad dream." Back in the nightmare realm, Harry felt strength returning to his limbs. He gasped, inhaling sharply. The phantom hands holding him faltered. Another memory. Age 9. Harry sitting at a kitchen table, frustrated by an accidental burst of magic that shattered a teacup. Tears of shame on his face. Minerva knelt to his level, wiping his tears with her thumb. "Hush now, my boy. It's all right. There is nothing to fear in your power, Harry," she said softly. "Magic is a part of you. With love and practice, you will control it, it will never control you. You have too much heart to ever turn dark. I trust you." She tapped his chest over his heart. "I trust you. She trusts me." The real McGonagall trusted him, loved him. These phantoms were lies. The oppressive weight of guilt and fear began to lift. Harry's mind seized upon more memories, now flowing like a stream of warm light. He saw an 11-year-old himself, nervously adjusting his new Hogwarts robes while Dumbledore stood by the door, smiling proudly like a father on the first day of school. "You'll do well, Harry," Albus said kindly. "And remember, the qualities that define us, love, loyalty, courage, will guide you when rules and spells fall short." He remembered laughter with Ron and Hermione in Gryffindor Tower, Luna handing him a painted picture of a hare in 5th year, "To remind you there's light even in the dark," she had said. He remembered the fierce hug McGonagall gave him after a narrow escape from Death Eaters last year, how she had whispered, "Thank Merlin you're safe, my child," not realizing he'd heard her call him her child. Each recollection glowed brilliant and true, burning the false visions away. The chanting of the dead faltered as Harry's confidence and love surged. He looked up at the false Hermione restraining his arm. Her face flickered between lifeless gray and the vibrant, worried Hermione of reality. "You're not real," Harry thought, calm and certain now. "And I'm not alone." Harry's heart swelled with a powerful emotion, love. Love for his friends, his mentors, for all the people who had shaped him. It filled him to the brim and overflowed. With a roar of determination, Harry threw off the phantom hands. The corpses staggered back as golden light burst from Harry's body in waves. The light ripped across the nightmare plane, dissolving the false Ron, Hermione, Luna, McGonagall, and Dumbledore into smoke, releasing Harry from their hold. The ground shook. The distant fires dimmed, drowned by sunlight. The towering horned shadow that was Voldemort recoiled. The burning eye narrowing. "What?" Voldemort's disembodied voice echoed in confusion and anger. Harry rose to his feet. Though he stood alone on that ruined stone floor in the void, he felt the presence of others with him, like warm hands supporting him from afar. Perhaps it was the effect of protective enchantments, or simply his own heart reaching out. It didn't matter. This was his mind, his soul. Voldemort did not belong here. "You have no power over me," Harry said, his voice echoing boldly through the dreamscape. The golden glow surrounding him intensified. He saw it blazing from his skin, swirling with threads of red, the strength of his magic interwoven with the love fueling it. It looked like fire, but felt like hope. The horned shadow loomed closer, becoming more distinct as Voldemort tried to reassert control. The eye in its chest, or was it its face, flared angrily, and a spear of darkness shot toward Harry. Harry simply raised his hand, not even his wand, and caught the spear of darkness. It sizzled against his palm but could not pierce the brilliant aura around him. Harry clenched his fist and the spear shattered into motes of shadow that evaporated. A sense of calm fell over Harry. He thought of Ginny's smile, she was safely evacuated, he hoped. He thought of Hagrid's big, warm hugs. Of the photograph on his nightstand of his parents waving. Lily's eyes, his eyes shining with love. All that love filled him, an endless well of strength. That was his power. It always had been. In the real world, Harry's body, ill suspended in Voldemort's telekinetic grip, began to glow with a faint red-gold aura. His closed eyes snapped open, shining pure white for an instant. Back in the mental realm, Harry confronted the shadow Voldemort. "Get out," Harry commanded, voice thundering. The golden aura exploded outward from him in a tempest. The shadow form of Voldemort was caught in the blast and began to fray at the edges. Harry took a determined step forward. With a howl of frustration, the apparition dissolved completely, torn apart by Harry's unleashed will. Outside, scant seconds had passed. Minerva McGonagall clutched a trembling hand over the deep gash across her abdomen, trying to staunch the bleeding as she struggled to remain conscious. Every breath was agony, but she refused to faint, not while Harry still faced Voldemort alone. Through pain-blurred eyes behind her crooked spectacles, she beheld a horrifying sight. Harry's body, limp and dangling in midair, suspended by Voldemort's unseen grip. His head lolled to the side, eyes closed. His wand slipping from slack fingers. No, Harry, Minerva gasped, choking on dread. In all her years, she had never felt so helpless. Albus lay beside her, stirring feebly but too injured to act. Hermione and Luna were down, Ron out of reach, and she herself could barely move. Harry looked lifeless, unconscious or worse. Summoning a last reserve of strength born of sheer maternal ferocity, McGonagall raised her wand with a shaking arm. If she could just distract Voldemort for a moment, get away from him. She wheezed through clenched teeth, attempting a blasting curse. But her wand hand wavered and the spell fizzled, producing only a few red sparks that danced uselessly into the rain. Minerva cursed under her breath. Voldemort hadn't even noticed her. His full attention was on Harry. His expression oddly vacant, as if concentrating intensely. Minerva realized with a jolt of horror that the Dark Lord was likely invading Harry's mind, legilimency. Or something worse, aided by that accursed eye. Harry's face twisted in pain even while unconscious, a low moan escaping his lips. He was fighting some invisible battle and losing. Minerva's vision swam. In Harry's slack, dangling form she saw, for one gut-wrenching moment, the small boy she'd rocked to sleep after nightmares, the child to whom she'd read storybooks by the hearth. She would not allow that beloved boy to be lost now. Digging her nails into her wound to anchor herself through the pain, she tried to pull herself up further. Blood soaked he beneath her. Harry, she cried out, voice cracking. Harry, come back to us. Fight it, my boy. At her cry, Albus Dumbledore, barely conscious and racked with pain at his uselessness, reached a weak hand toward her. His voice was a mere whisper. Yet it cut through her panic. Believe in him, Minerva, Dumbledore coughed. His eyes opened a slit, gleaming with pain and trust. He will not face this alone. He has us. Tears mingled with the rain on McGonagall's face. Albus was right. Harry had the love of everyone here, and beyond. She clutched Dumbledore's hand in hers and they both watched, praying silently. High above, the unnatural vortex in the sky rumbled, sending down a fresh spear of lightning that illuminated the courtyard in stark white. In that flash, Minerva saw Harry's face clearly, and something was changing. His scar was bleeding anew, a trickle of red down his forehead mixing with rain. But more startling, a faint glow had kindled around him, red at the edges like the first rays of dawn outlining a silhouette. It pulsed, then flickered out, then pulsed brighter. With each pulse, Harry's body straightened a fraction, his slack fingers twitching with life. Come on, Harry, Minerva whispered, squeezing Albus's hand. Come back to us, son. As if in answer, Harry's eyes suddenly snapped open. A burst of red gold light exploded outward from him, bright enough that Minerva had to throw her arm over her face. Voldemort staggered back, clearly startled, as that light washed over everything. When Minerva blinked her eyes clear, what she saw left her breathless. Harry was now on his feet, under his own power, standing in a halo of incandescent crimson radiance. His expression was fierce and alive. He looked every inch the image of a legend come to life, the Crimson Mage of prophecy, bathed in power and love. Minerva let out a sob that was equal parts relief and awe. He was alive. Her Harry was alive, and more than that, he was winning back his soul. She felt Albus squeeze her hand weakly, hope rekindling in the headmaster's eyes. Though pain made her vision blur again, Minerva allowed herself a tiny, proud smile. That's my boy, she murmured, voice trembling. Harry felt a lurch as the nightmare realm vanished. His eyes snapped open back in the physical world. In the courtyard, only scant seconds had passed in reality. Voldemort was still holding him suspended, but things had changed. Harry's body was no longer limp. The red gold aura that had manifested in his mind now roared around him for real, an incandescent halo outlining his form. Voldemort's telekinetic grip faltered, shattered by the surge of magic pouring off Harry. Voldemort staggered back as if struck. He hissed, raising the eye-bearing hand to shield himself from the brilliance radiating from Harry. Harry dropped lightly to the ground, landing on his feet. He realized dimly that he had hovered a moment longer than gravity allowed, almost floating down. Energy coursed through him, exhilarating, terrifying in its magnitude. The courtyard around him was cast in stark relief, colors were more vivid, the night less dark. He could see individual raindrops falling, each drop trailing fire in the reflection of his aura. Harry looked at Voldemort, and for the first time he saw a hint of uncertainty, fear, in those terrible crimson eyes. What are you? Voldemort spat, voice a mix of rage and genuine confusion. The eye in his hand pulsed quicker. As if agitated, Voldemort's gaze swept over Harry's transformed appearance. Harry glanced down at his own hands. Red light, the color of blood and rubies, pulsed under his skin like an ember, interlaced with threads of brilliant gold and silver. It was as though his very veins carried liquid light. The cuts and bruises on his arms glowed as well, and as he watched, of the smaller ones sizzled and closed up, healed by the energy flowing through him. The larger aches, his ribs, his shoulder, remained, but the pain was dulled by the rush of power. Harry didn't understand what was happening to him, but he felt a calm clarity. This was him, his magic, unbound at last, not by anger alone but by purpose and love. The eye's attack on his mind had inadvertently unleashed what Harry had always held back. He recalled, as if someone whispered in his ear, the title that had been hinted at in a prophecy or perhaps in Dumbledore's musings, the Crimson Mage. A being of extraordinary power when love, pain, and magic converged. Could that be me? If so, he would use it all to end this nightmare. His eyes, reflecting the red gold glow, lifted to Voldemort. "I'm Harry Potter," he replied quietly, firmly. There was an undertone in his voice, resonant with magic. "And I'm done being afraid of you." Voldemort snarled in response. With a furious cry, he thrust out the eye-bearing hand and unleashed a torrent of dark power. A beam of red energy, tinged with black streaks, pure concentrated hate, exploded toward Harry. Harry reacted on instinct. Rather than dodging or conjuring a normal shield, he met the beam head-on. With a determined shout, he raised both hands, wand in one, the other empty but crackling with power, and crossed them before him. The air in front of him hardened into a shimmering wall of force. Voldemort's beam slammed into this barrier and split around Harry, scorching the ground to his left and right. Harry slid back a foot, digging in as he braced. The impact was tremendous. His hair and robes whipped around as though in a gale. But he held. With a roar, Harry then pushed forward. He swept his right hand upward, wand slicing through the air. The barrier became a wedge of energy, deflecting Voldemort's beam up toward the sky. The red-black blast shot into the swirling clouds above, ripping them apart. For a moment, the night sky opened. Stars shone down as the storm clouds were torn asunder by the deflected blast, exposing the waxing moon hanging pale and ghostly. A shockwave from the sky rolled outward, windows all along the castle shattered in a cascade of tinkling glass. Even the ancient wards protecting Hogwarts shimmered blue along the walls, straining under the assault. The very castle trembled to its foundations, dust raining from its rafters. In the distant village of Hogsmeade, lights flickered in windows as the thunderclap rattled residents from their beds, eyes turning toward the castle on the horizon, hearts clenched in dread. Voldemort snarled and poured more power into the attack, but Harry's deflection held. The Dark Lord's eyes widened further in disbelief. At last, he closed his outstretched hand, cutting off the beam. The clouds above swirled closed once more, thunder rumbling in protest. Harry lowered his arms slightly, catching his breath. That maneuver would have been impossible for him minutes ago. But now he felt like he was channeling the strength of 100 wizards. Still, he knew it wasn't infinite. This surge felt volatile, like a dam cracking open. Already he sensed it would not last long, and if it burned out, he'd be left vulnerable. Make it count. Across the courtyard, Voldemort was visibly seething. His cloak whipped around him in a tempest of his own making. He spat an incantation in a language Harry didn't recognize, harsh and guttural. The eye in his hand flared. The very earth shook and cracked. Suddenly, great thorned vines, black as tar and thick as pythons, erupted from the ground around Harry. They writhed and snapped, trying to ensnare him, each tip glinting with poisonous barbs. Harry dodged one, then another, slashing out with his wand. A blade of white-hot fire sprang forth, severing a vine. The vine shrieked, a hideous, plant-animal hybrid sound, and recoiled, but others took its place, growing rapidly. One vine managed to whip around Harry's left ankle, yanking him off balance. It began to drag him toward a newly formed fissure in the ground that glowed with molten lava. Voldemort had torn open a channel to the fiery depths below Harry's face as he slid closer to the edge of that chasm. Harry pointed his wand at the vine around his ankle. "Incendio Maxima," he shouted. Flames, phoenix gold tinged with crimson, burst along the vine's length. The vine burned to ash in seconds. Harry scrambled to his feet and leapt backward just as a geyser of lava spewed up where he'd been. The courtyard was becoming a hellscape. Fiery cracks spider-webbed across the stone floor, releasing smoke and heat. One of the ancient oak trees by the courtyard ignited, its branches twisting as they burned. Stone gargoyles perched along the castle walls cracked and toppled from their ledges under the stress. A distant tower collapsed inward with a thunderous crash, unable to withstand the quaking earth. Yet through the smoke and swirling gloom, Harry locked eyes with Voldemort. Both of them breathing hard. Voldemort lifted into the air once more, hovering higher this time, 20, 30 feet up, forcing Harry to look up. The Dark Lord's outline rippled as the eye's power pulsed through him. Harry could see Voldemort's pale skin charring at the edges from raw magical feedback. Even wielding this power was damaging him. Voldemort either didn't notice or didn't care. With a sweeping motion of both arms, he summoned a colossal wave of debris, boulders, broken columns, shards of metal from shattered suits of armor, all rose into the air around him. With a sound like an avalanche, Voldemort sent the barrage hurtling down at Harry. Harry sprinted forward, weaving and rolling as the first chunks slammed into the ground where he'd stood, exploding into dust. With a thought and a thrust of his wand, he sent out a telekinetic blast of his own, scattering a cluster of boulders before they could crush him. The two forces collided in midair, rocks cracking and pulverizing. Even so, one large stone grazed Harry's shoulder, spinning him around, and another slammed near his feet, the shockwave knocking him down to one knee. A third, jagged and massive, hurtled straight at him. Harry slashed his wand upward, and the glowing fire sword reappeared, cleaving the boulder in two so its halves crashed to either side of him. There was no time to rest. Voldemort was already drawing complex patterns in the air with his hands, red lightning arcing between his fingers, building a crackling sphere above his head. He intended to hurl it like a small thunderstorm. Before he could throw it, a streak of red light from the ground zipped towards Voldemort. "Stupefy," came Ron's voice from below. Harry's heart leapt. Ron was still in this fight after all. Ron had emerged from the archway of the ruins where Hermione and Luna had been blasted. His lip was bleeding and he was favoring one leg, but he stood with wand out, firing at Voldemort to draw attention. The stunning spell hit Voldemort's side, not enough to fell him but enough to disrupt his casting. The crackling sphere of lightning fizzled and dissipated as Voldemort flinched, momentarily annoyed as if swatting a fly. "Ron, get back," Harry shouted, fearing the reprisal. Voldemort's eyes snapped to Ron, irritation transforming to murderous intent. He flicked a finger, and a bolt of green lig. HT, unmistakably Avada Kedavra this time, shot at Ron with lethal speed. But Ron had already ducked behind the pile of rubble the moment he saw Voldemort look his way. The killing curse whizzed overhead and slammed into a distant wall, blasting it apart. Ron peeked out, eyes wide at how close it had come. Harry seized the chance while Voldemort was distracted. He summoned all the energy in his aura and leapt, truly leapt, into the air. His jump was augmented by magic, propelling him improbably high, directly toward Voldemort. As he rose, Harry pulled back his wand arm, gathering a spinning orb of incandescent red light at the tip, compressing as much raw magic as he could into a single focused spell. Voldemort turned back just in time to see Harry hurtling up at him like a human comet, wand pointed like a spear. With a snarl, the Dark Lord crossed both arms and a shield of darkness formed before him, jagged and black like a shard of midnight. Harry thrust his wand forward with a thunderous roar, releasing the built-up magic. "Take this." The orb of red light erupted from his wand, point-blank into Voldemort's shield. The collision was cataclysmic. Red light and black shadow blasted in all directions. Harry was thrown backward midair from the feedback, while Voldemort was blasted downward like a meteor. The Dark Lord crashed into the courtyard, smashing through what remained of the floor. A cloud of dust and smoke billowed out from the impact, obscuring everything. Harry, heart hammering, managed to twist in the air and land heavily on the ground, rolling to absorb the fall. Even with magic, the landing rattled him. He coughed, waving dust away. For a few precious seconds, nothing moved. Silence, save for the crackle of fires in the fissures and the distant rumble of thunder. Harry struggled to his feet, body protesting. His aura was flickering, the exertion taking its toll. He clutched his wand with white knuckles, eyes on the crater where Voldemort had fallen. Could it be over? That blast had been tremendous. Even Voldemort might not stand after taking it head-on. Harry, Ron's voice called. Harry glanced over. Ron was limping towards him around the smoking pit, looking worried and hopeful at once. His face was smeared with dirt, but the relief in his eyes was clear. Is he? Before Harry could answer, a tremor ran through the ground. The crater glowed ominously. Dread pooled in Harry's stomach. Voldemort wasn't finished. With an explosion of force, Voldemort rose from the pit, borne aloft by a column of searing fire. He stood atop the column of molten lava as if it were solid ground. Riding it upward, he had torn open the earth itself. The fiery pillar gushed upward into the sky, carrying the Dark Lord with it. Voldemort's silhouette was horrifying, his robes in tatters. Parts of his skin charred or cracked to reveal raw magic and muscle beneath, yet he seemed unbothered by any injury. In fact, as Harry watched, the eye embedded in Voldemort's hand glowed fiercely. And the burns on Voldemort's flesh knitted closed once more. Voldemort stretched his arms out, floating separate from the lava now as the column collapsed back down in a flaming shower. He truly looked like a demon or a dark god, levitating, haloed by fire and shadow. Voldemort threw back his head and screamed, not in pain, but in unfettered rage and power. The sound was accompanied by a shockwave of magic so potent that it flung Harry and Ron off their feet. Ron was hurled backwards into a heap of rubble again, and this time he did not reappear, knocked unconscious or worse. Harry was slammed into a fragment of wall. He cried out as he felt something crack in his left arm, a fracture, perhaps. His wand nearly slipped from his grasp, but he held on. Pain flared hot and sharp in his arm. Good. It meant he was still alive. Harry blinked, trying to clear his vision. His aura had dimmed significantly, now just a faint shimmer. He was tiring. Across the way, Voldemort descended back to ground level, his feet touching down amid molten rock that sizzled into solid stone beneath him. The courtyard was now utterly devastated, hardly recognizable. Only a few archways and partial walls remained of the once beautiful space. The night was split by jagged lightning and the red glow of fires. Voldemort was breathing heavily, chest rising and falling with each rasp, but the power around him was undiminished. If anything, he seemed larger, more imposing. His eyes were not just red now, they literally glowed, emitting light like twin furnaces. Horn-like projections of energy flickered around his head, echoes of that demonic silhouette Harry had glimpsed. And the eye in his hand had fused further into him, it was no longer just in his palm. Red, vein-like tendrils of its energy had spread up his arm, crawling beneath the vine bonding with its host. The sight made Harry's stomach churn. If he'd hoped Voldemort might be exhausting his newfound power, that hope was dashed. Voldemort was drawing more. More than any mortal body should contain. You cannot win, Harry Potter, Voldemort declared. His voice resonated strangely, as if two voices spoke in unison, his own and the deeper one. He stepped forward, each footstep cracking the singed ground. Behold the true might of Lord Voldemort. I have become death incarnate, a god among wizards. Your struggle is futile. Inside, Voldemort's mind roiled. The power coursing through him was ecstasy and agony combined, whispering promises of godhood even as it burned his mortal flesh. More, a voice that was and was. N.T. his own whispered in the recesses of his soul, and Voldemort was beyond resisting it. He would wield this power until reality itself bent to his will. Potter's resistance was a mere last gasp of a doomed boy, and Voldemort would relish extinguishing that light for good. He lifted his arms, letting the magic surge. Despite his bravado, Harry noted with grim satisfaction that Voldemort did not emerge entirely unscathed. Voldemort's left arm, the one entwined with the eye, twitched erratically, and there was a wildness to his expression now, like a man in the grip of ecstatic madness. The power was affecting his mind. Possibly beyond his control, Harry forced himself up, cradling his broken arm. He gripped his wand in his right hand. Every part of him hurt. Fatigue crept at the edges of his consciousness. But he could not give up. All his loved ones were here or depending on him. If he fell, they would all die. He summoned the remnants of his aura, focusing it. The swirling red and gold around him intensified a bit. Responding to his will, he was the Crimson Mage, he told himself. This was his burden to bear and his power to wield. He had to finish this, now. Tom Riddle, Harry called out over the chaos. Using that hated name deliberately again. He straightened his back, ignoring the pain. You keep saying I can't win, that it's futile. He spat blood from his mouth and gave Voldemort a defiant glare. But look at you, all this power, and you still can't break me. You've tried to kill me how many times tonight, and here I stand. He took a step forward, boots scraping on stone. Voldemort's face twisted in fury at the taunt, but Harry barreled on, voice rising with righteous anger. You claim to be a god, but you're afraid. I can see it in your eyes. You're afraid of a 16-year-old boy, Tom. Afraid of truth. You will never know love or friendship, and I feel sorry for you. As Harry echoed the words he'd once spoken to a younger Tom Riddle's memory in the Chamber of Secrets. A memory of that moment surfaced. Himself at 12, battered and bloody but defiant, telling a phantom of Riddle, you'll never know love or friendship. It felt fitting to invoke that again now, at the end of all things. Voldemort howled in indignation. Silence. He thrust his arms downward and the ground responded. Two massive spires of obsidian rock erupted from under Harry on either side, like the jaws of a giant trap. They speared upward, trying to impale him. Harry threw himself backward with a burst of magical speed, narrowly avoiding being crushed as the spires slammed together where he'd stood. Harry landed hard, losing his balance and falling. The spires crumbled under their own weight, having missed their mark. Struggling, Harry got up again, panting. He had to keep. Voldemort focused on him to give the others time, even if they were only slowly recovering. If any of his friends interfered now, they'd be killed in an instant. This was between him and Riddle. Voldemort was done with words. He raised both hands high, and the eye burned white-hot in his palm. The clouds above swirled violently, drawn into a funnel. With a gesture, Voldemort summoned forth a terrible sight, from the dark heavens. A serpent of lightning slithered down. It was like a dragon made of the storm itself, a lightning bolt given life. The sinuous form coiled and then struck at Harry from above, roaring with thunder. Time seemed to slow as Harry looked up at the oncoming lightning dragon. It lit the entire courtyard in stark blue-white glare. He could smell the ozone, feel the hair on his arms rising. Trusting his magic entirely, Harry drew upon the deepest well of his power. He twirled his wand in a tight circle, then thrust his palm upward alongside it. From Harry's outstretched hand burst a beam of pure, concentrated soulfire, brilliant silver gold light tinged with blood crimson at its core, born of every happy memory and ounce of love in his soul. It was as if the Patronus energy he'd summoned before had been distilled and weaponized. The beam took the shape of a phoenix for a split second, Fox's image, or perhaps Harry's own spirit, and it collided with the lightning serpent in midair, freezing the night in brightness. The serpent writhed, wrapping around the beam, electricity and divine fire clashing in an ear-splitting cacophony. Thunder boomed, and the shock of it broke every remaining window of Hogwarts. Shards rained down inside the castle corridors. The ground buckled and groaned. The astronomy tower, far above, groaned under the force, several of its upper battlements sheared off, tumbling into the darkness below. In the distance, the forbidden forest fell deathly silent, its creatures cowering from the cataclysm shaking the earth. Harry poured every ounce of will into the onslaught, shouting wordlessly with effort. Never in his life had he witnessed, let alone wielded, magic of such magnitude. This duel had transcended anything taught at Hogwarts. Become something out of the age of legends, light and darkness clashing like titanic forces beyond human ken. Slowly, inch by inch, Harry's beam of soulfire pushed the lightning serpent back up, toward the roiling clouds whence it came. Finally, With a last scream of defiance, the phoenix-shaped brilliance engulfed the serpent entirely. The lightning beast exploded into 100 forks of less light that dissipated into the clouds. Harry staggered, catching himself before he could fall. That effort had nearly spent him. His vision blurred at the edges. Voldemort snarled in frustration. He too was weakening. Wielding such apocalyptic magic was taking its toll even on him. They were both nearing their limits. In a final act of desperation, Voldemort decided to unleash the full power of the eye. He held up his left hand, glaring into the artifact embedded there. Harry felt a sudden drop in temperature, and all sound seemed to muffle, as if the world itself inhaled sharply and held its breath. Mortalis infinitum, Voldemort intoned, voice reverberating with ancient power. Harry didn't recognize the incantation, but his instinct screamed that this was the endgame, and it was catastrophic. The eye's crimson light intensified, filling Harry's vision until everything was red. The eye's pupil expanded, and a beam of red light shot forth, not at Harry, but into the empty air above the courtyard. A vertical slash of pure darkness tore open the sky where the beam struck, as if reality itself had been cut. Harry's heart thundered in fear. Voldemort was creating some kind of portal or rift. But to where? From the rift, a sound emerged, a deep, guttural chorus of wails and growls that made the blood of every living creature nearby run cold. The portal widened, edges crackling with red lightning, and through it Harry glimpsed a nightmare realm beyond, a scorched battlefield under a burning sky, teeming with slithering and towering shapes. It was as though hell itself were spilling into their world. All across the grounds, magic went haywire. Hogwarts' enchanted ceiling in the distant Great Hall flickered, then shattered its illusion to reveal the swirling darkness above. Candles blew out, and the castle's resident ghosts screamed and fled through walls as a wave of dread SWRY wards of the school, already weakened, collapsed with a thunderous crackle, ancient protections failing against this onslaught. In the surrounding forest, unseen by the fighters, centaurs reared and neighed in terror, sensing a rip in the fabric of the world. Even far across the Black Lake, the merpeople hid in their village, clutching tridents as the waters above churned. The portal widened further, and out of the void surged an army of spectral figures, phantoms of shadow and flame. These were not Dementors, no. Some were vaguely human, others monstrous with horns and wings. An entire horde of abyssal beings poured forth, shrieking into the night, their eyes gleaming with hungry malice. It was as though Voldemort had opened the door to another world, a dark realm eager to devour Hogwarts. Voldemort was throwing everything into this one gambit. If he couldn't kill Harry alone, he would drown him in an onslaught of otherworldly horrors. Harry steeled himself. This was beyond anything he'd ever faced, but he was not alone in spirit. Summoning every reserve, Harry raised his wand. D1 last time and called out in a voice that echoed across the grounds, Expecto Patronum. What burst forth from Harry's wand was not just the stag this time. His Patronus had changed, expanded. Prongs did appear, charging forth with shining antlers, but he was not alone. From Harry's wand erupted a legion of Patronuses, as if every fragment of hope within him took on life. A great silver lion, perhaps the very spirit of Gryffindor conjured by Harry's magic, joined the stag, roaring as it bounded ahead. A luminous wolf burst out next, snarling protectively. Harry thought fleetingly of Remus Lupin. A radiant phoenix flew alongside them, keening defiantly, the echo of Dumbledore's immortal companion, or perhaps the embodiment of rebirth from the ashes. Even a small silver hare, so much like Luna's Patronus, hopped forth and then dashed into a sprint. More and more silvery forms joined the charge, a veritable bestiary of light stampeding toward the dark spirits pouring from the portal. Each Patronus felt like an ally, courage, friendship, loyalty, all answering Harry's call. The spectral horde from the portal clashed with the army of Patronuses in the air above the ruined courtyard. Light bit into dark. Harry's stag lowered its antlers and charged a hulking shadow beast with burning coal eyes, piercing straight through it. The monster howled and burst into embers. A great silver leon, conjured by Harry's magic as if channeling Gryffindor's spirit, pounced on a winged wraith, claws rending the darkness to shreds. Overhead, a radiant phoenix swooped and harried a serpentine specter, each wingbeat scattering the dark like smoke. A wolf made of moonlight snapped at the heels of a horned demon, driving it back toward the closing portal. Even the little hair darted through the pandemonium, kicking at lesser shadows that tried to flank the larger Patronuses. The night air rang with unearthly roars and the chiming cries of these guardians of light. It was chaos given form, like a battle of gods etched across the canvas of the sky. It felt as if all the hope and love Harry had ever known had sprung forth to fight beside him. Near the shattered entrance of the castle, Hermione stirred, struggling to her feet with Ron's help. Her head pounded and her chest was singed where Voldemort's curse had struck, but she was alive. Ron stood protectively in front of her, wand raised despite the tremor in his arms. They both gazed upward at the surreal sight of Harry's Patronus Legion tangling with the fiends from the portal. All around them, the castle continued to shake. A large, bat-like shadow broke away from the melee in the sky, diving toward the ground where Hermione and Ron stood. It resembled a gargoyle come to life, leathery wings, a fanged maw emitting a ghastly hiss. Ron swore under his breath and pushed Hermione behind him. Stupefy, he yelled, sending a red bolt at the creature, but the spell barely slowed the shadow beast. It shrieked, eyes aflame, and swooped low, claws outstretched. Hermione, weak but determined, raised her wand alongside Ron's. Protega, she cried desperately. A shimmering shield formed around them. The creature slammed against it, snarling and clawing, causing the protective bubble to flicker. Hermione grit her teeth, pouring her will into maintaining the shield as cracks spider-webbed through it. Just as the monster's claws began to pierce through, a brilliant burst of silver light intersected its path. A spectral stag charged across their field of vision, impaling the shadow beast on its luminous antlers. The creature gave an ear-splitting screech as it was lifted and then tossed aside, dissolving into black smoke before it even hit the ground. The stag Patronus, Harry's stag, landed and pawed the ground once as if in salute to the two stunned teens. Then bounded back toward the fray, leaping into the air to rejoin the other Patronuses battling overhead. Ron let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Hermione's shield faded and she nearly collapsed. But Ron caught her around the shoulders. "Blimey," he whispered, eyes wide as he stared at her. Hermione managed a trembling smile. They didn't need words to know who had sent that saving grace. Harry was still watching over them, even while locked in combat with Voldemort. But on the courtyard floor, the duel between Harry and Voldemort raged on. Voldemort had taken advantage of Harry's momentary distraction. With a surge, the Dark Lord lunged through the air toward Harry, a blade of obsidian flame conjured in his hand. Voldemort swung the dark sword at Harry with inhuman speed. Harry barely managed to react in time. He conjured his own weapon with a flash of inspiration, a sword of pure light, coalescing in his hand like solidified sunshine. Their blades met in a shower of sparks, one side screaming with foul magic, the other humming with phoenix song. They traded blows in a blur, steel and magic colliding faster than the eye could follow. At one point their blades locked, obsidian flame grinding against phoenix fire. Voldemort snarled through bared teeth, pressing down inch by inch. "You will fall, Potter," he hissed, eyes wild and furious inches from Harry's face. Harry met his gaze, their faces lit by the sparks between their clashing blades. "Not today," Harry growled, summoning strength from sheer will. With a defiant shout, he shoved forward, breaking the lock and throwing Voldemort off balance. The Dark Lord staggered as Harry immediately went on the offensive. Voldemort hacked and stabbed viciously, using his superior height and reach to press Harry. But Harry parried and riposted with astonishing speed, every movement fueled by the deep well of resolve in his heart. Their duel carved the very stones, one missed swipe of Voldemort's blade sliced a marble pillar clean in half, one glancing blow of Harry's blade gouged a molten line in the ground at their feet. Each clash of their swords sent shockwaves that flattened Chi remained of the courtyard walls around them, statues and arches crumbling to dust. Voldemort feinted low then sliced high, grazing Harry's cheek with the dark blade. Where it passed, Harry's skin felt deathly cold, a numbness spreading from the wound. Harry countered with an upward slash that cut a burning line across Voldemort's chest, eliciting a snarl as the purifying magic seared flesh. Locking eyes, they thrust their free hands at each other simultaneously, point blank. Harry unleashed raw kinetic force, Voldemort blasted a torrent of dark fire. The two forces met and exploded between them, propelling both backward. Harry tumbled head over heels and landed near the collapsed entrance of the Great Hall, now open to the night. Voldemort was flung back towards the fountain area, crashing through what was left of a wall. Dazed, Harry struggled to rise once more. He had almost nothing left. His Patronus army was faltering as his concentration waned. Forms still danced in the sky, holding back the last of the shadow horde. Those specters from beyond had likewise thinned considerably, and the portal above flickered, unstable, as if it might close or possibly burst wider at any moment. This has to end now. With a guttural yell, Voldemort emerged from the rubble, half his face burned but regenerating slowly via the eye's power. He extended the hand with the eye, and tendrils of shadow whipped out again, seeking to ensnare Harry once and for all. Harry pointed his wand, but as he tried to summon another spell, a wave of dizziness hit him. The glowing aura around him guttered. He was nearly spent. A tendril caught his left leg, pulling it out from under him, then another wrapped around his waist, lifting him off the ground. Harry struggled weakly as Voldemort laughed, a harsh, triumphant sound. "Die, Potter," Voldemort growled. The tendrils began to constrict, squeezing the air from Harry's lungs. Harry gasped, spots dancing in his vision as the pain in his crushed ribs became excruciating. Through the haze, faces of his loved ones flickered in his mind. Ron and Hermione, Luna and Ginny, Hagrid, the entire Weasley family, even the frightened first years of Hogwarts who looked up to him. For their sake, for everyone's sake, he could not surrender now. And then, out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw movement. No, flight. A blur sped toward Voldemort from behind. Luna low. Vegud's dirigible plum earrings caught the moonlight, a telltale swing of orange. Harry recognized them an instant before Luna herself, bloodied but somehow back on her feet, came swooping down on a battered broomstick. Another figure clung right behind her. It was Ginny Weasley, face streaked with dirt and tears, her expression set in fierce resolve. Somehow, Ginny had found her way back into the fray, refusing to stay hidden while her friends fought for their lives. Together, the two witches dove toward the Dark Lord from above. Ginny was already firing a curse mid-dive. A streak of red light from her wand blasted the side of Voldemort's head, causing him to flinch. It was a split-second distraction, but enough. The shadowy tendrils loosened as Voldemort's concentration broke. Harry summoned the last dregs of his strength. He remembered McGonagall's lessons drilled into him. When in doubt, transfigure. Anything can be a weapon. He pointed his wand not at Voldemort, but at a large chun. K of statue debris hovering in Voldemort's swirling magic. Portus. Harry gasped, aiming to turn that chunk of stone into a portkey. The stone glowed blue for a moment, then vanished, taking a chunk of Voldemort's billowing robe and perhaps some flesh with it into nothingness. Voldemort howled in confusion as a piece of him abruptly winked out of existence. The tendrils dissipated entirely, dropping Harry to the ground. Luna and Ginny's interference had given Harry one final opening, but those two were now in mortal peril for drawing Voldemort's ire. Sure enough, Voldemort rounded on the girls with a snarl, raising his hand to annihilate them midair. Summoning every last ounce of speed and power, Harry dashed toward Voldemort from behind just as the Dark Lord prepared to strike. The eye in Voldemort's hand was flaring, charging a final killing blast at Luna's approaching form. With a primal scream, Harry reached Voldemort and grabbed at his outstretched left arm with both of his own hands. The instant his fingers closed around Voldemort's wrist, Harry felt searing pain. The eye's energy burned his skin. But he held on, fueled by desperation. Voldemort jerked in surprise and tried to yank free. But Harry's grip was iron. For one frozen moment, time halted. Voldemort and Harry, both battered and exhausted, locked in a deadly grapple. Voldemort's eyes met Harry's. Harry saw fear there again, genuine fear, and astonishment at Harry's sheer tenacity. "Get off me!" Voldemort shrieked, pummeling Harry with his free fist. A sharp blow struck Harry's jaw, sending a burst of pain rough his head and making his vision flash white. But Harry would not let go. He concentrated every fiber of his being on the eye, the cursed artifact embedded in Voldemort's hand. With a roar that tore from the depths of his soul, Harry gave a tremendous yank. There was a sickening wet sound as flesh and sinew resisted, then gave way. Voldemort's scream of agony was inhuman as Harry ripped the eye from his hand. tearing out a chunk of Voldemort's very essence with it. The artifact came free in Harry's bloodied fist, slick with Voldemort's dark blood. It was a horrid thing to touch, icy cold and boiling hot at once. Pulsing like a foul heart. The moment the eye was torn free, a blast of raw magical force flung both Harry and Voldemort apart. Harry flew backward, crashing through the collapsed doorway into the entrance hall. He tumbled down the steps, somehow keeping the eye clutched tightly in his fist. Voldemort was hurled the opposite direction, slamming into the base of a toppled angel statue. The portal overhead collapsed in on itself with a thunderous boom, the remaining shadow creatures shrieking as they were sucked back into nothingness. For a second, silence reigned except the patter of rain and crackle of lingering flames. Harry blinked spots from his eyes, every part of him hurting. He felt the rough stone floor beneath him. Slowly, he opened his fist. The eye sat in his palm. Smeared with blood, both his and Voldemort's mingled. Its metal frame was cracked, the lidless organ-like center blinking erratically with dim light. Yet malevolence still wafted from it, like a caged beast. He forced himself upright, stumbling. Through the shattered entrance behind him, he thought he saw silhouettes of people rushing closer, perhaps reinforcements finally arriving, by the cataclysmic noise, but his focus narrowed to the courtyard ahead, where Voldemort lay. The Dark Lord's body was crumpled against the fallen angel statue. One of the statue's stone wings jutted through Voldemort's torso, impaling him to the ground. Voldemort's head lolled at an unnatural angle, nearly severed by a shard of his own conjured obsidian that had broken off. His wand lay nearby, snapped in half. The red glow in his eyes had dimmed to nothing, they were glassy and empty. His pale skin was rapidly graying, flesh starting to flake like ash. Without the eye's power sustaining him, he was truly mortal again, and dying swiftly. Harry approached warily, every step labored. Rain finally began to fall in earnest, pattering against smoldering fires and washing blood from the stones. Luna and Ginny had landed a few yards off and now moved toward Harry and the fallen Voldemort cautiously, wands at the ready. Harry raised a shaky hand to them. "Stay back," he croaked, voice raw. He wasn't entirely sure Voldemort was finished. As if on cue, Voldemort's body spasmed. Harry tensed, raising his wand, but the Dark Lord did not rise to fight again. Instead, a black mist seeped out from the wounds in Voldemort's collapsing form. It gathered above the corpse in a churning cloud. Harry knew at once. This was Voldemort's soul, or what remained of it, too tainted and anchored to this world to pass on quietly. Now unbound from its failing flesh, the soul mist coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape. Voldemort's face flickered within it, twisted in fury and terror. A keening wail emanated from the spectral figure, a sound of absolute denial. Voldemort refused to die. Harry felt a surge of alarm. This is the moment. If his soul escapes, all of this will have been for nothing. He had to destroy it completely, now. But how? He had no strength left for fiendfire or a powered Patronus, and those might not even work on a soul fragment so infused with dark magic. The Horcrux in his scar had been destroyed years ago by love and sacrifice, but here and now. Before he could act, the soul shadow lunged at Harry, perhaps seeking to possess him or exact revenge. It slammed into him, and into his chest as if death itself had seized his heart. He cried out and fell to one knee, clutching his sternum. The world dimmed. The rain seemed to fall in slow motion, sounds muffled, a strange déjà vu of when he'd been struck by the killing curse in the Forbidden Forest. Was he going to die now, at the very end? But then something pushed back from within Harry, a fierce warmth that erupted from his very core. In Harry's mind, a fleeting echo resonated, a mother's loving voice, fierce and protective. In the blackness behind his eyes, he saw a flash of green light and heard the echo of Lily Potter's final cry, "Not Harry. Not my son." That desperate, powerful love which had saved him as an infant now surged anew, as if Lily's very spirit stood guard over her son's soul. The warmth spread from Harry's heart. Voldemort's soul found no purchase in him, his very blood repelled it. With a howling screech, the black mist ripped itself away, recoiling. It sought another anchor, and its eyes fell upon the artifact Harry had dropped at his feet when he fell. The eye, like a snake striking, the soul cloud shot toward the eye. No, Harry shouted, diving forward, but he was too late. The dark mist slammed into the eye, which flashed and then drew the soul in like a sponge soaking up water. The eye levitated from the ground under its own power now, rising a few feet into the air as it absorbed Voldemort's essence. The cracks on its surface sealed, and its central pupil glowed once more, a baleful yellow-red. For a moment, all was still. Harry got to his knees, wand in hand, ready for whatever came next. Luna and Ginny reached either side of him, each gripping one of his shoulders to steady him, though they too were shaking with exhaustion and fear. Harry saw Ron and Hermione emerge from the collapsed archway of the castle, Hermione leaning on Ron. Both of them were battered but alive. Even McGonagall was dragging herself up beside Dumbledore's stirring form. Everyone who could still move or see was transfixed by the floating eye and the darkness swirling inside it. The eye hung in the air above Voldemort's remains, eerily quiet now except for a low hum. The pupil rotated, taking in the surroundings. It seemed to pause on McGonagall and Dumbledore's prone forms, on Ron and Hermione in the doorway, on Luna and Ginny flanking Harry. Finally, it fixed on Harry himself. Harry felt a jolt as his scar seared fiercely, and his connection to Voldemort, the one he thought severed, flared painfully for an instant. But this time, it was not Voldemort he felt. It was something older, vast, and infinitely malevolent. Images flashed in Harry's mind, alien and terrifying. He saw a great black fortress wreathed in flame, its gargantuan tower crowned by a blazing eye. He saw hordes of twisted, inhuman soldiers marching across an endless plain under a blood-red sky. He heard the clash of steel upon steel, a golden ring melting in a river of fire, and above it all that lidless eye, ever watching. Each vision was more dreadful than the last, and at their center coiled an intelligence ancient and utterly merciless, surveying him as one might an insect. Harry realized with dread that, just as Voldemort had once survived death by tearing his soul apart, now again the Dark Lord had evaded final destruction, merging with a will far greater and darker than his own. Dumbledore, barely conscious, raised a trembling hand and tried to speak. Harry, the eye, must be, but he coughed, unable to finish. McGonagall held him, fear etched on her face like Harry had never seen. Whatever that artifact truly was, Dumbledore clearly believed it had to be destroyed at all costs. As one, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Ginny, and Luna raised their wands at the eye. Together, Hermione shouted hoarsely, "Destroy it!" They each cast, voices overlapping, Reducto, Confringo, Stupefy, Expulso. A barrage of multicolored jets of light converged on the eye. The eye flashed brilliantly and vanished. Whether it dissipated or simply moved too fast to track, Harry could not tell. Their spells hit the ground, exploding against stone or fizzling out in the rain. The artifact reappeared an instant later a few yards away. As if taunting them, it had effortlessly evaded their combined assault. Then the eye began to spin rapidly, faster and faster, becoming a blur of red and black. The "Who" grew into a droning whine that made Harry's teeth ache. "Get back," he yelled, pushing Ginny and Luna behind him and throwing up a feeble shield just as a blast of darkness erupted from the spinning eye. The shockwave knocked all of them flat. Harry's shield absorbed the worst, sparing them lethal harm, but it shattered like glass. Harry's head smacked the ground and for a moment he lost consciousness. He awoke seconds, or minutes, later to gentle rain on his face and the sound of someone moaning in pain. His vision swam. Harry propped himself up on his elbows, groaning. The courtyard was illuminated by flickering fires and the faint glow of approaching dawn beyond the mountains. Ron was stirring, pushing himself off the ground and immediately crawling to Hermione, who lay nearby. He helped her sit up. She was breathing, though wincing at her injured arm. Luna and Ginny, thrown further back by Harry's shield, were already sitting up and miraculously unhurt beyond bruises they had been shielded behind Harry. McGonagall was conscious, draped protectively over Dumbledore. It seemed the shockwave had been strong but, at that range, not lethal thanks to Harry's partial shield. Harry's eyes frantically searched for the eye. At first he saw nothing, and wild hope fluttered in him that perhaps it had been blasted out of existence. But then, a movement atop a pile of rubble that had been part of the outer wall caught his eye. There it was, The eye hovered above the highest heap of debris, right by a broken archway jutting toward the sky. It was as still as a statue, its pupil now a narrow slit. And it was looking directly at Harry. For a long moment, man and artifact regarded each other. Harry slowly climbed to his feet, and his friends formed a half-circle around him, facing the eye. The rain had slackened to a drizzle, smoke drifted on the light breeze. The quiet was deafening after the earlier chaos. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The eye's gaze felt almost physical, pinning him in place. It no longer pulsed or glowed violently, instead it was cold, watchful. The evil presence behind it was palpable. Voldemort as they knew him was gone, yet like a malignant phoenix. His essence had found a new foul perch. The Dark Lord had once survived by Horcruxes, now, in a cruel twist, he had again evaded final death, merged into something older and far more dangerous. Ron broke the silence, voice unsteady. Is it over? Did we win? He sounded as if he hardly believed it himself. Hermione swallowed and looked to Harry, her eyes haunted. Harry opened his mouth but couldn't form words. It was Luna who answered, her tone soft and oddly calm. Nothing is ever truly over. Her gaze was fixed on the swirling clouds above, as if she could still see that which had vanished. The truth of her words settled over them like a shroud, quashing any budding relief. All around them lay evidence of the battle. Shattered stone, smoldering embers, and the still foe. RMS of those who had fallen, though in the dim, smoky dawn it was impossible to tell friend from foe. Hogwarts Castle, their beloved home, stood gravely wounded, sections of the astronomy tower gone, entire ramparts collapsed. The ancient castle that had sheltered them now bore grievous wounds. No one spoke further. There were no cheers of victory, only the heavy weight of dread at what might come next. Hermione wiped a tear from her cheek, grimacing at the pain in her arm. Ron set his jaw, his face pale and shell-shocked. Luna hummed under her breath, an eerie tune that wavered in the damp air. Ginny slipped her hand into Harry's, giving Z despite the tremor in her fingers. Harry realized his right hand still clutched his wand in a death grip, while his left throbbed with pain, burned and bloody from where he had grasped the eye. He wiped rain and sweat from his brow, feeling the sting of his lightning scar beneath his fingers. For the first time, the full weight of pain and exhaustion hit Harry. His limbs felt like lead, every injury throbbing now that adrenaline was ebbing. He swayed on his feet as he steadied himself. He had survived. They had all survived, miraculously. Voldemort, RT had been defeated, his mortal form destroyed. That should have been a triumph. Yet Harry felt no triumph. Instead, a deep unease slithered in his gut. They had won the battle at unimaginable cost, but perhaps not the war. Whatever that eye is, it's still here. He squeezed Ginny's hand absent-mindedly as he stepped forward a pace, ahead of everyone, toward the center of the courtyard. He looked up at the dissipating clouds, the faint light of dawn creeping in. His body wanted to collapse, but he refused to buckle just yet. In the silence, a single crow, or perhaps a raven, circled overhead, cawing a harsh cry that echoed over the ruins of Hogwarts. Its black shape crossed briefly over the dim morning sun, like an omen. The first rays of sun broke over the horizon, but they brought little comfort. The dawn's light was pale and cold against the lingering shadows. In that fragile light, Harry knew with chilling certainty that though this battle was won, a greater war was only just beginning. To see his mentors alive and proud filled Harry's heart with warmth. He realized how many people had fought and sacrificed to make this victory possible. In that moment, he felt overwhelming gratitude and love for all of them, his friends, his teachers, his fallen comrades. This was their victory as much as his, won by unity and love. But any flicker of hope was tempered by the dread presence of the eye still hanging above. Harry lowered his head, taking a shaky breath. "It's over," he murmured, uncertain, perhaps trying to convince himself. It saw him, and it was waiting. Harry's knees buckled then, adrenaline finally giving out. As Ginny and Ron moved to catch him, darkness crept into his vision. Just before unconsciousness claimed him, a final vision flickered in Harry's mind, whether a nightmare or a warning. He could not tell. He saw a towering fortress of black iron under a furious red sky, and atop its highest spire blazed a great eye wreathed in flame. It was the same eye that had vanished from Hogwarts. now fully awake in its own realm. Harry's scar seared white-hot at the sight, and a name, strange yet dreadfully familiar, whispered through the abyss of his fading consciousness. Sauron. Harry knew no more.